Chapter 518. I'm here to inspect the Jiannan prefectures in order to apprehend the traitors who have colluded with, bribed, and colluded with other tribes to rebel. Huang Jingrong's face was as dark as a stormy cloud, and his voice was cold and laced with killing intent. But to these chieftains, it was no different from playing the lute to a cow. If these threatening words were spoken in the Chinese officialdom, the officials who heard them would immediately feel their hearts tremble. They would be afraid that they would be dragged into this, and they would immediately feel uneasy. But in this place, Huang Jingrong's words were even worse than a fart. The people who drank continued drinking, and the people who ate continued eating. There were even people who played finger-guessing games. Huang Jingrong was furious. Slamming his palm on the table, he bellowed, "I have already obtained conclusive evidence. According to the name list I have obtained from the Bureau of Punishments, a total of 329 tribes have been exiled to Yarou province, totaling more than 4,800 people. Where are these people? Yesterday, only 7 tribes were executed, totaling a mere 36 people. Where are the rest?" Huang Jingrong coldly swept his eyes over these headmen who, in his opinion, were not much better than bandits. He said in an awe-inspiring voice, "Someone is harboring criminals. Just based on the fact that they are harboring criminals, this imperial envoy can judge them as accomplices. Moreover, since they are able to do this, how do we know they are not accomplices? I will definitely investigate this matter, and no matter who I find, I won't let them off lightly." The voices of the crowd softened a little, but those who were drinking, eating, whispering, and patting each other's shoulders were still as lively as ever. Huang Jingrong took a roundabout approach and said, "Don't think that I can't do anything to some people just because they are far away. All lands under the heavens belong to the emperor, so who can escape the rule of the emperor? Once I find out who is colluding with the vagabonds, I will definitely apprehend them and bring them to justice." Huang Jingrong glanced at the crowd coldly and said, "Perhaps, there are some who are confident that their tribes are strong enough to stand against the soldiers of Yarou province. But if the imperial court were to dispatch the heavenly soldiers, do you think you will have the strength to stand against them? Right now, Wang Xiajie's expedition to Anxi is about to return victorious. If the sage were to issue a decree to command this returning army to Jiannan to exterminate the bandits, with the momentum and sharpness of a great victory, there would be no one who could stand against them." Sensing the tense atmosphere, Wen Hao hurriedly raised his cup and said, "It must have been tough for you to come from afar. Today, the chieftains of the various tribes have arrived to welcome you back. Imperial Envoy, please accept a toast from us first. As for official business, we can talk about it later, right?" Wen Hao smiled and gave Yun Xian a meaningful glance. Provincial Governor Yun immediately stood up and pulled out a small silver knife from his waist with a smile. The knife was incomparably sharp and flickered with a cold light. A vermilion table was placed at the front of the hall, and on top of the table was a huge bamboo tray. On top of the tray was a roasted whole goat that was glistening with a golden glow. The whole goat here was made from the finest 2-year-old goat. After chopping off its head and hooves, removing its innards, egg yolk, salt water, turmeric, cumin powder, pepper, and flour, it was then baked in a hot pit. The fragrance of the meat wafted into the air, making one salivate at the sight of it. Yun Xian used his silver knife to slice off a few slices of the juiciest meat of the goat and served it on a plate to Huang Jingrong. With a smile on his face, he said, "Imperial Censor Huang, try this roasted goat. This is a local delicacy." The goat meat was still steaming, and before it was served, a rich fragrance of meat assaulted Huang Jingrong's nostrils. However, Huang Jingrong noticed that the chieftains didn't seem to be reprimanding him with respect, and this made him even more furious. Upon seeing Yun Xian serving up the goat meat, he immediately made use of this opportunity to reprimand them. "His Majesty has already issued a ban on slaughter. As officials of the imperial court, do you all still not know about it? What kind of crime is it to defy an imperial decree? Take it down." Yun Xian was rebuked in front of everyone and couldn't help but feel vexed. He cursed in his heart, "Damn it, when this official set up a banquet to welcome you yesterday, the table was filled with meat and wine, but I didn't see you acting so righteously." However, in front of so many people, he naturally couldn't refute. He could only obediently obey and wave his hand, ordering the servants to take away the whole roasted goat. Huang Jingrong pointed at the meat and wine on the banquet and said, "Take away all the meat. The ban on slaughter issued by the sage is a sign of mercy towards all living beings. As officials of the imperial court, we should set an example. You all even dare to ignore the decree of the sage, it's no wonder." Huang Jingrong pointed his finger slowly and reprimanded without stopping. When his finger pointed at a certain spot, his voice suddenly stopped. He saw a young lady. This young lady was wearing a moon-white blouse, a red waistcoat, and a short embroidered apron around her waist. She was wearing wide-legged blue pants, and her figure was as graceful as the clouds under the moon. Her jet-black hair was tied with a red ribbon, and the snow-white tassels under the flowery headscarf brushed against her beautiful and charming face. Her face was like the full moon, her eyebrows were like distant mountains, and her lips were like a pair of tender and beautiful flower petals. What a beautiful young lady of the barbarian race. The young lady was standing behind the guest at the head of the table. Huang Jingrong's eyes were at the top of his head, and he kept sweeping his gaze across the people in front of him to display his power. He actually didn't notice that there was such a lovely beauty right beside him. The young lady in white bent her slender waist and was whispering something to the red-chested man sitting at the banquet table. After she finished speaking, she smiled charmingly and stood up, walking briskly out of the room. Huang Jingrong's greedy eyes chased after the young lady's lithe and graceful back until the young lady completely disappeared through the door. Only then did he reluctantly withdraw his gaze and stared at the man with all his might. He didn't know if that abnormally beautiful young lady was the middle-aged man's concubine or daughter, but he already had the greedy thought of taking her into his own room. Zun-Er was naturally restless. When she heard that her eldest brother was replacing her father to visit the imperial envoy in Yaoju, she pestered him to come along. Just now, she had been chatting with Governor Wenhao's womenfolk for a while in the back residence and wanted to go stroll around the streets. She specifically ran over to tell her eldest brother, but she didn't expect that Huang Jingrong would see through her and actually have designs on her. Huang Jingrong temporarily suppressed his lustful thoughts and continued to display his official authority, ordering people to remove all the meat. This official banquet was originally focused on big fish and meat. If the meat was removed, what would be left on the banquet table? Did he want everyone to turn into rabbits and chew on a basket of turnip grass? When the chieftains saw that this imperial envoy was being so unreasonable, they were all unhappy. After 3 rounds of wine, they all bid their farewells and left, not caring at all about Huang Jingrong's increasingly ugly expression. The welcoming banquet ended on bad terms. Huang Jingrong saw the rudeness of the crowd and was secretly resentful. He only thought about how he would teach these chieftains a lesson. He might even have to use the methods he had used in Feng province to capture a chieftain or chieftain and kill one to serve as an example to the others. The officials here are too outrageous, all of them with no respect for the law. Governor Wen, Provincial Governor Yun, you too have failed to educate them and will not be able to escape punishment. Huang Jingrong walked into the back residence with his hands behind his back, reprimanding the governor and provincial governor along the way. Yun Xian smiled and said, "Imperial Censor Huang, it hasn't been long since this prefecture submitted to the imperial court. Most of the officials and chieftains are wild and hard to tame. Imperial Censor Huang, don't be angry. They are just used to being wild and don't understand the system of the imperial court. They didn't mean to look down on you." Huang Jingrong gave a heavy humph and said, "This imperial envoy is patrolling Yarrow province. The officials of Yarrow province and the chieftains of the various tribes have invited this imperial envoy to a banquet. This is an official social event, but in the end, even the female guests can openly walk around the hall. What kind of propriety is this?" Yun Xian asked curiously. "It can't be. Most of the chieftains don't have female relatives with them. Even if they did, they would be placed in the back hall. Why would they come to the front hall to roam around?" Huang Jingrong said, "Why not? This imperial envoy saw it with my own eyes. It was the chieftain on the first seat to the left of the seat of honor. At the time, that female was standing behind him and talking. She turned a deaf ear to this imperial envoy's lecture. Yes, she was about 16 years old and was dressed in white." Wenhao let out a soft ah and slapped his forehead. I remember now. That was the daughter of the chieftain in the smoking period. She didn't have a proper name and only had a nickname, Zuna. She came with her big brother. Wen Hao said with a face full of smiles, Imperial Censor Huang, this is a misunderstanding. If it was her, even if she came to see the Imperial Envoy as a representative of the smoking period chieftain, it would still be completely in accordance with etiquette. Because here, the wives and daughters of the chieftains all have authority, just like the officials of the imperial court. If the chieftain passes away and his son is still young, the maidservant, the chieftain's wife, can act as regent. If the chieftain doesn't have a son, his daughter can also inherit the position of chieftain. She can also marry into the family of another chieftain's son to inherit the position. Therefore, Zuna entering and leaving the main hall is not against etiquette. The daughter of the smoking period chieftain? Huang Jingrong secretly memorized this name and repeated it twice. He suddenly felt that it sounded familiar. He thought about it carefully and suddenly remembered. He couldn't help but cry out, "Ah, this imperial envoy remembers now. I saw him in Yarrow province. Zun Qi is a chieftain of your Yarrow province. Why didn't he come to see this imperial envoy? Instead, he called his children over." Wen Hao hesitated for a moment and said, this governor had sent an invitation to Chieftain Zun Qi. It was just that Chieftain Zun Qi felt unwell, so he ordered his eldest son to represent him to see the imperial envoy. Wen Hao's tribe's strength was not as strong as Zun Qi's, but he was the governor of this province and the highest-ranking official in Yarrow province. Usually, when he interacted with Bai Man, many unpleasant things must have happened. Therefore, there was no need for him to cover up for Zun Qi in front of Huang Jingrong. These words were not true and his tone was very forced. Huang Jingrong could naturally hear that Zun Qi was looking down on him and was being disrespectful. Originally, Huang Jingrong didn't want to let Zun Qi off just because of this matter. Now that he was thinking about his daughter, this thought became even more intense. If I make Takenori a traitor, wouldn't Takenori obediently hand over his daughter in order to survive? Huang Jingrong felt that it was more and more wonderful. He couldn't help but stroke his beard and laugh. Chapter 519. On a piece of snow-white silk cloth that was as smooth as paper, there was a weasel's hair that was as sharp as a needle, rising and falling as if it was flying. The image of a charming woman gradually appeared on the silk cloth. Huang Jingrong put the brush down and gently caressed the smooth silk cloth, as if she was caressing the woman's lovely face. In Feng Province, he had captured Con Chi under the pretext of rebellion. Con Chi immediately admitted defeat and presented him with large amounts of gold, jewels, and jade, as well as 2 beautiful barbarian women. This gave Huang Jingrong the feeling that this person was weak and easy to bully. He did not know that those gifts and the 2 beauties had been given to him by Luo Shudao on behalf of Con Chi. He felt that as long as he captured Con Chi again and gave him a good beating, it would be enough to make the other chieftains grow wary and give them lavish gifts. At that time, as long as he made a slight gesture, Con Chi would readily recognize him as his son-in-law. In truth, there was not much difference between the beauties. Whether it was in facial features, skin, figure, or posture, there was not much of a difference. It was very obvious that a crane stood out among chickens, but how could a crane stand out among cranes be so obvious? At this time, the difference was in temperament. The 2 barbarian beauties that Luo Shudao had presented to him each had their own attractive points, but compared to Zun, they seemed a bit petty. Zun was the daughter of a chieftain and a barbarian princess. She had a noble and elegant temperament. But this temperament was completely different from the daughters of the ambassadors and ministers in the capital. After all, she was a woman who had grown up freely in the mountains and forests. She had a freshness and liveliness that the ladies of the capital did not possess. This kind of difference was like the difference between a glass ball and a diamond of the same shape. These 2 temperaments that should not have been compatible with each other perfectly merged on her body, giving her a unique and enchanting charm. It was precisely this kind of spirituality that could not be seen on many beauties that moved Huang Jingrong's heart. He wanted this woman. And all of this depended on the strength of his pressure. He believed that as an imperial envoy, wielding the sword of the emperor to look down on the hundreds of officials, It was enough to make these mountain kings who were hopping about in the southwest bow their heads. However, even if he had enough strength, he still needed speed. He was afraid that Yang Fan would chase after him to Yarrow province and ruin his plans, so he impatiently pressured the Yarrow province military governor and provincial governor. He believed that the two of them would not dare to not submit. In the past, the imperial censorate was able to harvest the prime ministers like they were leeks. Although it was not as good as it was in the past, it was still easy to deal with a few officials from the border provinces. The military governor's mansion in Yarrowju was the original chieftain mansion of Wenhou's tribe. It had a total of 4 courtyards. The first courtyard was the court and prison cells. The second courtyard was where the chieftain worked and the civil and military subordinates handled official business. There was also an armory where important military supplies were stored. The third courtyard was the private school, the study room, the accounting room, and the place where the chieftain entertained guests and held large-scale meetings. The fourth courtyard was where the chieftain's family lived. There was also an inner study, an inner accounting room, and some necessary guest rooms. In the center of the entire building complex, in the depths of the fourth courtyard, there was a large hall. This was where the chieftain handled secret matters and made important decisions. Even his family members were not allowed to enter easily. The large hall was constructed from chestnut wood. The left wing was made from chuanmu wood, and the right wing was made from catalpa wood. This was in line with the meaning of standing upright in the spring and autumn, hoping to pass down the legacy for generations to come and prosper. At this moment, in this large hall, the military governor of Yarrow province, Wenhou, and provincial governor Yun Xian were discussing official matters with solemn expressions. There was no one else in the large hall. About 5 to 6 zhong away from the large hall, there were tall buildings surrounding the large hall. There were people walking downstairs and people living upstairs. There were long corridors connecting the buildings, and soldiers wielding spears patrolled the buildings. In the large hall, provincial governor Yun Xian said in a deep voice, "This opportunity cannot be missed." "Brother Wen, are you still hesitating?" Wenhou said hesitantly, "Brother, we can't act rashly. The Zun clan and Meng clan are the major clans here, having a legacy of 1,000 years. They are big and have deep roots. We should plan slowly, planning before taking action." Yun Xian smiled coldly. "If we plan slowly, they will have a legacy of 2,000 years, 3,000 years, 10,000 years. At that time, the tree will be bigger and deeper, and you will be able to shake them. In my opinion, this is our only chance. Borrow the power of the imperial court to eradicate them in one fell swoop. If we miss this opportunity, they will have to ride on our heads for generations to come. We won't have such a good opportunity again." Wenhou's brows furrowed as he asked, "Have you thought of the consequences of failure?" Yun Xian replied disapprovingly, "What consequences can there be? The ones who want to touch them are the imperial envoys and the imperial court. Our 2 clans were forced into a corner and could only follow orders. If the imperial court attacks, they will have to rely on us to govern this place. At that time, we will be the subjects of the imperial court, and from then on, we will rule the world. If we fail..." Yun Xian narrowed his eyes and said sinisterly, "That will naturally be Huang Jingrong's fault. The imperial court will remember our loyalty and will definitely give us many benefits in the future. On this side of Yarrow State, while the Zun and Meng families are more powerful than us, they can still swallow us to death. We are only fearing the imperial court and obeying orders. What can they do? We can only suffer this loss in silence." Wenhou gently shook his head and stood to pace for a while. The greed of success and the fear of failure repeatedly battled in his heart, and he struggled endlessly. After a while, he said, "The opportunity is indeed rare, but for the sake of safety, we should rope in the Meng family to attack the Zun family together. What do you think? This can ensure success, and if we fail, with the Meng family holding the fort, the Zun family will not be able to find us." Yun Xian's expression was very ugly. "Brother Wen, with the power of the Meng family, if we rope them in, then after the Zun family collapses, will it still be our turn to take over their land and people? At that time, wouldn't the Meng family be the sole power? The Meng family will have the final say in Yarrow State, and no one will be able to control them. Won't it be even more difficult for us?" Wen Hao thought about it and felt that it was reasonable, so he said, if that's the case, then we can throw the Meng family to the side and combine the power of our two families to deal with the Zun family. Yun Xian's expression became even uglier as he said, if there are a few small chieftains that join hands and want to annex my territory, what will Brother Wen do? Wen Hao's eyebrows raised and he said, they dare. We are brothers, so I will naturally do my best and send troops to help you get out of trouble. Yun Xian said, if our friendship is average, and we don't even have any contact, then what? Wen Hao looked at him strangely and thought for a moment with his brows furrowed. He suddenly slapped his thigh and said, then I will also send troops and rebel against them. If they dare to break the rules, what will happen if others learn from them in the future? Besides, if you fall, they will annex your territory and people. After their power grows, they will make a move on me. Yun Xian became excited, and his dark red face became even darker due to being flushed with blood. He said passionately, that's right. You know, when I was very young, my father invited learned scholars from the Central Plains to teach me. After I familiarized myself with the history books of the Central Plains, I discovered a very strange thing. The dynasties in the Central Plains changed very frequently. No matter how powerful a dynasty was, it would be replaced by another dynasty in at most 200 or 300 years. I found it very strange. Who was the strongest 1,000 years ago? Why was his family still the strongest 1,000 years later? Why is it that all of the chieftains here are not as strong as the emperor of the Central Plains, and we don't have such a strict and perfect system? But even though there are frequent battles between the various tribes here, it is never painful or itchy. After 1,000 years, the structure is still the same as it was 1,000 years ago. The descendants of those who were chieftains are still chieftains, and the descendants of those who were chieftains are still chieftains. They have not become bigger or smaller. Why? Wen Hao was attracted by this topic and asked curiously, why do you think? Yun Xian said, it is because every generation of chieftains have the same thinking as you just now. Of course, thinking this way is not wrong, because if you don't do this, the one who is eaten today could be you tomorrow. But why does it have to be like this here? Because we have strong practitioners here, but there has never been a person like the Emperor of the Central Plains who can turn the entire world into his family's world. Everyone wants to become stronger, to climb up, to obtain more, but they are also afraid of losing what they have now. We have big chieftains, small chieftains, big-headed people, and small-headed people. Everyone has their own territory and people. Whoever wants to annex someone else's territory and people will receive the hostility of all the other chieftains and chieftains. They are worried that you will become their enemy, so everyone will unite to suppress you. If we want to challenge a stronger chieftain, we have to unite all the other stronger chieftains. But if we do that, the ones who will benefit are the stronger chieftains, so why do we have to go through all the trouble? If we don't unite with the chieftains who are stronger than us, whoever wants to make a move will be treated as a black sheep by all the other stronger chieftains. Because of this, whether it is intentional or not, everyone will work together to maintain the order of inheritance here and not want it to change. This is the reason why the great aristocratic families in the southwest have not declined for 1,000 years. But it is different now. We have the right time, the right place, and the right people. Brother Wen, there is no better opportunity. The more Yun Xian spoke, the more agitated he became. He jumped up and said with spittle flying, now, the biggest protectors of order in the Yarrow State area are the Zun and Meng families. Our families are second only to them. With the imperial court supporting us, we can at least ensure that the other large clans won't dare to interfere. If we fail, there is still the imperial court's army. If we let go of such an opportunity, the heavens will not tolerate it. The ancestors of your Wen family will not forgive you. Wen Hao took a deep breath and said, you believe Huang Jingrong's words. You think the imperial court will send troops? Yun Xian said, have you not heard of the power of the imperial censor? The emperor listens to everything the imperial censor says. Whoever they say is a rebel will be finished. Wen Hao said, but I heard that Lai Junchen was demoted and the imperial censor is not as good as before. Yun Xian said, Lai Junchen has fallen, but the imperial censor hasn't. This can be seen from the imperial envoy inspecting the area to investigate the rebellion. Wen Hao was silent. Yun Xian said, "The most important thing is that we have a way out. If we lose, there is still the imperial court. If the imperial court isn't willing to send troops, then we can throw out Huang Jingrong to appease the public. We can attack and retreat. What is there for us to be afraid of? At worst, we will just lose some troops. But compared to the benefits we might gain, isn't it worth it? We will change the situation here that hasn't changed for 1,000 years." Wen Hao was moved. He raised his head, and a sharp light shot out of his eyes. "You are right. I'll take the gamble." The imperial censor was driven to desperate action and fabricated a rebellion to gain self-respect. Zhong Jianji wanted to take advantage of the situation and burn all these bastards in one fell swoop. Wen Hao and Yun Xian wanted to take advantage of the situation and use the imperial court's power to challenge the class system in the southwest that hasn't changed for 1,000 years. Isn't that also a risk? Who says we don't have an adventurous spirit? Our officialdom is a paradise for adventurers. Huang Jingrong looked at the beauty on the silk for a long time and wrote a poem for her. A single braid tied with red ribbons, a full head of brocade makes her exceptionally beautiful. Tassels peeking at the beauty, clouds at her temples secretly drawing her bangs back. White robes with tight sleeves pity Erhai Lake, a crimson-red collar twirling around Kang Mountain. After writing the poem, Huang Jingrong stroked his beard in contentment and smiled in intoxication. Chapter 520. The crisp and hurried sound of horse hooves rang out on the mountain path. The soldiers on the watchtower picked up their bows and arrows and vigilantly looked into the distance. There were tall watchtowers built at the four corners of the village. They had a wide field of vision and could see everything in their surroundings. From the tall watchtower, they could see a brown horse galloping on the mountain path like an arrow. The person on the horse shook the whip in the air and then lashed it on the horse's buttocks in a very rhythmic manner. With each lash of the whip, the horse's speed increased. "It's the second steward." A sharp-eyed soldier was the first to shout, "Open the gate, the second steward has returned." The wooden gate with a spear-like fence on the top half of the gate opened. The middle-aged man on the horse whipped the horse again and charged into the village. This was Kaori's village. Kaori ruled over a large area of land and countless people. However, his village and people were scattered in all kinds of places, such as river valleys, mountains, and plains. The village that the Kaori family's chieftains lived in was only slightly larger than the other villages. Limited by the production of the land, it was impossible to gather too many people here. At this time, Kaori had just returned from inspecting his village and fields. On his land, the chieftains were revered by his people like gods. No one dared to offend the chieftain's authority. However, the prerequisite was that the chieftain had to let everyone have food to eat. If the chieftain didn't let his people have enough to eat, it would bring him great danger. The chieftain didn't just own the land and gave it to his people to farm. He had to manage the spring plowing and autumn harvesting. A long time ago, there was once a chieftain who didn't choose the best seeds to distribute to his people during the spring plowing. As a result, the crops didn't grow well. When pests appeared in the summer, he didn't take any effective measures to eliminate them. As a result, there was no harvest in the autumn. Another chieftain who had a grudge against him took the opportunity to lead his troops to attack him. The chieftains on this piece of land and even the headmen under the same chieftain would often have conflicts and fights. However, they all purposely controlled the scale of the fights. Once it got out of hand, even if they didn't want to stop, the other chieftains and headmen would interfere. But this time, before the other chieftains and headmen could interfere, the chieftain who sent the troops successfully attacked the enemy's stronghold and killed his entire family. Because when his troops arrived, the other chieftains' commoners knelt down and surrendered. No one resisted, and no one went to protect their chieftain. In the end, the chieftains who hurriedly interfered could only choose a chieftain from the immediate family of the slain chieftain to inherit his position. This incident was taken as a lesson by all the chieftains. They would talk about it again and again to their chosen successor, telling him the importance of land, food, and people. Kaori had also grown up listening to this story. He gave people the impression that he was a crude and barbaric old man, but in his village, he was a leader and an elder who loved his people and cared for everything they did. The Bai man's customs were similar to the Han people. They mainly farmed, raised silkworms, weaved cloth, and fished. They also had a small amount of livestock. The most important thing for them every year was the arrangements for spring plowing, but the control of drought and pests in the summer was also very important. This year, there was plenty of rain, so there was no need to worry about drought. What Kaori was most concerned about was the pests. He had just returned from the fields. The crops planted by his people were growing very well this year. He had drilled into the fields to take a closer look. The effects of the pests were minimal. When Kaori rode back to his stronghold, he still had a satisfied smile on his face. Along the way, his clansmen would respectfully stop in their tracks and bow to him. Kaori sat on his horse and straightened his back. He solemnly nodded to his people to return the greeting. At this time, a fast horse galloped over. Kaori glanced at the person and jokingly scolded, "It really is Long Fei. This kid likes to be rash." The man riding the horse into the stronghold also saw him. The horse quickly galloped toward him. When there was still 6 or 7 jong between them, the man hurriedly pulled on the reins. The fine horse neighed and reared. When its front feet touched the ground again, the man had already run in front of Fumioki. He bowed deeply and took out an invitation from his bosom. He said to Kaori, "Chieftain Daran, the imperial envoy sent by the court has invited Chieftain Daran to Yaoju City to discuss the capture of the traitors. Because the banquet is set for tomorrow, your servant was worried that I would miss the banquet, so I immediately rushed back." When Kaori heard that Huang Jingrong had summoned him, his face immediately darkened. The second steward, Long Fei, respectfully presented the invitation. Kaori grabbed the letter in his hand and looked at Long Fei, saying, "I heard that during the banquet, all the chieftains were very unhappy." Long Fei respectfully said, "Yes. That imperial envoy probably thinks of himself as the emperor of the Central Plains and all of our chieftains are his slaves. He is very rude and all of the chieftains are very angry at his rude actions." Kaori increased his tone and said in a loud and rough voice, "What imperial envoy? He is just a greedy hyena, a savage jackal. In his eyes, there is only gold, women, and power. Traitors plotting a rebellion? Those pitiful traitors plotting a rebellion? What a great joke! Only the empress, who sat in a palace made of gold and acted like a tyrant, who listened to the flattery of a few close servants, who never personally inspected her people, and who never went to see the harvest of her land, would believe such stupid word. Long Fei, if I remember correctly, your son's wife is a traitor woman, right?" Long Fei beamed and said, "Yes. My Daran, she is really a good woman. She is beautiful, diligent, and especially filial to the elderly. The rarest thing is that she is literate like you, chieftain. That son of mine is really lucky. She is already pregnant, and I will be holding my grandson soon." Kaori laughed loudly and said, "Then tell me, will she plot a rebellion? Should she be dragged to be beheaded?" Long Fei was furious and his eyes turned red. How could such a docile and good woman rebel? She is still pregnant with my, Long Fei's, grandson. If any damned Han official dares to drag her to be beheaded, Long Fei will fight him to the death. Kaori laughed loudly and did not even open the invitation. He directly tore it into pieces and threw it into the air. Then, he turned his horse and galloped towards the rock house he lived in. Yun Xian hurriedly found when Hoan said in a low voice, "Kaori is not willing to come." When Hao asked nervously, could it be that he discovered something? Yun Xian said angrily, "Discovered my ass. I have already asked around." He was tricked by this Huang Jingrong in Feng province and was only let go after being blackmailed. It would be strange if he was willing to come again. When Hao paced around the room nervously and asked again, "Is that Meng Zhezhu willing to come?" Yun Xian said, "It's not like you don't know that Meng Zhezhu has always liked to compete with Kaori. If Kaori doesn't come, wouldn't he be lowering his own status if he came?" Wen Hao punched his palm and was extremely vexed. Yun Xian comforted him, "You don't have to worry too much about it. I already said that this method is useless. Even if we capture their chieftain, their tribe will not use the surrender of the entire tribe in exchange for the chieftain's freedom. When the time comes, they will raise up a successor and use the banner of revenge for the chieftain. It will not be easy for us to clean up the mess. Wen Hao gritted his teeth and said, then there is no other way. We can only use force. Yun Xian said cheerfully, that's right. This is the only method we can use. Then shall we make our move tomorrow? Wen Hao nodded his head heavily and reminded, don't forget to first ask Imperial Censor Huang for a warrant. Yun Xian smiled knowingly and said, don't worry, I know. In the afternoon of the second day, the farmers were hard at work in the terraced fields on the hillside. The weather was still hot and the treetops were drooping weakly. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves could be heard in the distance. The farmers who were working in the fields looked into the distance and saw a few horses galloping in their direction. On the left, right, and behind the horses, there was a large group of soldiers holding spears and long blades. The farmers thought that it was a chieftain who had come to inspect their territory and quickly returned to their fields. They did not dare to raise their heads and were about to kneel down and kowtow to their master when the spears and blades wielding soldiers pounced on them like wolves and tigers. The ground was covered in blood and screams. The farmers were shocked to find that these masters were not the masters of their territory. Some of them quickly fled to the fields, mountains, and valleys. Some of them, because they still had wives and children to protect, clenched their teeth and pulled out their blades to fight for their lives. The people of this area were tough and intrepid. Whether it was to defend against possible bandits or wild beasts that suddenly appeared in the forest, a blade was an essential weapon. But the farmers were outnumbered. Soon, corpses were left on the ground and the others had all escaped. The farmers who had escaped back to the village had just told the chief what had happened in the fields. The chief ordered people to blow the horn and gather the young and strong people in the village to help. But those people had already rushed to the village with a murderous look. The village had been looted. Food, cattle, sheep, and everything of value had been forcibly taken away by the bandits and soldiers. Some of the bandits even carried some young and beautiful girls on their shoulders. Indescribably sorrowful and angry people cried on the ground, cursing and crying as they watched the bandits come and go in a hurry. Above the burning houses, sparks danced in the sky. This village belonged to the chieftain of the smoked period. It was said that this village sheltered the vagrants. After Yang Fan rushed to the city of Yaoju, he spent 2 days figuring out the power structure of Yaoju and some of the things that had happened after Huang Jingrong had arrived. However, Yang Fan still hadn't thought of a particularly appropriate way to discreetly incite a greater conflict between the Yaoju tribe and Huang Jingrong, incite them to stir up trouble, and also control the situation within a manageable range. At this time, Huang Jingrong had already impatiently launched an attack on the smoked period chieftain. Yang Fan had never thought that Huang Jingrong would actually be so cooperative. Before he had done anything, Huang Jingrong had already done everything. Moreover, she had done it better and more efficiently than him. Chapter 521. Similar conflicts continued to occur in the stronghold of Chieftain Xuanqi and Chieftain Zhezhu, who had suffered an unexpected calamity. The stronghold chiefs who had been robbed led the people who had lost their homes to seek refuge with their chieftains and cried out their grievances to the chieftain. After Xuanqi heard the news, his old face turned red with anger. He kicked the table so hard that it hit the opposite wall. How dare they? Wen Hao and Yun Xian, those two bastards, dare to openly send people to invade my territory and have designs on me. His eldest son, Xuanqi Wuba, angrily said, I rushed over to negotiate with their people. They said that the stronghold that was attacked was harboring traitors and that the imperial envoy had already obtained evidence. Helping the traitors is equivalent to rebelling and should be punished severely. The two chieftains were also forced by the imperial envoy and had no choice but to do this. They are ting. Xuanqi sneered. You can't hide from the next door even if you hide from the heavens and the earth. Do they think this old man is blind and can't see what they are planning and what they want to do? Xuanqi paced back and forth in the house. His sons, the chieftain, the housekeeper, and the chief of the stronghold stood inside and outside the house. They did not say a word as they waited for the chieftain's decision. Xuanqi suddenly stopped and loudly said, a treacherous neighbor is even more terrifying than a vicious enemy. The butcher's knife has already been extended to our chieftain. What else can we do other than counterattack? Xuanqi coldly swept his gaze over the people who were holding their breaths in front of him and shouted in an even louder voice, "Gather the troops and immediately counterattack." On the hillside, a dozen or so young women and girls were picking mulberry leaves. The sweet mountain song traveled to the fields at the foot of the mountain. An old man straightened his back in the fields and wiped the sweat off his forehead. As he listened to the song coming from the hillside, a serene smile appeared on his wrinkled face. Suddenly, a few horses galloped over from afar. The old man covered his eyes with his hand and looked into the distance. When he saw who it was, he couldn't help but cry out. He quickly covered his mouth and shouted to the people in the field, "The housekeeper is here, our housekeeper is here." Then he quickly picked up his hoe and ran to the field. The people ran out from the mountains and fields and knelt at the foot of the mountain. The steward pulled on the reins of his horse and said loudly to the people kneeling in front of him, "Go back and tell your chief that chieftain has decided to declare war on Chieftain Wenhao and Chieftain Yunxian. Tell all the men in your stronghold above the age of 14 and below the age of 55 to prepare their own weapons and rations. They are to arrive at Chieftain's stronghold before sunset tomorrow to await further orders." "Yes, yes. We will obey the chieftain's orders." The old farmer took the orders for the rest, and the steward spurred his horse and led his attendants to the next stockade. The farmers got up from the ground, and the old farmer gave a few words of advice. A half-grown child ran wildly into the stockade. Similar scenes were staged in every stronghold. The warriors of the white barbarians gathered in the stronghold from all directions. Originally there were only about 2,000 residents in the stronghold, but by the evening of the second day, there were already 30,000 warriors gathered. There were even more people coming from all directions with torches in their hands. Some were riding horses, some were walking. Ever since Chieftain Yunchuan's Blue Water Stockade had sent troops to attack Chieftain Yunchuan's stockade, they had increased their security. During the day, they had to send people to keep watch from afar while doing farm work, and at night, they had to increase the number of people patrolling the stockade by several times. At midnight, all sorts of strange sounds suddenly came from the dark forest. The birds flew up in fright, the wild beasts ran through the forest, and the strong men guarding the stockade raised their bows and arrows, looking around in fear. In the dark night, the mournful sound of the swana, the desolate sound of a bugle horn, and the hurried sound of a clapper suddenly rang out. One torch lit up, and then countless torches. The countless torches were like countless stars in the night sky suddenly falling into the mortal world, and the entire stockade was surrounded by a sea of stars. The bamboo bow in the hands of the stockade chief fell to the ground with a clatter. He was a brave warrior, and he had not been afraid even when he faced a pie bear alone. At this moment, it was not because he was afraid of death, but because he was in despair. He could not imagine how the stockade could be defended against so many enemies. Similar counterattacks were taking place in each of the strongholds. The foreign merchants with a keen sense of smell had already realized that the war this time seemed to be unusual. Although the flames of war had not spread to Yaoju City, they had already packed up all of their assets in advance and began to flee the city. No one noticed that the most loyal stewards of Chieftain Wenhao and Chieftain Yunxian had also brought along some of their trusted subordinates to load the mountains of gold, silver, and jewelry that had been accumulated by the two great families over thousands of years onto yak carts. They were sandwiched between the merchant carts as they left Yarrow State City. Even though the Black Man tribe had also been attacked, their losses were not as great as the White Man tribe. This was because the Black Man tribe was mainly nomadic. Their tribe was spread out far from the large city of Darfu, and their people were scattered. Therefore, the warriors of Yunxian and Wenhao's tribes first attacked the neighboring White Man tribe. The Black Man tribe did not speak Chinese like the White Man tribe, and like the people of the grasslands, most of them used cow and sheep skins as clothing. More accurately speaking, the Black Man tribe were the indigenous people of the area, and most of the White Man tribe were Han people who had been transformed into barbarians. This was also why the White Man tribe had a higher level of culture than the Black Man tribe and mainly relied on farming and sericulture as their main economic model. Because the great chieftain of the Black Man tribe, Meng Zhezhu, ruled over a large area and his subordinates were nomads who lived by water and grass, his whereabouts were not very certain. Usually, it was very difficult to find him, but this time was different. Because the imperial envoy of the Great Zhou dynasty had arrived, Wen Hao had already sent someone to invite him. Even though Meng Zhezhu did not come, he did not immediately return to the depths of the grasslands. Instead, he stayed in a tribe that was relatively close to Yarrow State City, so Xuanqi found him very easily. "Haha, Honorable Chieftain Xuanqi, what a rare guest. Why have you come to my place?" When Xuanqi walked into Meng Zhezhu's tall building that was made of bamboo and wood, Meng Zhezhu was sitting cross-legged, holding a bowl of hand-grabbed mutton and chewing. Large pieces of mutton with bones were stewed until soft and tender, plump and salty. Meng Zhezhu grabbed both ends of the mutton bone with both hands. His big face was almost buried in the meat, and his cheeks were greasy from eating. Xuanqi walked in front of him and sat cross-legged. His expression was abnormally serious. "This old man has come to find you to discuss the matter of sending troops together." Meng Zhezhu's big face was still buried in the meat bone, and he was eating until it was watery. Xuanqi slammed his fist on the table and shouted, "Zhezhu, you little bastard, did you hear what this old man said?" Meng Zhezhu raised his head from the meat bone. Although this big man's movements were rough, he had thick eyebrows and big eyes, but he was actually a talented person. His face was full of heroic spirit, and his beard was like a halberd, which added a bit of power to him. This kind of big man was far more like a big-headed person of a tribe than Xuanqi. However, his expression was a bit lazy, and his beard and cheeks were covered in greasy gravy, which somewhat affected his heroic spirit. Looking at his age, this Meng Zhezhu was at most in his early 30s, so it was no wonder that Xuanqi would call him little brat when he was angry. Meng Zhezhu laughed and said, "Heh, you white nightmare people have always looked down on us black nightmare people. I didn't think that you would actually be willing to ally with us this time. What is even more unexpected is that you, Chieftain Xuanqi, would actually personally come to see a junior like me." Xuanqi did not pay attention to his teasing, and said solemnly, "You don't need to pretend. I know that your clansmen have also been plundered by them before. With your Meng family's temperament, it would be strange if you were willing to endure this kind of humiliation." Xuanqi paused, and then said, "You should be able to see that although that bastard imperial envoy wants to stir up trouble here, this is also an attempt by the Yun and Wen families to challenge the status of our two families. If I lose, do you think there will be any benefits for you at that time?" Meng Zhezhu chuckled and grabbed a large towel to wipe his face, then his hands. He threw the towel on the table and said unconcernedly, "Those two idiots Wen Hao and Yun Shen think that Xuanqi Chu has already become a toothless tiger, but I know that Xuanqi Chu's fangs and claws are still sharp. They are not a match for you." Xuanqi calmly said, "Why do they dare to make a move against this old man? It is not because they think that I am old, but because behind them stands the imperial envoy of the court. If I endure this kind of humiliation, I will never be able to raise my head in Yarrow province again. If I can't endure it, I am not afraid of them allying together. However, although that imperial envoy is greedy and cruel, he is not a muddle-headed person. I am afraid that when they made their move, they had already begun to ask for troops from the court. If the court sends troops, I will not be able to do anything alone. If I am swallowed up, you will not have an easy time either. Without wood, you cannot build a house, and without neighbors, you will not be able to live well." Meng Zhezhu's expression became serious and said, "If the neighbors are safe, then you will also be safe. This principle, I understand. Tribe leader Xuanqi wants to form an alliance with my tribe, that is fine. However, I have a condition." Xuanqi said, "Speak." Meng Zhezhu said, "I want your daughter, Lady Zun to be my woman." Xuanqi's expression became serious, but Meng Zhezhu did not avoid it. His expression was very serious. Xuanqi stared at him for a long time, then slowly said, "She is my most beloved daughter." Meng Zhezhu said, "And the most beautiful golden flower in tribe leader Xuanqi." Xuanqi said, "If you want to marry her, that is fine, but she must become a bumpkin, queen." Meng Zhezhu grinned widely, "Of course. My bumpkin died of illness last year, not even leaving behind a child for me. If Zun becomes my woman, not only will she be a bumpkin of my barbarian 7 tribes, but if she gives birth to a son for me, he will become the tribe leader in the future." The men of the barbarian tribe never did things sloppily, and matters of life and death could be decided in a few words. Xuanqi did not say anything else, directly extending her right hand to Meng Zhezhu. It is a deal. Pa. 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 The 3 claps of hands were more effective than an oath of undying love, more authoritative than an official letter with the imperial seal. The 2 strongest tribes in the Yarrow State region had officially joined hands. A single spark burned into a raging inferno, and the 2 raging infernos combined into a huge fire that soared into the night. On the 3rd day of the alliance between the White Barbarians and the Barbarians, Yarrow State City was breached. Tribe leader Wen Hao and tribe leader Yun Xian took imperial envoy Huang Jingrong and fled in panic, fleeing into the Wen family's nest deep in the mountains. The series of changes in the Yarrow State region confused Yang Fan. He had not done a single thing he wanted to do, but everything had developed according to his expectations. In fact, it had developed even faster and more thoroughly than he had imagined. When Yarrow State City was breached, Yang Fan finally came to his senses. He felt that he could not continue watching like this. He should act immediately. He had originally come to Yarrow State to light the fire, but now it had become extinguish the fire. He had to extinguish the huge fire that the stupid pig Huang Jingrong had ignited. Chapter 522. When Yang Fan decided to take action, he realized how difficult it was for a person to do something in the chaos of war. This was not as simple as he and Zhong Zhenji had thought it would be. Wait for the conflict to intensify and the brute tribe to rebel, then find their leader, understand the pros and cons, and persuade them to stop fighting. Then, use this opportunity to write a letter to impeach the imperial envoy office. Using the backlash from the local people, they could force the empress to use the imperial envoy office as a scapegoat and quell the anger of the world. Now that the brute tribe had really rebelled, the first thing Yang Fan had to do was find their leader. Just this was not an easy task. Everywhere was chaos. The soldiers that Wen Hao and Yun Xian did not have time to take with them split up and fought guerrilla warfare with the soldiers of the White Brute Tribe and the Black Brute Tribe. The armies of both sides were usually farmers, woodcutters, fishermen, and shepherds. There was no discipline to speak of. In addition, they had to rely on themselves for all their supplies. If the armies were too concentrated, they would not be able to find enough food to fill their stomachs. So, other than the stage of attacking Yarrowju City, the armies of both sides were split up and fought scattered. This kind of fighting style was very suitable for the tribes here. The scale of this kind of battle was not small for the brute tribe, but in the eyes of Yang Fan, who had already seen large armies fight, it was not worth mentioning. But this kind of battle was actually more suitable for the mountainous and river-filled terrain. Small groups of troops could move nimbly, and it was convenient to resupply. It was far from what an entire army could compare to. The imperial court's troops actually had this concern when they used their troops here. Their military superiority could not be displayed here, and they would be dragged to death by the guerrilla warfare that was everywhere. This kind of scattered fighting that occurred everywhere created great difficulties for travelers, especially for a foreigner like Yang Fan who had been born in this place. It was even more difficult for him to move. He had underestimated Huang Jingrong's ability to cause trouble. When he hurried to Yarrowju, before he could even catch his breath, Huang Jingrong had forced Sun Qi to rebel. Yang Fan had just returned from the Southeast Sea. He did not understand the lingering sense of superiority that people like Huang Jingrong had. The arrogance and contempt of the imperial envoy towards the barbarians were not limited to Huang Jingrong. In the various borderlands, there were many people who could drive the barbarian chiefs like dogs. Even in the Tang dynasty, which was the most tolerant of other races, and Li Shimin had made it a national policy to barbarians are one family, this was not uncommon. Yang Fan spent 2 days to not find the Zunqi chieftain of the White Brute Tribe and was instead suspected to be a spy by a few Brute Tribe soldiers who did not understand the language. If he was not skilled, he would have been killed. Just when Yang Fan was at his wit's end, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. The soldiers of Fengju, Rongzhou, and Lingnan rushed to Yarrowju to quell the rebellion. When the White Brute Tribe and the Black Brute Tribe heard the news, they immediately pulled back their troops and retreated to their original territory. Huang Jingrong turned around and swaggered back. In fact, the soldiers of Fengju, Rongzhou, and Lingnan did not come so quickly. Otherwise, Sun Qi and Meng Zhezhu's troops would have reached the border of Fengju and would not have been able to retreat so easily. After all, the army of the imperial court was well trained, and the generals were well versed in the art of war. These tribal soldiers, who had only experienced small-scale conflicts, could not be compared to them. As long as the army of the imperial court pursued and blocked them in an orderly manner, they would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Fengju, Rongzhou, and Lingnan had indeed sent troops, but not many. When Huang Jingrong decided to plunder the White Brute tribe and the Black Brute tribe's stronghold and provoke them, she had already quickly asked for help from the generals stationed in Fengju, Rongzhou, and Lingnan. She said that they had discovered that the people suspected of rebelling were being protected by the Brute tribe. The Brute tribe had ulterior motives and might attack the imperial envoy of the imperial court. She asked the generals of the 3 regions to send troops to help suppress the situation. After the generals of the 3 regions received the imperial envoy's letter, they each sent a guard to Yaoju as reinforcements. Because it was just a precaution and they were not sure that the Brute tribe would rebel, the purpose of sending troops was only to strengthen the imperial envoy's reputation and intimidate the other regions not to act rashly, so they did not send a lot of troops. But when they were halfway there, Yaoju was already a pile of rubble. Huang Jingrong fled to Wenhao's stronghold and sent out a messenger to contact the reinforcements. When she heard that the reinforcements had arrived, she immediately got in touch with them and raised a banner, claiming that Fengju, Rongzhou, and Lingnan had each sent 30,000 troops, a total of 90,000 soldiers to Yaoju. The White Brute tribe and the Black Brute tribe did not know the details and could only retreat in a hurry. These 3 reinforcements were weak in strength and were only bluffing. They did not dare to split up their troops to avoid being taken advantage of by the Brute tribe. So the White Brute tribe and the Black Brute tribe calmly retreated to their territory, and the imperial court soldiers also recaptured the city of Yaoju without shedding any blood. This unexpected incident created an opportunity for young Fan. Since the White Brute tribe and the Black Brute tribe had retreated and their troops were concentrated in one place, it would be much easier for him to find the enemy's chieftain. And now that the imperial court's army had the upper hand, it created the best opportunity for him to negotiate. Thinking of this, Yang Fan immediately rushed to the White Brute tribe's stronghold. The place Yang Fan chose was the White River tribe. This was the White Brute tribe's stronghold closest to Yaoju. The last time Yang Fan came from Yaoju, he had asked the people of this tribe for directions and even asked for a drink of water from one of their girls. Yang Fan had a very good impression of them and felt that the people of this tribe were very friendly. Perhaps it would be very easy for him to contact their chieftain, Korori, through their chief. Yang Fan led his horse and stood on the hillside, silently looking at the paddy fields in front of him. Standing on the hillside and looking down, the irregular paddy fields looked even more like the surface of a broken mirror. The white clouds of Lantien were still reflected in the water, but they had already lost the poetic atmosphere. This was because the originally neat bunches of rice in the paddy fields were now crooked. Some were completely collapsed in the water, while others struggled to raise their heads. It was a scene of desolation. In the distance, there were no fishermen casting nets on the jade-like river, and there were no boatmen rowing boats. There were no girls carrying water on the winding mountain road, and even less of that sweet and moving song. Yang Fan walked slowly. Suddenly, he stopped and squatted down to take a look. There was a puddle of black and purple congealed substance on the ground. It was dried blood. Yang Fan let out a light sigh and looked around. He then walked along the path that he had taken the other day. Whoosh! As soon as the sound entered his ears, Yang Fan quickly dodged and at the same time, held his saber horizontally in front of his chest. An arrow suddenly stabbed into the ground 3 feet in front of him. A loud shout came from the forest. It was spoken in the local language, and Yang Fan did not understand what the other party was shouting. Yang Fan was secretly shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, the other party's arrow was of a warning nature. Otherwise, with the speed of the arrow and the cover of the branches and leaves of the forest, it would have been difficult for him to dodge. 7 or 8 mountain people suddenly emerged from the forest with spears in their hands. They were dressed in white, but it was unknown how they hid themselves. Even with Yang Fan's sharp senses, he did not notice any clues. The mountain people here were indeed natural forest combat experts. Their concealment technique could perfectly conceal their body and breath. Even the most sensitive beasts could not easily detect them, let alone humans. Don't attack. I have an important matter to discuss with your chief. As soon as Yang Fan saw someone appear, he immediately put away his saber and raised his hands to show that he was not hostile. At the same time, he shouted at the top of his lungs. Unexpectedly, when the other party heard his voice, they became angry. It's a Han. He must be Huang Jingrong's man. Kill him. The main body of the white barbarians were originally Han people. It was just that they had lived in the area for a long time and had become barbarian. However, they had not forgotten their mother tongue. As soon as they heard Yang Fan speak in Chinese, the people immediately switched to Chinese. Some shouted in surprise, some turned to report to the distant forest, and some could not hold back and pounced on Yang Fan with red eyes. Don't attack. I'm not Huang Jingrong's man. Yang Fan did not want to fight back, so he could only dodge to the side and very nimbly avoided the 3 spears. The other mountain people saw that Yang Fan was skilled and actually rushed over together. 7 or 8 spears fiercely stabbed at him. Yang Fan could only retreat to the side of the forest and continued to shout, I have an important matter to discuss with your chief, don't attack. Whoosh. As Yang Fan retreated, he suddenly tripped, as if he had tripped on a rope. Yang Fan was shocked. He had been in Southeast Asia for a long time and had personally made and even set up traps and hidden weapons to capture beasts, so he was not unfamiliar with these things. Sure enough, a bamboo racket full of sharp bamboo stakes pounced towards him. If he was hit by it, his body would immediately have more than a dozen see-through holes. At this time, behind him, 7 or 8 sharp spears were also thrusting towards him. On the other side, there was a big tree on one side, and on the other side was an open field. In a split second, Yang Fan immediately thought that if it was him, he would definitely dig a big hole in the open field and stick sharp bamboo in it. These mountain people were skilled hunters and would not have thought of this, so he immediately rushed towards the big tree. He was so fast that it seemed like he was going to crash into the thick tree. The bamboo racket hit empty air and the spears also missed their target. Yang Fan rushed towards the bottom of the tree. Just as he was about to crash into the tree, he exerted force with both feet on the ground and wanted to use the momentum to jump up to the top of the tree. In the end, with a tap of his foot, a large net suddenly sprang up from the dead leaves and branches, trapping him within. The rope quickly tightened and his whole body was suspended in the air. Yang Fan still had a knife in his hand. He immediately pulled it out and looked down. Then he obediently sheathed the knife and gave up resisting. Another 7 or 8 mountain people rushed out from below, holding simple bamboo boughs in their hands. They were pointing at him who was trapped in the net. It was impossible for him to avoid these arrows while he was trapped in the net. The bamboo bows and arrows used by these mountain people were much more powerful than the bows and arrows used by the Tang and northern nomads. Even if they hit the human body, they would not penetrate too deeply. But Yang Fan knew that the power of the southern people's arrows did not lie in the arrow itself, but in the various strange poisons on the arrowheads. Even if it was just a scratch, it was enough to take his life. This was far more terrifying than a real hard crossbow. The only thing Yang Fan could do was to shout, "Don't do it. I have something to discuss with your chief. I know your little princess Zun-Er. I also know Miss Zun-Er's sister-in-law." Chapter 523. The stronghold was backed by a green mountain with steep cliffs on both sides. Behind it was a mountain peak that pierced through the clouds. With Yang Fan's eyesight, he could tell at a glance that the stronghold was easy to defend and hard to attack. If a stone fortress was built here, with enough food and soldiers, even an army of 100,000 would have a hard time taking it down. But it was easier said than done. The stronghold was not big and it was not an important military location. It did not have the ability to build a stone fortress, nor was it necessary to spend generations to build a stone fortress. The walls of the stronghold were built with bamboo, wood, and earth according to the terrain of the mountain. It was not very tall, and its main purpose was to prevent wild beasts from entering. Yang Fan thought of the girls he had seen with their backs against the water. He guessed that there was no running water in this stronghold that was built on a high mountain. Without a water source, no matter how sturdy the fortress was, no matter how much food and soldiers there were inside, it would not be able to defend it for long. The stronghold gate was made of wood and was very rough. It was not even planed flat. It could be seen that the gate had just been repaired. Walking into the stronghold, one could see that many of the houses were half collapsed in ashes. There were charred beams and blackened walls. It was obvious that this place had just suffered a military disaster not long ago. Some of the commoners were cleaning up the rubble. The atmosphere in the stronghold was a little oppressive. When they saw someone carrying a large net back with a person wrapped in it like a fish, they did not have any special reactions. They only glanced at him indifferently and then continued with their own work. Yang Fan grabbed the rough net with both hands and looked at the situation in the stronghold. An indescribable anger filled his chest. He was carried to a large hall that was still in good condition. There were many marks of knives and axes on the pillars of the hall. A beam that could only be reached by climbing a ladder had a few bamboo arrows stuck in it. It seemed like there was no time to clean them up. From the remnants of the scene, one could imagine how intense the battle had been. Yang Fan was released from the net. Of course, before he was untied, his hands and feet were tied up tightly with beef tendons like a pig's trotters. Then, he was hung upside down on the beam with a rope. Yang Fan did not resist. Since the other party had carried him back, his life was temporarily safe. As long as he could see their chief and explain the situation, he believed that the situation would immediately change. There were no walls in the hall, so it was quite cool to be inside. The only flaw was that there was no wine to serve the guests. Yang Fan was hung upside down in the hall, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. A burly man with a hint of hostility between his brows slowly walked in front of him, coldly sizing him up. The man asked, "Who are you?" "You know our Miss Sun." Yang Fan said, "That's right. I am Miss Sun's friend. I'm not a spy sent by Huang Jingrong. I'm here to see your chief. I have something important to discuss with him. Our chief has died in battle. There's no chief here now. If you have something to say it to me." The burly man's voice was a little gloomy. When Yang Fan heard this, his heart sank. He had already understood the power structure of the tribes in the Yaoju region. At the rank of chief, it was not hereditary. The chief was a highly respected clansman elected by the people of the village. After being confirmed by the chief or headman, he would become the chief of the village. If the original chief had died, before the chief or headman confirmed it, no one in the village would dare to call themselves the chief and take charge of the affairs of the village. That would be looking down on the chief. Since the person in front of him had come out to ask him questions, he should be someone with some prestige in the village. However, it was impossible for him to have the authority to interfere with official matters. Yang Fan frowned and said, "Then, can you get in touch with your chief? My matter is very important. It concerns the survival of your tribe. This matter can only be discussed with your chief. I can't tell you the details." The burly man seemed to have heard an absurd joke and laughed loudly. "Do you know how busy our chief is right now? Do you know how much work we have to do in our village? Just because of one word from you, I have to invite the chief to see you. Or even travel through mountains and rivers to send you to see the chief." The burly man pulled out a sharp short knife from his waist and said coldly, "If you really have something important to say, then say it immediately. Otherwise, I won't waste my breath with you. I'll kill you with one slash and throw you into the ravine to feed the wolves. I'm a friend of your Miss Sun." The burly man laughed coldly. "You think I'll believe you just because you say it? How could Miss Sun know you? Even I've only seen her twice." As the two were talking, a pretty girl walked in with a water basket on her back. She put down the basket and poured a ladle of water. She said to the burly man, "Brother Qingshan, drink some water." As the girl spoke, she glanced at Yang Fan and suddenly let out a soft cry. She cried out involuntarily, "How come it's you?" The person she called Brother Qingshan looked at her with a sharp gaze and asked, "You know him?" The girl nodded and said, "Yes, he passed by here a few days ago and asked us for directions." Brother Qingshan immediately asked, "How many people were with him and what was he wearing?" The girl said, "He was alone. He was wearing clothes for traveling and even had a saddlebag. He asked us for directions to Yarrow State City. Brother Qingshan looked at Yang Fan again. Although there was still some suspicion in his eyes, his voice had already softened. You really aren't one of Huang Jingrong's people or the lackey of Wenhao and Yun Xian? Then tell me, what is it? Yang Fan hesitated for a moment and said, this is very important. There cannot be too many people involved. Do you really want to hear it? Brother Qingshan frowned slightly and said, don't be deliberately mystifying. What is your identity? Yang Fan said in a deep voice, I am an imperial envoy. An imperial envoy sent by the imperial court. What? The able-bodied men who were scattered all around immediately rushed forward and glared at Yang Fan with hatred in their eyes. Huang Jingrong and I are not on the same side. I'm here to supervise his actions in Jiannan, Yang Fan said with a deep voice. Just as the burly man was feeling bewildered, he suddenly heard a clear female voice calling out, Jiao Qingshan. Brother Qingshan looked up and his face lit up with joy. He hurriedly led his men forward and greeted respectfully, young miss. Yang Fan was tied up in the air and could not see what was happening behind him. He only heard the female voice say, father, elder brother, and the other headmen are busy and could not send anyone over in time. They asked me to bring some men to help guard the village. Has your chief died in battle? Jiao Qingshan grunted in response. The female voice said loudly, what are you looking so dejected for? Who doesn't die? Whoever killed our men will be punished with weapons. Who is this person? Is he one of Wenhao and Yun Xian's soldiers? Jiao Qingshan said, no, this person passed through our territory and was captured by us. At first, he said that he knew you and I scared him with a knife. He then said that he is an imperial envoy from the Great Jew and has important matters to discuss with our chieftain. I am not sure which part of his words is true. I am currently interrogating him. Oh! Yang Fan heard the rustling of footsteps and from the corner of his eye, he saw a pretty figure. The lady slowly turned to face him. Yang Fan's limbs were dangling in the air in a ridiculous manner. His eyes followed the figure of the lady and when their eyes met, Yang Fan cried out in surprise, Miss Sun. This lady was Sun. She was dressed in a white blouse, a red waistcoat, blue pants, and white shoes. She was clean and pretty and she wore a crescent white hat with a white tassel hanging down her shoulders. She was as beautiful as a mountain spring. Holding onto her horsewhip, she looked at Yang Fan in astonishment. After a long while, she exclaimed, it's you? Jiao Qingshan asked, Miss, do you really know him? Zuna looked at Yang Fan and then at Jiao Qingshan. She used her horsewhip to lightly tap Yang Fan's shoulder and asked, you said he is an imperial envoy from the Great Jew? Jiao Qingshan said, he said it himself. Zuna snorted and raised her little yarrow nose. She said in disdain, imperial envoy? Pa. This is a swindler, a big swindler who goes around swindling people. What? Jiao Qingshan was furious. He drew his knife and said, I will kill him. Slow down, slow down. Zuna used the tip of her whip to gently push Jiao Qingshan's knife away. She smiled at Yang Fan and said, big swindler, you are quite daring. You didn't get any benefits from my sister-in-law and you actually came to Yarrowju to swindle people. In Yarrowju, you are a fugitive. In Yarrowju, you become an imperial envoy. That is incredible. If you continue to head south, won't you become the emperor when you reach Nanjiao? Yang Fan smiled bitterly and said, Miss Sun, I really am an imperial envoy from the Great Jew. Shut up. Zuna glared at him. Her little nose wrinkled up. Will you die if you don't brag? Looking at you, I know that you are not someone sent by Huang Jingrong. You are afraid that you will be killed by the people in the stronghold. That is why you are speaking nonsense, right? All right, all right. Stop pretending. Seeing that you are acquainted with my sister-in-law, I will not make things difficult for you. Zuna waved her little hand and ordered Jiao Qingshan, put him down first. This is a swindler who goes around swindling food and drinks. He is not someone extraordinary. Yes. Jiao Qingshan replied. He waved his hand and 4 strong men came forward to untie Yang Fan. Yang Fan's feet landed on the ground. His hands were still tied behind his back. He said to Sun Miss Sun, to tell you the truth, I am indeed an imperial envoy from the imperial court. Sun handsomely crossed her arms. Her hand stroked her smooth and round chin. She teased, oh. So what do you want in coming here, Sir Imperial Envoy? Is it gold or women? Or both? Aren't you Han people all so greedy? Humph. You still dare to talk nonsense. Do you believe that I will not whip you? Yang Fan sighed. The imperial edict is in my belt. If Miss does not believe me, you can take a look. Sun black eyes turned. She suspiciously said, go and untie his belt. Yang Fan was now dressed in civilian clothes. His belt was only a sweatband. It was not old. A village guard went forward to untie the sweatband around Yang Fan's waist. He shook his hand and a yellow silk cloth floated down. The village guard bent down to pick it up and presented it to Sun. Sun took the yellow silk cloth and looked at it. It was the back. There was an exquisite golden embroidered pattern of 2 dragons playing with a pearl. Sun's expression became serious. She turned the yellow silk cloth over and looked at it carefully. She slowly raised her face. Her pretty face was covered with a layer of frost. Sun said with hostility, you are indeed from the imperial court. Why did you come to our village? At this moment, a shrill shout suddenly rang out in the distance. The entire village was immediately in an uproar. Someone grabbed a spear and ran towards the village wall. As he ran, he shouted, enemy attack! Enemy attack! Clanging sounds rang out incessantly in the hall as the stockade keepers drew their sabers one after another and surrounded Yang Fan like a pack of vicious wolves. Chapter 524. Wait. Sun stopped the restless bandits and said to Jiao Qingshan, the White River Stronghold doesn't have a chief. I will now officially appoint you as the chief of the White River Stronghold. Immediately bring some men to the stronghold. If there are enemies, you must repel them. Jiao Qingshan said excitedly, yes. As long as Jiao Qingshan is alive, don't even think about letting an enemy step into our stronghold. Don't worry, miss. After Jiao Qingshan finished speaking, he picked up his steel saber and rushed to the stronghold. Sun turned to Yang Fan and said in a low voice, what's going on? Yang Fan said, how would I know? You should understand that this has nothing to do with me. As an imperial envoy, I have no reason to be a spy. Moreover, Yang Fan coldly swept his eyes over the aggressive soldiers and said, what's there to spy on in this stronghold? If you hadn't arrived just in time, I would have been killed by these reckless fellows. What could I have found out? Sun snorted, that's fine. Whatever you want to discuss with my father, we can talk about it later. Right now, your soldiers have already attacked the base of my stronghold. Make them retreat first. Yang Fan said, those are not my soldiers, they are Huang Jingrong's soldiers. I want to see your esteemed father for something important. Now that you have pushed me to the stronghold wall, the soldiers outside may not believe me. If news of me being here is exposed, it won't be a good thing for you. Sun said coldly, I don't know what tricks you court officials are playing, but since you say you are the imperial envoy supervising Huang Jingrong, why can't you retreat? He, the imperial envoy, has sent his soldiers, but you, the imperial envoy, can't retreat. If that's the case, what's there to discuss with you? This is a war, do you think it's a joke? Every moment you delay will mean more casualties in our stronghold. Are you going to retreat or not? Yang Fan said, Miss Sun, it's not that I don't want to retreat, but... Sun interrupted him and ordered the soldiers with a cold face, drag him to the stronghold wall. If the officials don't retreat, behead this imperial envoy. Miss Sun. Before Yang Fan could finish his words, he was rudely pushed out by the villagers. At the foot of the mountain was Wen Hao's army. After Wu Man and Bai Man joined forces to trap his Yarrow prefecture city, Wen Hao didn't dare to continue fighting and immediately escaped. When the army of the imperial court arrived, he returned to Yarrow prefecture city. In this battle, there were casualties on all sides. Now that white man and black man had retreated, Wen Hao's morale was greatly boosted. His subordinates' cries for revenge grew louder. Wen Hao had no choice but to put on a show to appease his subordinates. He could not command the troops and horses of the imperial court, but he was confident that with the imperial court's 3 guards in Yaoju, he did not have to worry about the rear, so he ordered his subordinates to attack the White River Stockade village to vent his anger. When Yang Fan arrived at the stronghold, the 2 sides were fighting fiercely. Although the mountain was dangerous, the walls of the stronghold were not high. Furthermore, the walls were built against the mountain, so they could be built however they wanted. Thus, they were not suitable for defending the city. Thus, the 2 sides did not have any necessary siege weapons or defensive weapons. For long-range attacks, they used bows and arrows and bamboo spears, while for close combat, they used sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. Both sides were basically like this. The attacking side had the advantage in numbers, while the defending side had a certain geographical advantage. Thus, the 2 sides reached a temporary equilibrium. Yang Fan was brought to the top of the stronghold. One of the stronghold guards covered his mouth and shouted a few words to the people below. In the end, the soldiers did not stop attacking the stronghold. Instead, they attracted a volley of arrows. The few stronghold guards panicked and hurriedly dodged. Yang Fan's hands were tied behind his back, and no one helped him block the arrows. Fortunately, Yang Fan was nimble. With a flip, he dodged behind a huge rock. A few of the villagers also squeezed over, and one of them said suspiciously, "It seems like they don't give you any face as an imperial envoy." Yang Fan said, "My identity is a secret, so how could ordinary soldiers know? If you want a temporary truce here, how would you do it?" The village leader said, "You're an imperial envoy, yet you don't even know this. Raise a white flag." Yang Fan was overjoyed and said, "So the flag for a temporary truce here is also a white flag. Then quickly find a piece of white cloth and ask them to temporarily stop fighting. Only then can I call their generals to come forward and talk to them." The village leader curled his lips and said, "You think we can stop fighting just because you say so? Unless the chief gives the order." Yang Fan said angrily, "Then go find your chief and give the order. How can I talk to them when you guys are killing each other like this?" The village leader hesitated for a moment, then said to the others, "You guys keep a close eye on him, I'll go find the chief." After saying this, he bent down and went to find Gao Qingshan. Yang Fan turned around and looked down from the big rock. The attacking soldiers were wearing the Tang Army's uniform, but their weapons and equipment were the weapons used by the local armed forces. Narrow and short sabers, and light rattan shields. The standard weapons of the Tang dynasty were indeed not necessarily suitable for the terrain here. While they were blocking the arrows that were shot at them, they used the ravines and strange rocks as cover and slowly made their way towards the walls of the village. The walls were not high, not even 20 feet high. A few bamboo ladders were placed on the walls and were about a meter away from the top of the wall. They did not stick their heads out to avoid being pushed down, but as long as they could climb up the ladders, they only needed to flip over a meter high and they would be able to cross over. While Yang Fan was watching, some fresh troops suddenly ran out from the village and joined the defense. The defense of the village was immediately tightened. Yang Fan turned his head and saw a soldier running towards him. This was really a soldier in full military uniform. The people guarding the stronghold were all wearing ordinary knockoff clothing. Occasionally, a few of them would wear a set of 2-piece rattan armor that covered their chest and back. However, the person running to his side was wearing a very rare sleeve armor. It was said to be rare because this kind of standard armor was very old. Yang Fan had never seen such armor in the Tang dynasty army. If he remembered correctly, he seemed to have seen soldiers wearing this kind of armor in some ancient murals when he was in the western region. Was that the Qin dynasty or the Han dynasty? The person's armor was made of small pieces of tortoiseshell pattern armor on the chest and back. The shoulders were equipped with iron sleeve armor and a leather belt was tied around the waist. On the head was a hood and on the top of the helmet was a red mink tassel. Although the style of the armor was simple and unadorned, it was polished and maintained very well. Under the sunlight, it flashed with a metallic luster and was very textured. The person wearing the armor and helmet was very beautiful. She had a jade face and red lips, bright eyes and white teeth. When a woman was wearing a military uniform, she was indeed very beautiful. Even if she wore the hard armor, with a wide belt around her waist, it could still show off the soft and beautiful curves of her waist. Zuna ran to Yang Fan's side and glared at him. "What are you looking at?" Yang Fan laughed dryly and said, "Miss Zuna, wearing this armor, you look valiant and formidable, truly very awe-inspiring." Zuna proudly said, "Of course." Yang Fan said, "It's just that your armor looks a little old. These pieces of armor, this helmet, although they are well maintained, looking at the marks on them, I'm afraid they are quite old. And the style of this armor, I've been in the army before, but why haven't I seen it before? Could it be that this is the armor of the Qin dynasty?" Nonsense. Zuna could roughly tell that Yang Fan was not praising her but ridiculing her. A faint blush appeared on her flawless white face. She straightened her battle skirt and proudly said, "This is the Marquis Wu armor. Have you heard of it? This is the armor improved by Zhuge Marquis Wu. Back then, my Zun clan's ancestor helped Prime Minister Zhuge capture Meng Huo 7 times and made a great contribution. The Shu Han Emperor personally conferred me the title of chieftain and bestowed me with 100 sets of armor improved by Zhuge Marquis Wu. Every generation of chieftain of my Zun clan has to bring a set with them when they pass away. Nowadays, there are not many left in this world. It took me a long time before my father finally gave me a set." Yang Fan coughed twice and said, "If you can persuade your father to cooperate with me, I will gift you a set of radiant armor in the future." Zuna wrinkled her nose and said, "You want to bribe me? This is a gift from Zhuge Marquis Wu to my clan. Can you compare to Zhuge Marquis Wu?" Yang Fan said, "In terms of fame and ability, of course I can't compare to Zhuge Liang. But my radiant armor is better than his sleeve armor." Zuna snorted disdainfully and said, "I don't care." She raised her head to look down the mountain. Just as she raised her head, an arrow flew over and hit her helmet with a dang sound. Zuna cried out and quickly pulled her head back. Only then did she realize that the imperial envoy she was using to force the soldiers to retreat was chatting with her as if nothing had happened. Zuna angrily placed her sharp scabbard on Yang Fan's neck and asked, "Why are they still fighting?" Yang Fan said, "This side is fighting, hovering between life and death. Who has the leisure to listen to what the people above are shouting? I've already sent someone to inform your chief, asking him to stop fighting for now and wait for them to stop before we discuss anything else. However, if I appear now, I'm afraid it won't be of much use. Huang Jingrong and I don't get along well and he is unscrupulous." Zuna withdrew her sword and turned her face away. She said, "If you don't appear, after this battle, there will be many more deaths in the stronghold. There will be many more orphans and widows. No matter what, we have to try." Yang Fan sighed softly. After a while, Gao Qingshan rushed over. After getting Zuna's approval, he raised a white flag. The white flag represented a temporary ceasefire on the ancient battlefield. The person supervising the battle at the foot of the mountain was the head steward of Wenhao tribe, Ling Potian. Wenhao was the chieftain of his tribe and also the military governor of Yaoju. As the head steward, he had two identities. He was both Wenhao's head steward and Wenhao's military major. Ling Potian sat on a big rock and was supervising the battle with his saber. Suddenly, he saw a white flag waving left and right. He couldn't help but stand up and asked in bewilderment, "Could it be that they want to surrender?" Ling Potian shouted, "Truce! Truce! Let's see what they have to say." Dang, dang, dang. The Yun clansmen who were attacking the mountain immediately retreated when they heard the gong. Steward Ling took a few steps forward and caught up with two soldiers on his left and right. They used vine shields that were as tall as a person to protect him. Ling Potian covered his mouth with his hand and shouted towards the stronghold, "Are you guys going to surrender?" Gao Qingshan shouted, "Bullsh*t. I have one standing and one lying down. I won't do such a spineless thing." Ling Potian said angrily, "Then what are you waving the white flag for? Are you trying to make fun of me?" Gao Qingshan said, "I'll let you know that your imperial envoy has already been captured by us. You guys quickly withdraw your troops. Otherwise, I will chop off his head." Chief Steward Ling was secretly shocked. He thought, how did Huang Jingrong get captured by them? Could it be that their people have sneaked into Yaoju city? On the stronghold, after Gao Qingshan finished shouting, He pulled young Fan out and pushed him in front of him. Chapter 525. Ling Potian fixed his eyes on the stronghold and saw young Fan's appearance clearly. He laughed and said, "What the hell? What imperial envoy is this? Lousy doesn't know him." "You don't know me, I'm also an imperial envoy." Since things had come to this, young Fan had to speak. He was someone who practiced internal martial arts, so when he inhaled and exhaled, his voice floated far and clear. Everyone in the stronghold could hear him clearly. This imperial envoy was ordered to inspect the people of the Dao, and also to supervise the previous imperial envoy Huang Jingrong. Huang Jingrong handled matters improperly and incited the Black and White Man tribes. This imperial envoy has investigated this matter clearly. All of you quickly retreat and stop fighting. This imperial envoy wants to meet the Black and White Man tribes' chieftains and settle this matter properly. Ling Potian's tone became weaker and said, You say you're an imperial envoy, what proof do you have?" Young Fan said, "I have an imperial edict in my hands, do you have the guts to come up and take a look?" Ling Potian was stunned and snorted, "Are you trying to scare me? Once this official goes up the stronghold wall, can I still come back?" Young Fan said, "I knew you wouldn't come up, but this imperial envoy's imperial edict is an important token and can't be thrown down the stronghold. I still have a Kanhei here. Since you're an official of the imperial court, you should recognize it. Take it and take a look." Young Fan turned his head and said to Zun, "My horse is in your hands and there's a seal in the saddle. Get someone to bring it over, otherwise they won't believe my identity." Zun sent someone to lead Young Fan's horse over. Young Fan's Kanhei was hidden at the armrest in front of the saddle. When the wooden part of the leather covering was lifted up, there was a small hidden box in the middle. When it was opened, there was a glistening yellow seal. Zun ordered someone to wrap up the piece of cloth with the seal that acted as the white flag and threw it far away at the foot of the stockade. Ling Potian ordered someone to retrieve the seal. Ling Potian opened the white cloth and took out the bronze seal to take a closer look. He couldn't help but be secretly shocked. He worked in the martial governor's office, so naturally he was familiar with this seal. This seal's specifications, patterns, and inscriptions were not something that could be easily forged, and it was even more impossible to forge in a hurry. The person in the stockade was most likely an official of the imperial court. Young Fan continued, "I have already met with Imperial Censor Huang in Pao Prefecture. Take this seal and see him, you can prove my identity. Tell Imperial Censor Huang to defend Yaroju and not to start another war. Tell him to send people to discuss with me." Ling Potian's expression flickered indeterminately, and he hesitated for a short while. In the end, he didn't dare disregard Young Fan's identity as an imperial envoy and brazenly give the order to attack the mountain. He gritted his teeth and said with a loud voice, "All right. Since this is the case, this lowly official will hurry back to Yarrow Prefecture City. This lowly official still needs Imperial Censor Huang and the other officials to verify the authenticity of this ring. This lowly official needs to take it away. Farewell." Ling Potian cupped his hands towards the stronghold and roared, "Retreat." Zun saw that Yaroju's troops and horses had indeed retreated. She couldn't help but jump with joy and said, "Ha! This identity of yours is really useful." However, Young Fan's expression was somewhat gloomy. After a moment of silence, he said to Miss Zun, "Is it possible to evacuate all the commoners in your stockade?" Zun looked at him strangely, but didn't ask why he wanted to evacuate. Instead, she directly replied, "It's very difficult. This is their home. Perhaps their thatched huts and some simple and crude items won't enter your eyes, but that is all their property. They won't be willing to leave. Furthermore, in this kind of situation, not only are there many old, weak, women, and children in the stockade, there are also many injured soldiers. It will be even more difficult to leave. Even though this White River stockade is our territory, it is too far to the front. On the left and right are the Wen tribe. Now that the two tribes have already become enemies, if we leave, they will definitely take advantage of the situation. Your imperial edict can make the soldiers retreat, but it can't make those bloodthirsty tribal warriors retreat." Young Fan asked her again, and only then did he find out the geographical location of this White River stockade. Most of the white barbarians were barbarian Han people. They called themselves the Chinese. The Chinese were the people of China. In a poem written by the Tang dynasty's Shu Han, there was a saying, "Be grateful to the disabled, return home, do not let the Chinese become the dogs of war." At that time, there were still relatively few Han people who called themselves the people of the Central Plains, and the Han people called themselves the Chinese. The white barbarians of this White River stockade were naturally no exception. However, they had only been part of the white barbarians for a short period of time, a total of 200 years. Their ancestors were Yang, Li, Zhao, Dong, Chen, and more than 10 other surnames. They were all Chinese. Because of the chaos of war in the Central Plains, they fled to this place. At that time, there weren't many villages here, and it was a barren land that had never been developed. They opened a mountain here, built a stockade, and tidied up the terraced fields. Later, they married the local barbarians, and gradually became a member of the white barbarians. However, after 200 years of development, many villages had been built in this barren land. The power of the white barbarians did not expand in this direction. These villages all belonged to the Wen tribe, so the White River stockade became the most prominent stockade of the white barbarians. The villages on the left and right were not of the same tribe. After Yang Fan understood the specific location, he knew that although this stockade was isolated and without help, it would be even more dangerous if they abandoned it. He couldn't persuade them to leave anymore. At the same time, he learned that the people in this stockade were originally of the same Chinese race, and that there were even people with the surname Yang, so he wanted to protect them even more. After Zun explained the situation to him, she asked, "Why do you want to move? Didn't you already withdraw your troops?" Yang Fan said, "That's right. These soldiers are Yarrow Jew's soldiers. They don't dare to rashly attack the mountain, so they can only retreat. But I don't know what Huang Jingrong will decide." Zun big black and white eyes stared at Yang Fan, and she asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Yang Fan said in a deep voice, "Maybe, he will do as I said and withdraw his troops and send people to negotiate. Maybe, the next time, there will be more troops." Zun bit her thin red lips and said, "Are you trying to scare me? Isn't he afraid that I will kill you in anger?" Yang Fan said with a bitter smile, "I have never been on good terms with him. He can't wait to get rid of me. If you want to kill me, I'm afraid it will be to his liking." Zun said in surprise, "He dares to do this. Isn't he afraid of angering your emperor?" Yang Fan shook his head and said, "Miss Zun, the land that the emperor manages is 10,000 times larger than the land that your father manages. Your father may have more than 10 leaders under him, and they can see the chieftains at any time. But the emperor has tens of thousands of officials under him, and most of them can only guard the land that the emperor has designated for them to manage for their entire lives. Without an imperial edict, they cannot go anywhere else, let alone see the emperor. As for the emperor, she will always live in a palace as big as a city. Everything she knows is told to her by her officials, not what she saw or heard with her own eyes. If I die here, the emperor will definitely hear what Huang Jingrong wants to tell her. At that time, not only will Huang Jingrong not be punished, she might even be promoted." Zun stared at him with wide eyes, finding it hard to understand what he was saying. After a long time, she shook her head and said, "I don't understand. Among the leaders under my father, there were some who were not very obedient and were punished by my father after he found out. But even such a person wouldn't have the guts to do such a thing." Yang Fan said, "Of course you don't understand this matter, and there is no time for you to slowly understand it. Since you are here representing your father, there are only 2 things that you need to do immediately." Zun was flabbergasted and asked, "What do I need to do?" Yang Fan said, "The first thing is that you need to immediately send someone to find your father and tell him about the situation here. Tell him to split his troops to save us. At the same time, tell him that I am here. Tell him that if he really angers the court, it will not benefit him at all. Tell him to immediately negotiate peace with me. Ari. In fact, the best method is for you to send me over, but I'm afraid you won't agree. Furthermore, if you really let me go now, I won't feel at ease. If I go to see your father and you and the people in this stronghold are all captured in one fell swoop, I'm afraid your father and I won't have anything to talk about." Zun pretended not to hear the second half of his words and asked, Then what is the second thing? Young Fan glared at her unhappily and said, "Did I say all that in vain? Prepare for war. Of course it is to prepare for war. The walls of the stronghold need to be higher, and the places that are prone to collapse need to be reinforced. Your stronghold doesn't have a water source, so you need to take advantage of the fact that they are retreating to quickly carry more water in preparation for defending. Also, you need to make some equipment to defend the city. If Huang Jingyuan is determined to have me die here, he won't dare to send reinforcements from the court. He can only use when Hao and Yun Shen's soldiers, but if there are too many of them, your low stronghold walls won't be able to hold them off." Young Fan was tied up there with his hands tied behind his back. He was clearly a prisoner, but he seemed to have become her strategist as he spoke. Zun was not angry. Hearing that what he said was reasonable, she immediately followed his advice and began to make arrangements according to his instructions. Zun sent a few of the stronghold men who were skilled horsemen to leave the stronghold and take a small path to find Chieftain Xuanqi. They were to quickly report the situation here and the news that an imperial envoy wanted to negotiate peace with him. She then had the old, young, women, and children carry bamboo baskets down the mountain to fetch water, while the young and strong men were responsible for reinforcing the walls of the stronghold. Young Fan followed beside Zun with his hands tied behind his back. This stronghold had never fought any intense battles before, so the people in the stronghold had no knowledge in this area. Under the direction of Zun and Jiao Qingshan, the people in the stronghold worked very seriously. However, they were so busy that their foreheads were covered in sweat, but they just couldn't get to the point. Young Fan really couldn't take it anymore and couldn't help but follow beside Zun. Wherever she went, Young Fan would complain. As long as Zun heard that his complaints were reasonable, she would immediately correct them. Young Fan's knowledge of setting up a camp and defending the city was only half-baked, but for this stronghold with extremely primitive battle techniques, it was already extremely brilliant. Young Fan continued to complain, and the more he talked, the smoother he became, until his spittle flew everywhere. Zun suddenly turned around and glared at him, saying, "You do it." Young Fan was startled and said, "What do you mean, I do it?" Zun angrily said, "Since you are so capable, of course you should be in charge of how to reinforce the city and how to strengthen the defenses." Young Fan twisted his body toward her and said, "If you want me to advise you on military matters, shouldn't you at least untie me first?" Zun stuck out her tongue and cried out, "Ah, I forgot. Someone come, untie him." Young Fan stared at her and said in disbelief, "You haven't untied me, not because you don't trust me, but because, have you forgotten?" Zun said confidently, "Can't I?" Chapter 526. Young Fan asked the people in the stockade to use local materials. They rammed a sharpened end of a piece of wood into the wall of the stockade and erected it to form a sturdy wooden wall. They used the gaps between the long and short pieces of wood as arrow mounds to prevent their bodies from being completely exposed to the enemy's attack range. The stockade men pushed the huge rocks in front of the stockade into the ravine. The trees on both sides of the stockade that could be used as cover were all chopped down and dragged into the stockade. They could be used to build the stockade walls and bunkers. Young Fan also asked them to pile sand next to the bunkers in preparation for extinguishing the fire. Young Fan also taught them to use bamboo and tough wood to make a simple catapult. One end of 2 long bamboos was tied to a net bag and the other end was fixed to the ground. The end of the net bag was placed on a bracket and a rope fixed to the ground was used to tighten the top of the bamboo pole so that it bent downwards. After the stones were placed in the net bag, a woman only needed to use a wooden stick to pull the rope outward, and the 2 bamboos could pour the stones out of the net bag. Its disadvantage was that it was easy to damage, and the stones thrown were not big and had a short range. However, its advantage was that it was easy to make. Moreover, they were defending the city, so they did not need to throw heavy stones. A pile of stones the size of a fist was just right. The area of attack was large enough and could be fatal. The people in the stockade village also had some simple and effective defensive measures. They brought a lot of caltrops from the forest and scattered them all over the hillside. This kind of vine herb had triangular thorns on its outer shell, which could be pierced by ordinary cloth boots. Most of Wen Hao's native soldiers were barefoot, so it was not easy to clean up these caltrops and defend against the arrows shot from the stockade village. The road leading to the main gate was not paved with these things. Firstly, the women, the children, the old, and the young were still going back and forth endlessly, so they needed a path. Secondly, there was only one path left, which was not very useful to the attackers. They could not concentrate their forces on this kind of winding mountain path to attack the stronghold. Yang Fan leaned on the stockade wall to test the direction of the wind and asked Jiao Qingshan a few questions to understand the changes in the wind direction in the mountains. He then asked people to prepare cow and horse dung, weeds, and some poisonous plants to make some simple poisonous smoke bombs. When the wind direction was right, these things could also cause a lot of trouble to the enemy. In addition, considering that once the stronghold was breached, the entire stronghold would be in a completely defenseless state, Yang Fan asked his men to build a second stronghold wall with wooden stakes in a more dangerous place according to the terrain. In this way, once the stronghold was breached, they would not immediately be at the mercy of the enemy. They could retreat to the second bunker and continue fighting. Regardless of whether it was a city or a stockade, the weakest place was definitely the main gate. The gate of the White River stockade was so simple that it was basically a fence. It was a symbolic existence to guard against the nobles but not the villains. There was not enough time to temporarily install a hanging gate or a suspension bridge, so Yang Fan asked people to build a barbican inside the stockade gate with mud and stones. Barbicans had always been built outside the city, but they did not have enough firepower support on the stockade wall. The barbican was relatively simple and could be easily breached if it was built outside. Yang Fan suddenly had an idea and moved the barbican inside the stockade. With this barbican, the entrance to the stockade was extremely narrow. It was difficult for the enemy to launch a large-scale attack, and the guards on top of the barbican could look down from above and kill a large number of enemies. With Yang Fan's guidance, the stockade was gradually changed. Although it looked strange, it gradually had a murderous aura of being armed to the teeth. In the eyes of a true military commander, these measures of Yang Fan could only be considered half-baked. However, in the eyes of these simple mountain people, Yang Fan was simply the reincarnation of a military god who could turn iron into gold. Who would have thought that with just some stones, wood, and sand, after some simple modifications, the originally weak stockade could have such great destructive and defensive power? Zun Er's small hands were behind her back as she inspected the stockade that was slowly changing. She did not say anything, but when she looked at Yang Fan, her eyes were already shining with red hearts. The reinforcement and modification of the stockade wall was the most important thing. By dusk, the general shape of the wall had already been formed. However, although the barbican that Yang Fan had designed could not be any simpler and could probably be destroyed after 2 battles or a heavy rainstorm, it still could not be built in one go. They had to burn the midnight oil to complete it before the enemy arrived. "Miss, be careful." Yang Fan was pointing at the stockade gate when he suddenly saw a girl carrying a bucket trip over a piece of dirt that had fallen on the ground during the construction of the barbican. Her body fell forward and she almost fell to the ground. The water in the basket splashed onto her shoulder. Seeing this, Yang Fan quickly stepped forward and reached out to grab her arm. Yang Fan had clearly grabbed the girl's sleeve, but who knew that he would grab empty air? Yang Fan was startled, but his movements did not have the slightest hesitation. He quickly stepped forward and grabbed the water basket on her shoulder. "Thank you, I'm fine." The girl smiled at him, then quickly hid her eyes and thanked him in a low voice. Her complexion was not very good. Her face was pale and grey, and there was not a trace of blood on her lips. She looked especially haggard. Yang Fan saw that her appearance was somewhat familiar. He looked carefully and suddenly remembered. He could not help but shout, "Ah, it's you." It turned out that this was the girl who carried the water basket on her back to feed him. That day, she was in high spirits. Her flushed cheeks were like the sunset on the horizon, and her bashful eyes were like the rippling river. But today, the water from the basket had soaked her clothes, and dark red blood slowly seeped out of her shoulder. Lian Xin, what's wrong?" A girl carrying a bucket of water outside the stockade gate saw this scene and quickly rushed over. Water jumped out of the water basket on her shoulder and splashed onto the ground. "Lian Xin, The girl supported her. Lianxin pursed her lips and forced a smile. She said in a low voice, "I'm fine. Hurry and go. Store more water." She broke free from the girl's hand and hurried away. It seemed that she did not want to stand in front of Yang Fan for too long. Yang Fan looked at the girl who had just arrived. It was the girl who had poured water for Jiao Qingshan in the hall earlier. Yang Fan asked, "Miss, when I saw her a few days ago, Miss Lianxin was fine. What happened to her?" The girl's eyes turned red when she heard this. She knew that the large changes in the stockade were all because of Yang Fan. This person was different from the people in Yaoju. Even though they came from the same place, they were completely different people, so she did not hide it from him. The girl choked with sobs and said, "A few days ago, Chieftain Wen's soldiers charged into our stockade and killed and burned everywhere. I was hidden by my father in the pile of firewood behind the millstone and was so scared that I did not dare to go out. I saw an animal chasing Lianxin and tearing at her clothes. Lianxin resisted with all her might, but her arm was chopped off by him. That animal." Her tears suddenly poured out like a spring. Lianxin had already fainted from the pain, but that animal still did not let her go. He tore off Lianxin's clothes and raped her. She picked up her sleeve and wiped the corner of her eyes. She said with hatred, "I heard people call him Little Headman, and there were also people who called him Xie Chuanfeng. I will never forget him in my life. We must get revenge for this. Xie Chuanfeng." Yang Fan slightly narrowed his eyes and a sharp light shot out of them. "He is one of Chieftain Wen's men? I will remember this. Tell Miss Lianxin that I will use that person's blood to repay the favor of carrying water." The girl raised her teary eyes and looked at him with some surprise. Jiao Qingshan walked with heavy steps to him and said to the girl, "Tell Lianxin to stop carrying water. Her body is still weak, so look after her." The girl agreed and chased after Lianxin. Jiao Qingshan gazed at their receding silhouettes. His deep voice rumbled like thunder in his chest, "I've already asked around. That Xie guy has a headman, Zhen. That's why he's a little headman. He's working in the martial governor's office and has an official position. He's a military officer of the lower 8th rank." Yang Fan knew what the headman Zhen meant. The big headman or the second headman had an affair with a woman from a commoner's family but did not take her as a wife or concubine. This woman married a commoner, but because the child's father was the headman, also known as the headman Zhen, he would become a little headman. Yang Fan said word by word, "I guarantee that he will die." For a beautiful woman in the prime of her youth to suddenly have one of her arms chopped off and her pure body defiled, it was a great pain. Yang Fan had always hated the people in the censorate for their heartless deeds, but he had never hated them as much as he did now. It was a kind of pain that cut into his skin. It was as if Miss Lianxin was his own flesh and blood. Jiao Qingshan withdrew his gaze and looked back at him. He said in a deep voice, "This person's life is mine." Yang Fan did not argue with him and only asked, "Who else does this girl have in her family?" Jiao Qingshan's thick black eyebrows slightly rose. He asked, "What is it?" Yang Fan said, "If she has no relatives in the stronghold, after the situation in Yaoju has calmed down, perhaps I can take her to Luoyang." Jiao Qingshan's bright eyes stared at him. He said in a deep voice, "You want to marry her?" Yang Fan said, "I already have a wife." The corner of Jiao Qingshan's mouth slightly curled up. There was a hint of mockery in his voice. "She does not need sympathy. Everyone in the stronghold will take care of her." Yang Fan said in a low voice, "Perhaps a change of environment will be better for her." Jiao Qingshan was a little confused. He thought about it for a moment before he understood. He lightly replied, "Although our ancestors were also Chinese, we are not as stupid as you. It is not her fault that she was humiliated. No one would dare to use this reason to humiliate her, especially men. Because we did not protect women well, the ones who should feel humiliated are us men." He suddenly turned around. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly turned back. His eyes were bright. "I am very grateful for your good intentions, but I will say it again. That Xie fellow's life is mine." Yang Fan frowned and said to Jiao Qingshan, "It may not be difficult for me to kill him. But you, it will not be easy. I know." Gao Qingshan raised his head high and said in a deep voice, "But this is my responsibility, because I am her blood brother." Gao Qingshan walked away with large strides. Yang Fan looked at his back that was as heavy as a mountain. After a long time, he turned to look at the barbican that was still under construction. He had spent a lot of effort to build this stronghold into a fortress because he knew that this was a guarantee for the peace talks to proceed. If something happened to the 1,000+ people in the White River stronghold, it would anger the White Brute tribe. If something happened to Zun the door to negotiations would be completely closed. He did this for his own safety. Because if Huang Jingrong dared to deny that he was the imperial envoy, then Huang Jingrong would not hesitate to kill him. But right now, Yang Fan simply wanted to build this stronghold into a killing machine. It was not for the success of the negotiations, nor was it to ensure his own safety. It was simply because he wanted to kill. He had an impulse to kill. Chapter 527. The villagers worked through the night and all sorts of simple and crude fortifications were finally completed by midnight. Although these fortifications were simple and crude, made of earth, wood, sand, and stone, they could not be preserved for long and could not withstand the trampling of a few battles. The mountain people who had built them with their own hands knew how useful they could be. It could reduce the number of casualties on one's own side by more than one-fold, and at the very least, cause more than 2 times the damage to the side attacking the stronghold. With these simple fortifications, even if more than a third of the defending personnel were to be reduced, the remaining personnel would still be able to play a greater role than the original defensive strength. The fortifications this time were simple and crude, so their sturdiness and destructive power would be greatly affected. However, after learning how to build and use these things, they could slowly transform their village into a mountain city that could not be invaded. The people in the village were simple and straightforward, so Yang Fan's abilities easily won their respect. Yang Fan had also used his actions to win the trust of the mountain people. They believed that this imperial envoy was on their side. Yang Fan could now move about as he pleased in the village. No one was following behind him to keep an eye on him. Those who saw him would respectfully make way for him and bow. Yang Fan only went to sleep after midnight. He did not sleep for long, only about 6 hours. When he woke up, the sky was dark. There were no tools to measure time in the village and there was no sun in the sky, so he did not know what time it was. Because it was a dark day, a thick fog covered the forest and the village. Looking down from the top of the village, one could not see a single person after 300 feet. Even if one could see people within 100 feet, they would still be indistinct. From the looks of it, there will probably be a heavy rain in the afternoon. They won't come, will they? Zun appeared out of nowhere and lay next to Yang Fan. She stuck her head out and looked down the mountain. She was still wearing that unfashionable armor. It was as simple and unadorned as a terracotta warrior that had been dug out from the ground. However, this terracotta warrior was alive, beautiful, and filled with the vitality of youth. There was no powder on her face, but her skin was as smooth and white as jade. There were a few droplets of water on her cheeks. She had probably just washed her face. Bright red lips, neat white teeth like those of a rhinoceros. Yang Fan could also notice that she had 2 faint dimples on her cheeks. Although they were a little lighter than his, they looked much cuter than him. Yang Fan looked appreciatively at the little beauty in military attire, then cast his gaze down the mountain and said, "That's hard to say. Let us wait and see. If he will send a messenger, it will be all right. Otherwise, even if the heavens were to rain knives, he would still come. He would send an army, because as long as I am alive, he will not be at ease." Zuna tilted her head and thought for a moment. She furrowed her thin, curved brows that were like mountains in the distance. She came to a sudden realization and said, "Originally, I was quite grateful for your help to the stronghold. But now that you mention it, it seems that if you weren't here, I wouldn't have suffered such a serious blow. Doesn't that mean this disaster was caused by you?" Of course, Yang Fan refused to admit that he was a jinx. He immediately denied it. "You can't say that. When they sent their troops, they didn't know I was on the mountain. Besides, you were the one who pushed me out, otherwise." Yang Fan was just about to lay out a few more pieces of evidence to prove his innocence when a sharp cry suddenly came from the fog. Yong Fan's expression tightened. He hurriedly crouched on the bunker and looked down the mountain. He said in a low voice, "I'm afraid they're here." Zuna also crouched beside him. She stretched her slender white neck and opened her almond-shaped eyes wide. Unfortunately, the fog was so thick that she couldn't see anything. After a while, the cries came closer. The cries were very fast and the syllables were very strange. Yong Fan couldn't understand them. Zuna said in surprise, "It's a cry for help." Hey! It seems to be people from the barbarian tribe. Before she could finish speaking, many indistinct figures appeared in the fog. They were running in the direction of the stronghold. After running for a short distance, they cried out in pain and fell to the ground. Gao Qingshan stood up from the wall of the stronghold. He covered his mouth and shouted down the mountain in the same strange language. It seemed that he was telling the people at the foot of the mountain that there were caltrops scattered on the slope and telling them to run along the mountain path. Sure enough, the people at the foot of the mountain quickly gathered and ran along the mountain path. The mountain path was not a straight one, but a winding path along the mountain. However, the grass on both sides was covered with caltrops. Although the pursuers seemed to be getting closer and closer, they could only run along the winding mountain path. Some of them had already been injured by the caltrops. They had to be supported by others as they limped and ran with great difficulty. At this time, the shadows of many tall horses appeared in the fog behind them. The pursuers were chasing very quickly, so the speed at which they fell off their horses was also fast enough. The horses stepped on the caltrops and the caltrops pricked their legs. The horses neighed and jumped in pain. The riders couldn't sit still and all fell off their horses. As a result, they sat on the caltrops and cried out in pain. The people running in front were getting closer and closer. In the thin morning fog, Yong Fan could already see their faces clearly. Some of them were draped in tiger skins, sheepskins, and some wore strange close-fitting robes. Their tanned arms and legs were bare, and they held forks, spears, and other weapons in their hands. Among them, knives were rarely seen. Even weapons like forks and spears were rarely made of iron. Most of them were ground animal bones or made of hard wood. Yong Fan also discovered that there were many men and women among them. The number of women was at least several times that of men. The men held simple and crude hunting bows and led many children. Some of the men even carried babies in swaddling clothes on their backs and chests. They ran forward with all their might. Occasionally, they would hurriedly turn around and shoot an arrow. The light bamboo arrow flew into the white fog. It was unknown if it had hurt anyone. The ones at the back were women. They held wooden forks, bone spears, and other extremely primitive weapons, desperately trying to stop the pursuers. The pursuers had already discovered the strangeness of the hillside and began to gather their men and horses, chasing along the mountain path. The women at the back were constantly falling under the sharp sabers. The pursuers often broke their spears and died with their heads separated. However, the women were not afraid. They still tried their best to use their own lives to stop the pursuers, fighting for a chance of survival for the men and children. No one in the village cursed the shameless men who were running for their lives. They already knew that this tribe was the people of Kebron village, which was more than 10 miles away from the White River village. Kebron village was a small tribe in the Black Man tribe. The culture of the entire Black Man tribe was uneven. They had a primitive social form all the way to a feudal society similar to the dynasties of the Central Plains. The White Man tribe was more civilized than the Black Man tribe. There were also differences within the Black Man tribe. Some tribes were more advanced, while others were extremely primitive. The Kebron village was a tribe that was similar to a primitive society. This tribe lived in the mountains, built nests in the trees, or used caves as houses. They used animal skins as clothes or a special kind of tree bark as clothes. For some reason, there had always been more men and women in this tribe. The ratio of men to women was very different. Generally, only 5 to 10 women could have a husband. Therefore, the only thing their husbands did was to take care of their children. When the wives went out to hunt, pick, or look for food, the husbands would hold hunting bows to protect their homes and children from the invasion of wild animals. In a tribe like this, the affairs of the tribe were managed by the women. In a tribe like this, The social status of men and women was completely reversed. The more social rights you enjoyed, the more social obligations you had to bear. Naturally, things like fighting were the responsibility of women. For example, in the White River village, once a war broke out, the warriors of the village would naturally charge at the front to protect their women, elders, and children. In a society that was dominated by women like Keberon, it was natural for the female warriors to protect the men, elders, and children. Yang Fan already knew that there were all kinds of strange tribes in the barbarian tribe. When he saw the men running in front, and the women desperately covering for them, he could roughly guess what kind of existence this tribe had. But he still couldn't accept it. Seeing those women holding simple weapons being chopped to death by the fierce cavalrymen as if they were vegetables, he couldn't remain indifferent. Open the gate and let them in. Archers, cover from both sides. Shoot when the pursuers get close. Yang Fan gave 2 orders without hesitation. Zun also acted as his messenger without hesitation. Zun had already gotten used to being his messenger for the whole day yesterday. Zun gave the order loudly and turned around to look. Yang Fan, who had been lying next to her, had disappeared. Zun was shocked. She suddenly stood up, looked around, and said to herself blankly, "Where is he?" The village gate had already been reinforced. There were many sharp wooden stakes that faced outwards, and they looked like 2 vertical boards. After receiving Zun's order, the villagers moved the wooden stakes at the top of the gate and pulled open the thick wooden gate that had been reinforced several times. They then let the fleeing people of the Keberon tribe in. The crying children, led by their fathers, escaped into the stronghold gate. There were at least a few hundred of them, and they were still rushing into the stronghold gate. Zun could not leave them to die, but she was afraid that the pursuers would take the opportunity to rush into the stronghold gate. Holding the scabbard, her palms were full of cold sweat. She did not care about the whereabouts of Yang Fan. Han Shuang, one of Wen Hao's subordinates, was riding on a horse. He held a sharp saber in his hand and slashed left and right. One by one, the barbarian women were decapitated by his saber. Han Shuang was exhilarated by the killing. Seeing that the gate of the stronghold was only 10 feet away and the gate was still open, Han Shuang became even more excited. He raised his saber and shouted, "Kill our way into the stronghold." As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed his legs against the horse's abdomen and stopped entangling with the barbarian women who were fighting and retreating at the same time. Instead, he charged straight towards the stronghold gate. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The speed of the horse was extremely fast. The distance of more than 10 feet was covered in an instant. In front of him, the elderly and children were still staggering into the stronghold. Han Shuang was in a hurry to charge into the stronghold gate and did not notice that when the refugees reached the stronghold gate, they were like a stream of water that met a huge rock. They automatically flowed to the sides. Because the stream of people split and regrouped, Han Shuang did not notice anything strange until he was near. When Han Shuang was near, he realized that there was a person standing at the stronghold gate. The person stood there straight, like a sharp spear. He also held a spear in his hand. His right hand was behind his back, and the spear in his hand was placed diagonally behind him. The bald spear was white, without tassels, and the spear's edge was like a sword. Chapter 528. Han Shuang urged his horse to gallop as fast as lightning. By the time he saw Yang Fan, the horse was already in front of Yang Fan. When Han Shuang saw Yang Fan, he did not rein in his horse. Instead, he kicked the pedal and sped up. At the same time, the saber in his right hand drew a dazzling arc toward Yang Fan's head. Unless Yang Fan's spear was made of iron, the spear would break and he would die if he borrowed the horse's momentum. Yang Fan stood like a spear at the gate of the fort. He watched as Han Shuang and his horse became one and charged toward him. In his hand was a long saber that glowed with a bloody light. As the saber rushed over, Yang Fan saw that it had already taken more than 10 lives. Yang Fan lowered his shoulders and took a step forward, standing in a bow stance. The spear came out from under his ribs like the tongue of a poisonous snake. When the tip of the spear was pointed at Han Shuang's chest, he was holding the spear with both hands. The back of the spear shaft had a handle that was more than a foot long behind his elbows. Han Shuang could see his every movement clearly. His movements were standard, just like a young apprentice who was practicing meticulously according to his master's instructions. Han Shuang was puzzled. He could clearly see each of his movements, but why couldn't he avoid it? The sharp saber in his hand also missed. The long saber drew an arc until it formed a semicircle. The spear pierced through the center of the semicircle. With a poof, Han Shuang was lifted into the air by a strong force and crashed into a rider on his left. The rider was half a horse's length away from him. When Han Shuang flew into the air, he crashed into him, knocking him off his horse and into a thicket of caltrops. The man rolled a few times in the thicket. His body was pierced with caltrops, but he did not let out a scream. Han Shuang felt that she had broken the man's neck, so the man was lucky that he did not feel any pain. Then Han Shuang realized that he had crashed into the right side with a whoosh. This time, he flew into the thicket with the man he had collided with. He heard the man scream, and it was the last sound he heard in the world. His chest had been pierced by a spear, and after being shaken by Yang Fan, his chest had expanded into a bowl-sized hole, and blood was flowing out of the hole. The great spear Yang Fan was holding was taken from Gao Qingshan. This great spear was the weapon used by the previous chief of the He Bai stronghold. The long spear was thick and heavy, with bamboo as the handle and fine steel as the blade. The deep grooves of the spear were dripping with dark red blood, causing people to shiver. "Kill!" Yang Fan shouted in a deep voice. He swung his great spear towards the incoming cavalryman. Pick, stab, smash, hack, point, poke, sweep. Every time he picked a person, every time he stabbed a person, every time he smashed a person, every time he swept 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 a person, every time the spear swept a person, every time the spear tip broke through the air, emitting a kai-kai sound. The kai-kai sound of breaking through the air was continuous, as if someone was forcefully tearing apart a piece of linen cloth that would never end. Following this kai-kai sound, the pursuing cavalrymen were thrown off their horses as they wailed in pain. The cavalry that were charging at him were actually stopped by his spear, unable to advance any further. The grass on both sides of the road was filled with thickets, so the pursuing cavalrymen could only charge at him on the road. As a result, each row could only have 3 cavalrymen closing in on him. But it didn't matter if the 3 of them were wielding spears or knives, stabbing or chopping. No matter how well coordinated they were, the great spear in Yang Fan's hand was like a flood dragon coming out of the water. He was always one step ahead of them and was able to drill into their attack net, causing them to be thrown off their horses. Yang Fan held his long spear as he walked on the ground. With his own strength, he was actually able to block the incoming tide of cavalrymen, preventing them from advancing any further. One man holding the pass, 10,000 cannot pass. The people in the stronghold were all dumbfounded. Most of them had practiced a few martial arts techniques, but none of them had this kind of martial arts. Stepping down from his bamboo spear, he was able to block the pursuing cavalrymen by himself. In a short moment, he had pierced more than 10 cavalrymen onto their horses and not a single one of them was his match. This great Jew imperial envoy actually had such good martial arts. Lady Zun stood on the stronghold and tightly grasped her scabbard. She was so excited that her pretty face was flushed red. Her pair of almond-shaped eyes stared at Yang Fan's movements. Her hands were also eager to try. Following each of Yang Fan's movements, her muscles tightened and then relaxed. It was as if she was the one making the moves. She was completely mesmerized by Yang Fan's heroic appearance. Zhao Zilong has been reborn. Zhao Zilong has been reborn. Lady Zun muttered. Very quickly, this sentence resonated with everyone in the stronghold. For them, the only famous general of the Central Plains that they were most familiar with was the Kingdom of Shu during the Three Kingdoms period. Among the famous generals of the Kingdom of Shu, the number one in spear techniques was none other than Zhao Zilong of Changshan. At this moment, in their eyes, Yang Fan was like the reborn of Zhao Zilong. Fighting on foot and using a spear to single-handedly face the endless charge of cavalrymen was not an easy task. Just like how some people could not understand how a small bird could make a large hole in the hard outer shell of an airplane, Only those who had truly fought with a charging warrior on a fast horse would know just how great the force produced when a person borrowed the momentum of a horse to charge forward. When a fast horse was charging, the edge of the blade only needed to be dragged. Without using any strength, one could easily cut a person's neck. There was no need to be like an executioner, concentrating all the strength in their body to wield a demon-headed blade. A spear that was as thick as the mouth of a bowl could pierce through the body of a charging person, but at the same time, it would be smashed into two by the huge counterforce. But Yang Fan was standing on the ground alone with a spear. As long as he collided with the spear, his spear would be smashed and he would be sent flying backwards, nailing into the wooden wedge of the stronghold gate. But Yang Fan had already killed 13 cavalrymen. He was still alive, and he was still charging forward. Yang Fan used the swallow and spit spear. The bloody tip of the spear entered and exited a cavalryman's chest. Immediately after, he used the pear-blossom swaying head to sweep the two people who were charging at him to his left and right into the thistles. Even though the horse had lost its owner, it did not slow down. Yang Fan took the opportunity to turn around. Seeing that the last few female warriors of the Kebran tribe were about to retreat into the stronghold, he immediately shouted, "Close the stronghold gate." Jiao Qingshan seemed to have woken up from a dream. He quickly ordered, "Quick! Close the stronghold gate." Zuna anxiously said, "We can't close the gate. He hasn't come back yet." Jiao Qingshan said, "Miss, if the gate is not closed, the cavalrymen will not be able to escape. They will take the opportunity to attack into the stronghold." At this time, the people at the stronghold gate had already slammed the gate shut. They also used wooden stakes as thick as a battering ram to block the gate. Yang Fan's spear was like a swimming dragon. Pa pa pa, he swept 3 people off their horses. Suddenly, he turned around and rushed down the stronghold wall. He also held the spear in his hands horizontally. The spear in his hands was more than 20 feet long. Looking at his movements, it seemed that he wanted to use the spear as a pole to jump up the stronghold wall. The stronghold wall was originally only 15 feet tall. After he used the wooden stakes to increase the height, it was less than 30 feet tall. As long as the spear did not break, he could jump up. Jiao Qingshan, who was on the stronghold, did not know that Yang Fan had this kind of plan. After explaining to Zun he grabbed a rope and swung it a few times in the air. With a loud roar, he threw it towards Yang Fan and shouted, "Catch him." Yang Fan was about to use the spear as a pole to jump up the stronghold wall. As soon as he saw the rope being thrown towards him, he immediately stretched out his hand and grabbed it. Jiao Qingshan held the rope tightly and shouted. His feet seemed to be rooted to the ground as he stood firmly. Yang Fan grabbed the rope with one hand and ran forward a few steps. Deng deng deng, he actually ran up the stronghold wall. When he reached a height of about 10 feet, his momentum was exhausted. He then used his strength to pull the rope, intending to use the force to jump up. As the cavalry approached, they saw that this person was about to jump up the stronghold wall. The spear in their hands flew out and whistled towards him. Do do do. 3 spears in a row were nailed into the soil and wooden pillars. One of the spears stuck close to the front of Yang Fan's clothes and stuck into the gap between the soil and stones. The tip of the spear scraped against the soil and stones and sparks flew. The people on top of the stronghold wall were terrified. Zuna hurriedly shouted, "Release the arrows." A rain of arrows shot towards the approaching cavalry and temporarily suppressed them. Yang Fan was also worried that it would be difficult to dodge the arrows in the air, so he actually pulled the rope with one hand and ran horizontally across the stronghold wall. With Yang Fan running like this, Jiao Qingshan could not hold on any longer. A few strong-looking stockade bandits beside him saw that he was being dragged forward by the rope. They hurriedly dropped their weapons and pounced on him to hold him tightly. 6 or 7 people held the rope tightly, not allowing it to move even an inch. Yang Fan felt that the rope had been secured and his legs kicked even harder. Deng deng deng, he ran up the stronghold wall. The tip of his foot touched the wooden pillar of the stronghold wall and his body rose into the air. In mid-air, he turned around and threw the spear in his hand. The spear was thrown out by him and with a flash, a mist of blood appeared from the chest of the cavalry who was charging at the front. The spear went through the chest and did not lose momentum. The cavalry behind him was caught off guard and was pierced through the chest again. He fell off his horse along with the spear. Only then did young Fan land steadily on the ground. Under the stronghold wall, a dozen or so masterless horses were patrolling on the ground and did not dare to run around. There were corpses on the ground and many people with broken bones and torn tendons were lying among the thistles. They cried out in pain but did not dare to move recklessly in case they were pricked by the thistles. Seeing how powerful young Fan's attack was, a tsunami of cheers came from the stronghold wall. Actually, young Fan looked like he was in a limitless state, but it was extremely dangerous just now and he was now exhausted. He was not dealing with an opponent who was fighting on the spot, but an enemy who was charging at him at lightning speed. Every time he stabbed an enemy or was cut down by an enemy's weapon, his arms had to bear a huge amount of force. Even if he used a clever method to reduce the force, his hands were already trembling slightly from using too much force. Shoot! Throw the spear! Gao Qingshan gave the order while the enemy's spirit was being suppressed by young Fan. Bamboo arrows and spears were thrown down and some of the enemies who were caught off guard were shot. They had no choice but to retreat and escape to a safe distance. After a while, the infantry behind caught up and used their big shields as cover to block the bamboo arrows and began to clean up the thistles. Seeing this, Gao Qingshan immediately ordered people to use the simple catapults. Stones the size of fists were thrown out and the stronghold was filled with ghostly cries and wolf howls. Many people were smashed until their heads were bleeding and they fell to the ground moaning. Those who were not injured ran away and the cleanup operation collapsed again. After a while, the shield bearers came back. They formed a team of two with a big shield in front of them and a small shield in front of them. They blocked the stones that were smashed on the shields and cleared the thistles bit by bit. The real attack and defense battle had begun. Chapter 529. Seeing that the bamboo arrows and stone projectiles were no longer a threat to the enemy clearing the battlefield, Gao Qingshan tested the direction of the wind and then ordered people to light the poisonous smoke bombs mixed with spicy herbs. They threw them out one by one, and the thick smoke quickly filled the entire hillside. Because there were many caltrops on the hillside, the soldiers in charge of clearing the area had to be careful of the caltrops under their feet, so they moved slowly. At the same time, they had to hold up their shields to block spears, arrows, and flying rocks. After the poisonous smoke was ignited, they wept, sneezed, and coughed incessantly. Looking at the situation, it would be dark by the time they cleared the hillside and could use it as a battlefield. At that time, who knew how many of them would lose their ability to fight because of the poisonous smoke? The people in the stronghold had never fought such an easy battle before. Even though the enemy would reach the base of the stronghold sooner or later, the indigenous weapons and methods they used were actually able to cause so much trouble for the enemy without harming a single person on their side. This greatly boosted their confidence. Right now, they were only using long-range weapons to attack and harass the enemy, but after toiling for a day and a half, they had armed the entire stronghold. When the enemy reached the base of the stronghold, they would let the enemy have a taste of even more powerful toys. The Kuman tribesmen who had escaped into the stronghold were settled down, and those who were injured were treated and bandaged. Their chief was a woman in her early 40s, and her body was as sturdy as a man in his prime. Zunno asked her about what had happened in the Kuman language, and then said to young Fan, the Wu man and Mai Bai man joined forces to fight against the soldiers. They originally lived in the forest by the river, but because their tribe was too small and adjacent to Yunchuan's tribe, they were worried that they would be attacked. They wanted to take advantage of the night to migrate to a larger tribe, but when they passed by here early in the morning, they happened to bump into the soldiers attacking the stronghold. The female chief bowed to young Fan and mumbled something before taking off a necklace made of pure white animal teeth and looking at young Fan with a smile. Zunna smiled and said, "She said that she admired your bravery and was even more grateful for your selfless help to their tribe. As the ghost lord of the Kuman tribe, she gave this wolf tooth necklace to you. The Kuman of the 13 caves of Yarrow province will treat you as their best friend from now on." After saying that, Zunna explained, Ghost Lord means leader. Young Fan did not quite understand the significance of this bone and wolf fang necklace, nor did he plan to become a half-savage in the future. He only treated this necklace as an ordinary gift and accepted it with both hands with a smile. The Dryan tribal chief looked very happy to see him receiving the Xiong Lian. He said a few more words to Zun-Er. Zun-Er nodded her head and solemnly replied. She then pulled Yang Fan towards the village wall and said to Yang Fan, she said that although their weapons are simple and crude, their archery skills are very good. Now that she has received our selfless help, she will send all of her soldiers to defend the stronghold with us. I agree. The two of them walked up the wall and saw the battered and exhausted appearance of the invading Yaoju soldiers in the thick smoke. Zun-Er beamed with joy and said to Yang Fan, "Hey, I couldn't tell that these methods of yours were so useful." Yang Fan stared at the foot of the mountain, but there was no relaxed expression on his face. As he observed the situation of the enemy, he said, from their weapons and equipment, the invading enemy should be the native soldiers of Yaoju. Huang Jingrong did not send a messenger to see me, nor did he dare to send reinforcements from Rongzhou and Feng Prefecture. It seems that he has hardened his heart to let me die here. I'll protect you. Chem. Yang Fan looked at her in astonishment. Zun-Er stuck out her tongue and said with some embarrassment, I'm saying that after our stronghold was rebuilt under your guidance, it won't be easy for them to attack. As long as we can endure for 2 days, my father's reinforcements will arrive. They won't be able to do anything to you. Yang Fan smiled and looked down the mountain again. He muttered, I hope so. Zun-Er saw the beads of sweat on Yang Fan's temples. Without thinking, she took out a handkerchief from her waist and stood on her tiptoes to gently wipe it away for him. Her movements were incomparably natural. Before Yang Fan's temples were even touched, he could smell a faint fragrance. He seemed to have smelled this scent on Wn-Er and Xiao Man's bodies before. It was the body fragrance of a woman. Following this, she gently wiped his temples with the handkerchief. Yang Fan looked at her in surprise. Zun-Er gave him a bashful smile. Her white and rosy cheeks were as beautiful as a blooming camellia. The catapults made of bamboo were indeed easily damaged. In just a short while, 2 had been damaged. However, these things were easy to make. They could be used immediately after pulling out 2 large stalks of bamboo. Jiao Qingshan had just ordered people to replace 2 catapults when he turned around and happened to see the scene on the stronghold walls. A stockade guard who was patrolling to the side moved closer and whispered, Stockade head, I heard from the people who came with Miss Zun-Er that the chieftain has already decided to marry Miss Zun-Er to the great ghost lord, Zhezhu. Jiao Qingshan glared at him fiercely and reprimanded, Are you the only one with eyes? Are you the only one with ears? I think you have nothing better to do. Go do something. In the forest, countless people and horses were hidden by the lush trees. The forest was so vast that it was hard to tell how big it was. For these barbarian warriors who had lived on this land for generations, there were many places in the depths of the forest that they were completely unfamiliar with. They had never set foot in before. This was the first time they had entered such a place. Snakes, insects, ants, and rats lurked in the forest. Even if they applied the most effective medicine, they could not completely avoid their bites. The local people would use all kinds of methods to protect themselves. In addition, they had been bitten by the mosquitoes and insects on this land since they were young and had long gotten used to their venom. That was why they could still live in this forest. If it was the soldiers sent by the imperial court, they would only need to stay in this forest for 2 days before a large number of non-combat casualties would occur and they would collapse without a fight. This was the best protection that the heavens had given to humans living in the forest. However, even if they could survive here, it was easy to imagine the hardships of life. There was too little food to feed so many people. The chieftains and headmen also found it difficult to adapt to the vile environment here. In the depths of the forest, there was an open space where cow dung, horse dung, and mosquito-repellent herbs were constantly being burned. The smell of smoke was used to drive away the snakes, rats, mosquitoes, and flies. The smell was not very good, but at least it made the environment much cleaner. Under a tent that emitted a faint stench of smoke, the 2 chieftains, Funchi and Meng Zhezhu, as well as 7 or 8 headmen, quietly sat there. The atmosphere in the tent was somewhat oppressive. After listening to the report of the situation from the person who had rushed over from the White River stronghold, Funchi silently waved his hand and had him withdraw. Funchi let out a long sigh of relief and placed his hands on his knees. He looked at the somewhat downcast headman and then cast an inquiring glance at Meng Zhezhu. He said, "Wen Hao has gone to attack the White River stronghold. It seems that he has borrowed the help of the imperial court soldiers. He will not be satisfied until he completely occupies our territory and our people." Meng Zhezhu's expression was somewhat gloomy. He slightly narrowed his eyes and said, "We cannot delay in the forest for too long. Everyone has eaten wild vegetables, plucked wild fruits, hunted wild beasts, and even eaten all the rats. If we continue to waste time, we will collapse without a fight. However, even if we return to the stronghold, there is not a single stronghold that can support so many soldiers. The only way is if we scatter, but if we do that, we will definitely be defeated one by one." A big-headed man angrily said, "Originally, we were unwilling to return to the stronghold because our greatest concern was that we would give them an excuse to attack our stronghold and harm our families. Now, it seems that our worries were completely unnecessary. Wen Hao has already steeled his heart to annex our stronghold." Another big-headed man said, "The worst thing is that our soldiers are all the strong laborers of the stronghold. If we fight for too long, it will affect the autumn harvest and livestock. Our people will not be able to live, and at that time, the morale of the army will definitely fall. Now that they are closing in on us step by step, we have nowhere to retreat to." The big-headed man at the side hesitated for a moment and said hesitantly, "Perhaps, we can ask them for peace. If we hand over all the refugees that Huang Jingrong wants, he will have no excuse to act against us. There is no need for us to throw away the lives of our entire clansmen for the sake of those refugees." Another headman was also somewhat moved and quietly agreed, "That's right, isn't there an imperial envoy in the White River stronghold? Perhaps through him, we can have a good discussion with the imperial court." Xuanchi's second housekeeper, Long Fei, immediately glared at them fiercely and said, "That imperial envoy is all alone and even he himself is trapped on the mountain. What's the use of discussing with him?" Long Fei's daughter-in-law was a refugee. She was already pregnant and was about to give birth to a good grandson for him. Asking him to hand over the people? He would rather die than do it. Xuanqi seemed to not have heard this suggestion. He continued to stare at Meng Zhezhu and said in a deep voice, "Since our two clans have formed an alliance, this old man wants to know what Chieftain Zhezhu plans on doing." Meng Zhezhu said, "I really thought that the imperial court's army of 100,000 had already reached Yaoju. Our army was scattered and would be easily annihilated, so we could only retreat in panic and gather our troops. However, I didn't expect Huang Jingrong to be bluffing. The Great Zhu army that came as reinforcements only has a total of 10,000 people, while we have 70,000 warriors, which is more than enough to deal with them. However, the imperial court will definitely send reinforcements. If we want to fight, we must finish it quickly. I think that we should attack back and besiege Yaoju city again. However, we cannot annihilate the imperial court's reinforcements. That will completely anger the imperial court, and there will be no room for maneuver. Yaoju city needs to be surrounded and forced to retreat. Then, we can directly attack Wen Hao's nest. Only by killing Wen Hao and Yun Xian until they have no power to retaliate can Yaoju be at peace. Only then will there be a possibility of negotiation. As for Wen Hao and Yun Xian's people, the imperial court will not care no matter how many we kill. I'm afraid that they will be looking forward to us killing each other. 8. Wen Hao and Yun Xian, those two idiots, are pulling the tiger's tail and acting as our saviors. Xuanqi said in a deep voice, "Then what about the White River stronghold? My daughter, your bride, is still there." Chapter 530. Meng Zhezhu said with a serious expression, "We will send a group of people to White River stronghold to help her. The main force can only go to Yarrow State. As long as we take Yarrow State, White River stronghold will naturally be safe. If we delay any longer, our entire tribe may fall into an even greater danger." Meng Zhezhu turned to Zun Qi and said sincerely, "I like Zuna very much. For her, I can give up my life. But now is not the time to show off my bravery. I am the leader of the tribe, and I have to be responsible for the entire tribe. If anything happens to Zun as her man, I will use Yun Hao and Wen Xian's heads to pay for her life." Zun Qi laughed loudly and said, "Well said. This is how a competent chieftain should be." Zun Qi slowly stood up and sternly looked at the leaders. He said in a deep voice, "Wen Hao and Yun Xian are after our territory and our people. That corrupt official Huang Jingrong is even greedier than a jackal. When he was in Yarrow State, he asked me for a life-sized golden Buddha statue. What do you think we will get if we surrender now? Do you think they will agree to negotiate with us if we do not satisfy their appetite? Forbearance will not bring us peace, and will only make it harder for their greed and ambition to be satisfied. You can't cut a fish's wool. We have nothing to talk about with corrupt officials like Huang Jingrong, and there is even less to talk about with arrogant people like Wen Hao and Yun Xian. I, Zun Qi, have to be responsible for the land my ancestors left behind and the people who raised me on this land. Zun is my most beloved daughter, and also Chieftain Zhezhu's wife. But for our territory and people, I can only disregard her safety. Chieftain Zhezhu is also willing to give up this opportunity. Together with Chieftain Zhezhu, I will lead you back to Yarrow State City. We will beat them until they feel pain and fear, and they will no longer dare to see us as lambs that can be slaughtered at will. In this battle, we must be like time, advancing without retreating. How many people will cower in fear and negotiate peace?" Zun Qi pulled out the scabbard and slashed down with his blade. A corner of the wooden table in front of him was cut off. Meng Zhezhu also stood up. His figure was tall and mighty, and when he stood up, his head almost touched the ceiling. Meng Zhezhu gripped the hilt of his saber and shouted in a deep voice, "Immediately cut down trees and make ladders, battering rams, and other siege weapons. Collect poisons, quench arrowheads, and carve bamboo arrows. In this battle, you can only win and not lose." The big-headed people in the tent all knelt down on one knee and placed their hands on their chests. They said in unison, "We will follow Chieftain's orders. We will advance and not retreat. We will win and not lose." The voice in the tent was magnificent. The patrolling soldiers in the distance seemed to have heard something and stopped to look at the tent. The horses tied outside the tent seemed to have sensed the solemn atmosphere in the voice of the chieftains and headmen. They all raised their heads and neighed. The leaders came out of their tents one after another, rushing back to their own camps with their blood boiling, preparing to launch a surprise attack on Yarrow State City. There were only two people left in the tent, Fonchi and Meng Zhezhu. Kaori's seething anger disappeared, and he became calm and steady. After a while, he said in a low voice, "If we lose this battle, we won't even have the capital to negotiate with the imperial court. We can gamble with our own lives, but we can't gamble with the survival of our entire clan." "I understand." Meng Zhezhu walked to his side and looked out, shoulder to shoulder. There was a calmness on his face that did not match his boorish appearance. "From the day we became leaders, we no longer lived only for ourselves and our families. If we lose this battle, we can only ask for help from Nanzhao and Tufan." Kaori frowned and said, "I also plan to do so. However, if we lose, we better ask for help from Nanzhao first. Nanzhao King will ask for money from us, but he won't covet our territory. But Tufan is different. Once they rely on Tufan, they will be even worse than the Tang dynasty." Meng Zhezhu nodded his head heavily, spat out a mouthful of turbid air, and said, "We'll see how it goes. Let's finish this battle first. Be careful." Yang Fan suddenly pounced forward and pressed Zun to the ground. A huge crossbow bolt that was like a spear whizzed past and brushed past Zun's body. The crossbow bolt that was as thick as a goose egg hit a wooden pillar, and the wooden pillar that was as thick as the rim of a bowl snapped in half. Wood splinters flew everywhere from the explosion. A strong wind blew against Zun's face, causing her to feel pain. Thinking about how she would have been pierced by that crossbow bolt if she had been just a moment slower, Zun's small face paled in fear. Huang Jingrong had personally rushed to He by stockade. Not only had he come, but Wen Hao and Yun Xian had also come. They hadn't brought the reinforcements from the imperial court that had rushed over from Yarrow State and Rongzhou, but they had borrowed the bed crossbows from them. How could the weak defenses of He by stockade withstand a single blow from these sharp weapons? Fortunately, the armed forces of Yarrow State were actually the private armies of Wen Hao and Yun Xian, the two chieftains. The imperial court had given them the titles of military governor and provincial governor, which was equivalent to giving local autonomy in terms of military and politics. The imperial court was not responsible for their weapons and equipment, and the heavy weapons that the imperial court had brought with them were very limited. There were a total of 12 bed crossbows, but only 3 had been lent to them, and the number of crossbow bolts given to them was also limited. Otherwise, Hebei stockade would have fallen a long time ago. Even so, these 3-bed crossbows still posed a huge threat to Hebei stockade, especially when Huang Jingrong had come with almost all of Wenhao and Yun Xian's main forces. They had attacked the stockade day and night, and the defensive power of the stockade had grown weaker by the day just from the attrition of the soldiers. A day ago, the Smoky Period chieftain had suddenly sent over a reinforcement army of about 1,500 people. Logically speaking, this number of soldiers should have been enough to help them break through the encirclement of the mountain and increase the defensive power of the stockade. However, after Huang Jingrong's attack had been thwarted, he had personally rushed over with his troops, just in time to meet this reinforcement army. The reinforcements had suffered heavy losses and could not charge in. Actually, it was also fortunate that they had not charged in. Otherwise, with so many soldiers trapped outside, if another 1,000 people charged in, the water supply on the mountain would immediately run out. In reality, there was already not enough water on the mountain, and the supply had already started to be limited. Fortunately, Huang Jingrong, Yun Hao, and the others did not know about the water shortage on the stockade, or else they would not have attacked the mountain so fiercely without any regard for the sacrifices. If they had surrounded the mountain for another 2 days, the stockade would have collapsed without a fight. The bed crossbows shot fiercely, suppressing the defenders on the stockade to the point where they could not even raise their heads. Then Wenhao and Yun Xian's soldiers attacked up the mountain like a swarm of ants. After the long-range shooting of arrows and stone bullets, it was time for the close combat. People continued to fall amidst the flashes of swords and blades. There were already many corpses lying on the half-collapsed walls of the stockade, and there was no time to clean them up. Some of the corpses had been left to dry for 2 or 3 days, and they gave off a nauseating stench from the scorching sun. War was cruel, and up until now, everyone had become numb to it. There were people around them who had lost their lives, but the people around them were indifferent. An arrow suddenly flew past and pierced through a person's throat. Yang Fan did not even look at him, and only pushed the person who was still breathing away. He rushed forward with his spear and blocked the hole that the person had left behind. The White River stockade was about to fall. Jiao Qingshan used his steel knife to smash the brains of a soldier who had rushed up the wall. He panted and said to Yang Fan, "The chieftain must have met with some big trouble, or else he would have personally brought people to save us. Miss Sun is here, the chieftain will not ignore this." Yang Fan swung his great spear and knocked 2 soldiers off the wall, then said in a deep voice, "We don't have time to care about these things. The enemy might be able to resist this wave, but when they send another wave, I'm afraid this line of defense won't be able to hold. The second pass has been reinforced. After this battle, we will take the initiative to retreat to the second line of defense and continue to defend." Jiao Qingshan gritted his teeth and said, "The women and children have been reinforcing and building day and night at the back. There is no way they can come up with any new tricks. After defeating this wave of enemies, we will retreat." This fierce battle lasted for more than 2 hours. Yang Fan and the rest were gradually unable to hold on any longer. Suddenly, there was a dang-dang-dang sound from the bottom of the mountain. Wenhao had sounded the gongs to retreat. The ear-piercing sound of the gongs was like the sound of nature to the ears of both sides. The soldiers retreated like the tide, and the people in the stockade immediately relaxed. After the tension had passed, they felt that the last bit of strength in their bodies had been sucked away. Many people immediately collapsed to the ground. They did not care about the corpses of their companions and enemies under their bodies. They did not care about the bleeding wounds on their bodies. They did not want to do anything except lie down for a while longer. Women, old people, and children rushed to the top of the stockade wall. They fed them water and bandaged their wounds. Even children who were only a few years old could now skillfully bandage people's wounds. Yang Fan's current image was not much better than the others. He looked like a dirty beggar with unkempt hair. because of the lack of sleep, his eyes were bloodshot. Miss Sun-er was no longer beautiful. Her beautiful crescent moon-shaped headdress had long since disappeared. Her fluffy hair was like a chicken's nest, grey and dusty. Her originally white and delicate face had been blackened by the soot. Her clothes were so wrinkled that their original color could not be seen. There were also many black and red bloodstains on them. As soon as the soldiers who attacked the stockade retreated, she fell down like the men who were guarding the stockade wall. She lay on her back, not at all ladylike. "Hey, your posture doesn't look good. Close your legs." Young Fan was tired and weak, but he still had the leisure to teach Sun-er how to be a ladylike woman. Other people probably did not care about Sun-er's current appearance, but Young Fan, who came from a civilized world, could not accept it. Sun-er rolled her eyes at him and said weakly, "You really have time to spare." Although she said this, she still obediently closed her legs. Her legs did not seem to belong to her anymore. When she closed them, her thighs and tendons ached. Sun-er's little face was as red as the kitchen god's. This was caused by the sudden change in the direction of the wind in the morning. As a result, her eyes were now as red as a little rabbit's. Young Fan was silent for a while and sighed, "Tell me, what will happen if I go down the mountain now? Will they let the people in the stockade go?" Sun-er said lazily, "All right, aren't you tired of trying?" He has a guilty conscience. The one surnamed Huang will not let anyone in the stockade live to reveal that he killed the imperial envoy. Do you think I don't understand this? I won't stab you in the back. Young Fan sighed again and said, "But I'm worried that Brother Qingshan won't think this way. Look at him whispering to those people. Does he have a plan?" Chapter 531. What? Sun-er couldn't care less about her exhaustion. She crawled up and followed Young Fan's gaze. Sure enough, she saw Jiao Qingshan sitting under a half-collapsed wooden shed. Beside him, a stockade chief was helping him bandage the wound on his arm. There were a few other stockade chiefs around him. Jiao Qingshan was whispering something to them, and as they listened, they instinctively glanced in Young Fan's direction. The situation was indeed a little strange. Sun-er was furious and whispered, "How dare he? That idiot! If he dares to betray his friends, I'll chop off his head first." At this moment, Jiao Qingshan had finished bandaging his wound. He stood up and walked towards them. The few stockade chiefs followed closely behind him. Young Fan slowly sat up and shifted the position of his saber. Sun-er immediately stood up and looked at Jiao Qingshan with an unfriendly gaze. Jiao Qingshan didn't notice Sun-er's gaze and walked straight towards Young Fan. He smiled and said, "Brother Yang." Young Fan slowly stood up and said, "What's wrong?" Jiao Qingshan said, "I plan to withdraw the people in the stockade to the second line of defense and continue to defend it. But it's hard to predict how long this line of defense can hold out. So I'm thinking." Sun-er couldn't help but blurt out, "What do you want?" As she spoke, she also placed her hand on the hilt of her saber. Jiao Qingshan said, "I'm thinking to let Brother Yang protect Miss and leave first. Behind this stockade is a steep and unscalable mountain, and on both sides are cliffs. There were once witch doctors who tied ropes to the top to gather herbs. Although they've never reached the surface from there, according to them, the cliff on the right is not particularly dangerous. If the length of the rope is enough, we should be able to go down from there." So, Young Fan was stunned. When the battle ended, he noticed that Jiao Qingshan was looking at him with a thoughtful gaze. Later, when he was bandaging his wounds, he whispered to a few stockade chiefs and occasionally glanced in Young Fan's direction. It was as if he had a plan. His first reaction was that Jiao Qingshan wanted to harm him. Although this stockade was in Wenhao's sights, the current situation had turned into a situation where they would not rest until one of them was dead. This was all because of his existence. He was also an outsider, so he naturally thought that Jiao Qingshan had ill intentions towards him, but he did not expect. Young Fan's face was burning hot, and he felt somewhat ashamed. He had been in the officialdom for a long time, and he was used to seeing people abandon their companions for the sake of their own interests without hesitation, and they even said that it was for the sake of the overall situation, and that it was for the sake of a strong man to relieve his own wrists. Unexpectedly, He used this kind of dirty mentality to speculate about these men whose hearts were as broad as the mountains and clouds. Zana heaved a sigh of relief and glanced at young Fan complacently. I'm not leaving. If something happens to the stronghold, I'll only care about running for my life. Would I still be worthy of being the daughter of a chieftain? However, your plan is very good. Get someone to escort Brother Yang away. Father can defeat Wenhao, but it is impossible for him to defeat the imperial court. In the end, we still have to live under this sky. We have to obtain the emperor's forgiveness and let the emperor know the grievances we have suffered. We cannot do this without Brother Yang's help. Jiao Qingshan said resolutely, No. Miss, you must leave. If anything happens to you, I, Jiao Qingshan, will not be able to redeem myself even if I die 100 times. He did not allow Zun Er to reject him again, and suddenly turned to young Fan. With a solemn expression, he said, That person is called Xie Chuanfeng. Do you remember it? Young Fan said, I remember. Jiao Qingshan smiled in relief. If I die, I will entrust this person to you. Young Fan smiled faintly. If I die and you live, then I will entrust Huang Jingrong to you. Jiao Qingshan said, That is the imperial envoy. It is impossible for me to even see his shadow, and I cannot kill him. So, I can die, but you cannot. Zun Er asked doubtfully, What are you two talking about? Young Fan said, Since you can't do it, then don't be in a hurry to make arrangements for your funeral. Until the very last moment, I will not easily admit defeat. Let us first retreat to the second line of defense. Jiao Qingshan was just about to open his mouth when Yang Fan said with a smile, It is easy for you to want to kidnap me down the mountain, but to want to kidnap me down the cliff, that is not an easy matter. Zun Er blinked her eyes and asked again, What are you two talking about? The two men looked at each other and smiled. Neither said anything. Zun Er pouted her small mouth and did not say anything else. Why are we retreating? Huang Jingrong charged into Wenhao's tent with a face full of anger and questioned sternly. He was standing on the tree tower and was elated to see that the stronghold was about to be breached when Yunhao suddenly sounded the gongs to retreat. His beautiful dream of burying young Fan on this mountain was once again shattered. Huang Jingrong was about to go crazy from anger. Inside the tent, Wenhao and Yun Xian seemed to have just had an argument. Both of their expressions were somewhat gloomy. Huang Jingrong's eyes were full of anger. He looked at Wenhao and then at Yun Xian and shouted, Answer me. Wenhao sighed and said lazily, The soldiers are extremely tired, how can they continue to fight? Huang Jingrong was furious. He waved his sheathed longsword and roared, No matter how tired we are, can we be more tired than the people in the stronghold? They even used the women, the elderly, and the children to charge up the stronghold walls as soldiers. Is that a stronghold wall? It has already collapsed into a mound of earth. As long as we put in a little more effort, we will be able to take it down immediately. Wenhao secretly cursed, Bullshit. It turns out that the people who died are not your people. You are using my people to pave the way for the stronghold. With every step forward, countless corpses will be left behind. When we take down this stronghold, how heavy will my casualties be? At that time, what will I use to fight with the other chieftains? Huang Jingrong saw that he had a helpless expression but did not say anything. He angrily said, Continue fighting. We must continue fighting. It won't be long before we can take down this stronghold. Wenhao said, My soldiers are extremely tired. If we are going to fight, we should switch to Chieftain Yun's soldiers. When Yun Xian heard this, he said with a displeased expression, Chieftain Wen, it was my men who took the lead this morning. My men suffered heavy casualties and have not recovered even now. You can't fight now, but do you think I can? What a joke, my soldiers are not as strong as yours. Wenhao immediately said, Since that's the case, I think we should surround the stronghold and not attack. Immediately call someone back to the city to borrow a few more ballistae from the reinforcements from the court. I think that those things are very powerful. If 10 ballistae fire at the same time, this stronghold will immediately be destroyed and we can easily take it down. Huang Jingrong flew into a rage. Trash. All of you are trash. All of you are overcautious and narrow-minded trash. Do you really think I don't know what you are planning? Let me tell you, If Yang Fan does not die, I will be finished, and you will be finished. If Yang Fan interferes and the court's troops retreat, do you think Kuan Chi and Meng Zhizhu will let you go? Wen Hao twisted his mouth and said, it's not the first time we've fallen out with them. So what if we can't beat them? They want to swallow us, but they don't have the strength. So that's what you think. Huang Jingrong began to run around the tent like a mad dog. After running for a while, he stopped and stomped his feet as he cursed, what happened to your ambitions? Are you willing to be dogs in front of Kuan Chi and Meng Zhizhu for the rest of your lives? Anyone who wants to achieve great things has to make sacrifices. You too short-sighted. Ayo. Before Huang Jingrong could finish cursing, someone suddenly nudged him, causing him to stumble and almost fall to the ground. Huang Jingrong looked over and saw a person run in a panic. The person knelt on one knee and said to Wen Hao, Governor, Yarrow Province has fallen. What? Wen Hao and Yun Xian were shocked. Huang Jingrong didn't care about cursing anymore. He pounced forward and tightly grabbed the person's collar. What did you say? How could Yarrow Province city fall? There are troops from the court there, how could it fall? Who are you? Where did you get this information? You. Huang Jingrong's string of questions made the person not know how to answer. Huang Jingrong was asking questions when he suddenly felt his collar tighten, making it hard for him to breathe. His hands unconsciously loosened and he was flung to the side. Looking closely, he saw that it was Wen Hao, who was in a hurry. He could no longer care about his status as an imperial envoy and pulled on his collar to throw him to the side. Wen Hao glared at the person and said, Xie Chuanfeng, speak clearly. Who attacked Yarrow Province? How did it fall? Yun Xian, who was at the side, said, so fast. Zun Qi and Zhe Zhu shouldn't have such great power. Could it be that they moved troops to Nanzhao? As it turned out, that person was Xie Chuanfeng. Judging from his handsome appearance, he wasn't someone who could be compared to a lowly person. Who would have thought that he would be so cruel and lascivious? He was willing to use his saber on a young girl, and he was even willing to use it on a woman who had fainted from the pain of her severed arm and was lying in a pool of blood. Xie Chuanfeng heard Yun Xian's words and revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Reporting to Chieftain Yun, Nanzhao didn't send troops. The ones attacking the city were Zun Qi and Meng Zhizhu. Wen Hao was furious. How is that possible? How could they take Yarrow Province city so quickly? Are the soldiers of the court made of paper? Xie Chuanfeng sobbed. The two chieftains brought troops to attack the White River stronghold, so there weren't many defenders in the city. Zun Qi and Meng Zhizhu had people in the city. When they attacked the city from the outside, they immediately set fire to create chaos and help take the city gates. When the defenders saw that the two chieftains weren't there, they immediately abandoned the city and fled. By the time the soldiers of the court heard the news and rushed over to help defend the city was already surrounded by Wu and white barbarian soldiers. When they saw this, the soldiers were afraid that their own troops would be trapped in the city and broke out from the east. This lowly one was working in the military governor's office and received the news the last. Those bastards escaped faster than rabbits and no one came to the residence to inform me. This lowly one almost became their captive. After Xie Chuanfeng finished complaining, he expressed his loyalty. This lowly one escaped the city and quickly came to deliver the news to the two chieftains. Meng Zhizhu led his troops to chase after the soldiers of the court. Chieftain Zun Qi led the white barbarians here. If the two chieftains don't leave now, they'll be trapped here forever. Wen Hao kicked the babbling Xie Chuanfeng to the side and roared, retreat. Retreat immediately. Retreat to cloud-gathering stronghold, quickly. Huang Jingrong rushed in front of him and raised a finger. As long as there's another battle, Yang Fan must die. Wen Hao laughed sinisterly. If he doesn't die, the court will only believe his words. If that's the case, what use are you, Imperial Censor Huang? If you want to fight, then fight. If I don't leave now, I'll be buried here with all my warriors. Retreat. Retreat immediately. Chapter 532. Yang Fan dragged his tired body to the hut where he was hung up when he first arrived at the stronghold. He sat down on a pile of grass. Just as he took a breath, The one-armed Miss Lianxin brought him a pancake and put down the water basket on her shoulder. She said to him with some embarrassment, "There's not much water left." The water basket was very light. Yang Fan felt it as soon as it was put on the ground. Looking at Miss Lianxin's chapped lips, Yang Fan's voice became very gentle. "I'm not thirsty. You and Miss Zun can share the remaining water in the basket." "No, no, no," Lianxin hurriedly shook her head. "This is for you and Miss Zun. You are fighting at the front and need it more than me. I mean, I've already drunk it." At this time, Zun and Jiao Qingshan exchanged a few words and walked in. Yang Fan grabbed the water basket and handed it to her, saying, "Here, you and Lianxin can share it. Quickly finish eating and rest. The next wave of attacks should not take too long." Lianxin refused and was dragged to sit down by Zun. Yang Fan took a hard bite of the pancake. The oatmeal pancake was actually quite fragrant. Normally, without any dishes, Yang Fan could happily swallow a few pancakes. But now his throat was smoking and the pancake could not melt in his mouth. When he swallowed hard, his throat felt like it was being cut by a knife. Zun took a wooden bowl and poured the water in the basket into the bowl. There was only half a bowl of water. Lianxin was a little uneasy and whispered, "I'll go get some more." Zun sighed, saying, "Forget it. The entire stronghold is short of water. If we drink more, others will have to drink less." Lianxin said, "But, you are a chieftain and Brother Yang is an imperial envoy. It's not the same." Zun said, "What's the difference? Come, you drink 1/3 first. I'll share the rest with Brother Yang." Lianxin hurriedly refused again. Yang Fan said, "Lianxin, you are injured and need water more than we do. Don't refuse. If you don't drink your share, Zun will not drink." Lianxin had no choice but to take small sips of water. She drank a little of the water in the bowl and passed it to Zun. Zun also took 3 small sips and passed the bowl to Yang Fan. Yang Fan did not refuse. He held the bowl and took a sip, feeling the sweet water flow slowly down his throat. Every cell in his body seemed to sigh with joy. People who were not extremely thirsty would never be able to experience this kind of taste. After tasting it for a long time, Yang Fan took another sip. He could not bear to swallow it immediately. With the water in his mouth, he handed the bowl to Zun. How could Zun take it? The 3 of them were pushing each other for a small bowl of water. Jiao Qingshan was like a bull whose butt was on fire. Brother Yang, they retreated, ha ha ha." Jiao Qingshan grabbed Yang Fan's shoulders and shook him so hard that the water in the bowl spilled out and splashed all over Yang Fan. Lianxin was anxious. He hit his brother's shoulder and said, "Brother, be careful, the water is spilled." What did you say?" Lianxin's fist stopped in the air. He suddenly realized something. Zun, who was struggling to swallow the baked wheat cake, also looked at Jiao Qingshan in shock. Jiao Qingshan beamed and said, "Wenhao retreated." They retreated. Zun and Lianxin rushed over and asked, "Is it true?" Yang Fan gently put the bowl to the side and suppressed the joy in his heart. He asked in a low voice, "Are you sure? Could they have used some kind of deceitful tactic?" Jiao Qingshan laughed and said, "We are on the mountain, and they are at the foot of the mountain. Looking down from above, we can see everything. What is the use of them pretending to retreat? Who can they fool? Haha, they really retreated. How is it possible? Why would they retreat for no reason?" Yang Fan muttered to himself, but there was a smile on his face. Wenhao and Yun Xian had hurriedly retreated. They didn't even have time to tear down the large tents that the generals were living in. The direction they retreated in was not Yarrow State City, but the wilderness. They fled downstream along the Great River. There was a suspension bridge a dozen or so li downstream, but that road did not lead to Yarrow State. A few clever men were sent down the mountain to scout around. After confirming that they had really retreated, they immediately sent someone up the mountain to send a message. At the same time, they sent 2 people to follow the direction of Wenhao and the others. After hearing the news, Yang Fan, Jiao Qingshan, and Zun hurriedly went down the mountain. They walked around Wenhao's encampment twice and saw that it was a mess. There were many things that they did not have time to take away. It could be seen that they had left in a hurry. As the three of them analyzed the reason for Wenhao's retreat, dust billowed in the distance like a long dragon. The momentum was so great that they could feel it standing at the foot of the mountain. However, the people in charge of the lookout on the tree halfway up the mountain did not send out any warning signals. Just as they were surprised, a person in charge of guarding the perimeter ran back and shouted from afar, "The chieftain is here. Our chieftain is here with his troops." Sun was overjoyed and immediately rushed over to that person. Yang Fan and Gao Qingshan looked at each other and followed behind Sun. "Where is that bastard Wenhao?" "What? He escaped. Long Fei, take some people and chase after him," Xuanqi ordered in a thunderous voice. He ordered the second housekeeper, Long Fei, to lead the vanguard in pursuit. He also ordered one of his sons to quickly ride to the rear to urge the troops to chase after Wenhao. He then jumped down from his horse and quickly walked over to Sun. Xuanqi pulled his daughter into his embrace and hugged her tightly. He then let her go and looked her up and down. Seeing that his beautiful daughter now looked like a little beggar, he couldn't help but say sadly, "My poor daughter, she was actually bullied to this extent by that bastard Wenhao." Sun rolled her eyes at him and said, "Father, what nonsense are you saying? What do you mean your daughter was bullied to this extent by Wenhao?" Gao Qingshan rushed to Xuanqi's side and bowed respectfully. "Gao Qingshan greets chieftain." Xuanqi glanced at him and then his gaze locked onto Yang Fan. After examining him for a while, his gaze became sharp. "He is..." Sun wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes and said to Xuanqi, "Father, he is called Yang Fan and is an imperial envoy sent by the imperial court. He is not on the same side as that imperial censor Huang. When I sent people to ask for reinforcements, I mentioned him. He can help us." Xuanqi sneered and a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said, "He can help us. Right now, I have helped him. If I didn't come, he probably wouldn't even be able to keep his life. That imperial envoy Huang has mobilized troops from 3 provinces and has Wenhao and Yun Xian listening to his orders. What does he have as an imperial envoy?" Sun furrowed her brows and said unhappily, "Father, how can you say that? Big brother Yang, imperial envoy Yang is very powerful. How can that fellow surnamed Huang compare?" Yang Fan smiled and stopped her. He took a step forward and cupped his hands at Xuanqi. Yang Fan greets Chieftain Xuanqi. "Chieftain is right. Huang Jingrong has the support of Chieftains Wenhao and Yun Xian, but what if Chieftain Xuanqi and Chieftain Zhizhu are willing to support me? My power will naturally be greater than Huang Jingrong's, won't it? As for the reinforcements from 3 provinces sent by the imperial court," Yang Fan shook his head and said confidently, "They have only been deceived by Huang Jingrong. Right now, they don't know that I am here. If they knew, I would tell them to watch from the sidelines and not interfere in the affairs of the provinces. They would definitely listen." Xuanqi laughed loudly. "Forget it. This old man doesn't trust you anymore. Now that you are not here, haven't the soldiers of the imperial court and that Huang Jingrong been forced to flee by me? Since you have helped this old man guard the stronghold, this old man will let you go. Otherwise, I will not let a single person from the imperial court go. If it weren't for you, how could Wenhao and Yun Xian have such ambitions and drag Yarrow Prefecture into the chaos of war?" Yang Fan said, "Wenhao and Yun Xian have ambitions. Even without Huang Jingrong's arrival, they would still find an opportunity in the future. Chieftain Xuanqi is trying to pin the blame on the imperial court for this matter. You've won now, but what do you think this momentary victory means? You once chased Wenhao out of Yarrow Prefecture. When the army of the imperial court arrived, you quickly retreated back to your territory. Now that you are attacking Yarrow Prefecture again, what will you do when the imperial court's army returns? To put it bluntly, Chieftain Xuanqi, you can defeat Wenhao and Yun Xian and chase away the few soldiers from the imperial court that have come to reinforce you. However, if the imperial court truly sends an army, you won't be able to withstand a single blow." Xuanqi was infuriated. With a clang, he pulled out the scabbard and said sternly, "You have to test the sharpness of this old man's steel blade." Sun panicked and quickly moved in front of Yang Fan. She spread out her arms to protect him and angrily said, "Father, you have just arrived and you are already going crazy. This is an imperial envoy of the imperial court. If you kill an imperial envoy, it will confirm your name as a rebel." Xuanqi angrily said, "Damned girl, you are siding with an outsider. Move aside. What's wrong with an imperial envoy? Huang Jingrong is also an imperial envoy, but hasn't he been forced to flee by me? If he had left a moment later, I would have cut him down." Zun'er said, "Brother Yang is different from Huang Jingrong." Xuanqi said, "What is the difference?" He is our friend. Miss Zun'er, let me say it." Yang Fan placed his hand on Miss Zun'er's shoulder. The women of the barbarian tribes were not as strict as those of the Central Plains. This was not the first time that Miss Zun'er's body had been touched by a man. However, when Yang Fan's warm and powerful hand pressed down on her shoulder, the heat from his palm seeped into her and Zun'er's body became slightly weak. Yang Fan gently pushed her to the side and took a step forward. Facing the pole in Kuan Chi's hand that could cut through iron as if it were mud, he calmly said, "Chieftain Kuan Chi has won a battle and seems to have forgotten himself. In your eyes, the army of the imperial court is only SOSO, right? Haha, Chieftain Darin should remember what your stronghold was like in the past. With just this stronghold, how many troops can it block? A few days ago, you sent a group of troops to help the stronghold, but they were defeated by Wenhao. When they returned, they should have told you just how many troops were attacking the stronghold. And this stronghold, before you arrived, had always been in our hands. Wenhao attacked the stronghold day and night, but he could not do anything to us. Why are we able to defend the stronghold? The warriors in the stronghold are not afraid of death and dare to fight. On the other hand, it is because I have made some changes to the stronghold, and my ability to lead troops in battle is not worth mentioning among the generals of the imperial court. Do you think you can easily defeat the imperial court's troops? Who knows if it is because the imperial court's troops do not want to help the tribes in Yaoju? Otherwise, with over 10,000 elite troops, Chieftain Darin will have a hard time. If Chieftain Darin does not stop while you are ahead, and the imperial court sends more troops, how will you deal with it?" Chapter 533. Xuanqi sneered. "If I lead my clansmen to retreat to the forest, even if the imperial court sends 1,000,000 soldiers, can they do anything to me?" Yang Fan said, "They can't." Xuanqi smiled proudly. Yang Fan continued, "However, the imperial court has no intention of annexing your territory or seizing your hereditary position. Why are you doing this? Don't tell me it's fun to retreat into the jungle and become a half-savage." Yang Fan tilted his head and looked at Korori's neck. With a serious expression, he said, "There are a few large lumps on Chieftain's neck. The lumps are like hills and the color is bright red. It seems that the mosquitoes in this forest are quite poisonous." Zun'er covered her mouth and wanted to laugh. Xuanqi was unable to restrain his anger at Yang Fan's teasing. Like an angry baboon, he flew into a rage and said, "Nonsense. You have no intention of annexing my territory or seizing my position. Your people are doing this right now." "No, no, no." Yang Fan raised his index finger and shook it elegantly. "The people who want to annex your territory are Wenhao and Yunxian. Although they are the governor and provincial governor of Yarou province, you know very well that they are not people of the imperial court. As for the 3 soldiers who came as reinforcements, they were deceived by Huang Jingrong, and I am going to help you expose his lies." Zun'er looked at Yang Fan in fascination. Although his hair was as messy as a bird's nest, his face was streaked with black and white, and his body was covered in mud and blood, even his shaking finger was dirty, he still stood there looking calm and elegant. Who among her clansmen had such an elegant demeanor? Yang Fan said, "That is why I find it very strange that as the leader of your clan, Chieftain Xuanqi, who is known for his wisdom, would not use such a good opportunity and would rather take a path of no return. Do you know that by doing this, you will be playing into the hands of Huang Jingrong and Wenhao, allowing their evil plan to succeed?" Korori suddenly calmed down and glared at Yang Fan. "I have no choice but to fight this battle. Now, we've lost many people. As a chieftain, I must give them an explanation. We can't just leave things as they are. Huang Jingrong, the main culprit, must die. Can you do that?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "We agree on this point." Xuanqi's expression softened a little as he said, "Wen Hao and Yunxian offended their superiors and must be punished. Otherwise, if the other chieftains learn from them in the future, there will never be a day of peace in Yarrow province." Yang Fan blinked his eyes and asked, "Then how does Chieftain Xuanqi plan to punish them?" Xuanqi rudely waved his hand and said, "This is a matter between the tribes of our Yarrow province. It has nothing to do with the imperial court. There's no need for you to ask." Yang Fan said, "His Majesty the Emperor is very magnanimous. As long as you all acknowledge the existence of the imperial court and accept its rule, His Majesty the Emperor will not interfere with you at all. So as long as it is a matter between the tribes of Yarrow province, the imperial court will naturally not interfere. However, Wen Hao and Yunxian are both appointed governors and provincial governors by the imperial court. If you make a move against them and the imperial court ignores it, where will the dignity of the imperial court go?" Xuanqi glared and angrily said, "So you're saying that you want to protect them?" Yang Fan said, "Although they are officials of the imperial court, since they cannot maintain the peace of Yarrow province and instead cause so many troubles, I think they can no longer be officials. If Chieftain Xuanqi wants to settle the score with your own people, he should wait until the imperial court removes them from their positions." Xuanqi coldly said, "The imperial court will remove them from their positions?" Yang Fan said, "Huang Jingrong's memorial accusing you of treason should already be in the hands of the emperor." Xuanqi's expression tightened. Yang Fan continued, "Although I have always been in this stronghold, it does not mean that I am alone. The memorial accusing Huang Jingrong of her crimes and Wen Hao and Yunxuan's ambitions should already be in front of the emperor. Does Chieftain Xuanqi think that the imperial court will protect a greedy criminal official and two ambitious chieftains, or will they be more willing to support someone like you who is loyal to the imperial court?" The anger on Chieftain Xuanqi's face miraculously disappeared. He sheathed his blade and rushed forward to give Yang Fan a big hug. He laughed heartily and said, "Recognizing a poisonous thing is the same as finding a good medicine. Not only has this old man recognized Wen Hao and Yunxian, these two poisonous bastards, but I have also obtained Imperial Envoy Yang, a good medicine that can save the world and the people. This is this old man's good fortune." Yang Fan was stunned. Xuanqi's change was too fast, and he was unable to adapt. Chieftain Xuanqi loosened his embrace and enthusiastically grasped Yang Fan's hand. With a sincere smile, he said, "This old man represents the white barbarian tribe and is willing to accept Imperial Envoy Yang's help and mediation. Please believe me, the dark barbarian tribe will definitely agree." Yang Fan stammered, "Chieftain sir, Imperial Envoy, you are treating me like an outsider." Xuanqi solemnly said, "The Imperial Envoy is helping my people protect the stronghold and is willing to uphold justice for this old man. You are our best friend. You can directly call this old man by his name, or this old man will take advantage of your age and call me uncle." He took off the scabbard embedded with gems from his waist and placed it in Yang Fan's hands. His face had an abnormally sincere and passionate smile as he loudly said, "This sword is something that this old man always carries with him. Today, I give it to you as proof of our friendship. Uncle Xuanqi, you agree to cooperate with me?" "Of course I agree." Xuanqi grabbed Yang Fan's shoulder and loudly said, Let's go up the mountain. Tonight, I want to hold a large banquet to reward the brave warriors of the stronghold. I also want to drink a few cups of good wine with my tribe's good friend, the esteemed Imperial Envoy. Please." Xuanqi did not allow for any explanation. He pulled Yang Fan's hand and walked up the mountain. As Yang Fan walked, he suddenly felt that the old man beside him, who seemed to be abnormally hot-tempered, was actually not a big baboon that was easily angered, but a cunning old fox, and he himself was the little monkey that was playing a monkey show with the old man. Wu Zetian was playing with her two most beloved male pets at Lichuantai. She was lying on the bamboo couch of Xiong Fei, holding Zhong Yiji's hand in front of her chest and gently caressing it. She was smiling as she watched Zhong Changzong change into Hu clothes and dance for her. Suddenly, the chief internal servant, eunuch Gao, hurried over and whispered a few words into her ear. Wu Zetian suddenly heard an urgent report from the southwest that Prime Minister Li Zhaoda was already waiting for her at Wucheng Hall. She couldn't help but be shocked. She didn't know what had happened. She quickly stopped the dance, changed into her robes, and hurried to Wucheng Hall. When Wu Zetian arrived at Wucheng Hall, the Chief Prime Minister Li Zhaoda and the imperial attendant Shanghai Wana had already arrived. No need for formalities, rise. Prime Minister, please sit. Wu Zetian couldn't be bothered to exchange pleasantries. The moment she entered Wucheng Hall, she excused the two of them from bowing to her. She hurriedly sat behind the imperial desk and asked in a deep voice, "What exactly happened?" Li Zhaoda solemnly said, "Your Majesty, the censorate Huang Jingrong is investigating the Jiannan Taoists. They are abusing their authority and slaughtering the innocent. For the sake of extortion and bribery, the barbarians of Yarou province can't stand the humiliation and have revolted." "What?" Wu Zetian's face immediately turned gloomy. The Shanghai Wana softly said, "Yarou province's white barbarians and Wu barbarians have led over 200,000 people in rebellion. The other tribes of Yarou and Yang prefectures are restless. Tubo and Nanzhao have deployed their troops at the border. Their intentions are unclear." Wu Zetian's face turned even colder. When Wang Xiajie recaptured the 4 garrisons of Anxi, the Tubo allied with the Turks and were defeated by Wang Xiajie. News has come from the western regions that Wang Xiajie has already recaptured Anxi. The biggest problem at hand is that after conquering the 4 garrisons of Anxi, he will have to station troops there. Based on a rough estimate, there should be at least 30,000 soldiers left to guard the 4 garrisons of Anxi. These 30,000 soldiers will be stationed at the border for a long period of time, and rations will be a huge problem. Transporting food from the mainland is a good idea, but the journey is long and the roads are treacherous. Every single buckets of rations transported will cost at least 5 buckets. Wang Xiajie has already submitted a memorial to the imperial court to discuss the matter of stationing the army. After some discussion, the imperial court has agreed to his suggestion and decided to temporarily station him in Anxi. Although stationing the army will only provide less than half of the rations needed by the border army and the rest will still have to be transported from the central plains, it is still better than relying solely on the imperial court. Even so, the Bureau of Revenue has done some calculations for the imperial court. With the sea trade gradually flourishing, the Silk Road trade is no longer as important as it was during the Han Dynasty. If the imperial court garrisoned the army in Anxi, the profits from opening up the Silk Road wouldn't even be comparable to the expenses of garrisoning the army in the 4 garrisons of Anxi. Thus, after the victory, voices of opposition to stationing the army in Anxi arose once more. Some officials even suggested withdrawing the army from Anxi, believing that this barren land isn't enough to guard. If one were to consider the economic accounts of the 4 garrisons, the losses outweighed the gains. On the other hand, from a political perspective, there aren't many benefits to be gained at the moment. In truth, whether the 4 garrisons of Anxi should be maintained or not was a dilemma with both pros and cons. There is no such thing as a perfect conclusion. If Jiannan were to fall into chaos at this moment, the voices of opposition to the abolition of the 4 garrisons of Anxi would spread like wildfire in the imperial court. And the restoration of the 4 garrisons of Anxi is the only military achievement of the Wuju dynasty. How could Wu Zetian bear to revoke it? Besides, if Jiannan were to fall into chaos, if the Tubo Empire were to make use of this opportunity to collude with the barbarians of Jiannan, the northwest and southwest would no longer be peaceful. This wouldn't just be a matter of the 4 garrisons of Anxi but the entire Great Zhou Empire. At this point, Wu Zetian angrily slammed the table and bellowed, "Huang Jingrong, how dare she fail to consider the bigger picture? She deserves death." Seeing that the eye drops were almost fully applied, WNA said, "Sage, this is the memorial that Huang Jingrong has just submitted to the imperial court regarding the rebellion in Yarou province. Please take a look." Wu Zetian took the memorial and read through it carefully. Puzzled, she said, "The contents of Huang Jingrong's memorial doesn't seem to match what Minister Li has said." Shangguan Wana said, "Here is another memorial from the Inspector General, Yang Fan. It has just been sent to the capital on horseback. Please take a look." Yang Fan's memorial was written by Zhong Jianji, and it also mentioned the rebellion of the barbarians of Yarou province and the Wu barbarians. However, Huang Jingrong's memorial stated that the barbarians had colluded with the outlaws and plotted a rebellion. Due to Zhong Zhenji's discovery, they had no choice but to bring forward the rebellion. On the other hand, Yang Fan's memorial pointed out that Huang Jingrong had indiscriminately slaughtered the innocent, accepted bribes, and forced the barbarians to rebel. After reading through it, Wu Zetian didn't know who she should believe. While this wasn't the time to pursue the matter, a different judgment would determine whether the imperial court would pacify or annihilate Jiannan. Military affairs were a matter of great importance to the empire, especially with the unsettled situation in the western regions. It would affect the southwest greatly, so how could Wu Zetian not be cautious? Chapter 534. Li Zhaoda stroked his long beard and said, "Once the situation in the southwest falls into chaos, it will become a huge threat to the empire. Now that the imperial court is sending troops to the western regions, we cannot push them too far. Otherwise, if the barbarians defect to Tubo or Nanjiao, the situation will become even more out of control. The southwest has always been a complicated place with many different races living together. Restraining them is the most suitable policy there. Thus, it is better to pacify them than to suppress them." According to Yang Fan's words, the barbarians rebelled because they were threatened and extorted. Thus, it is better to pacify them. I believe that as long as the culprit is punished, the resentment of the barbarians will be resolved. Your Majesty should issue a decree to punish Huang Jingrong and order the officials of Jiannan to pacify the situation. Wu Zetian glanced at Li Zhaoda and asked, "Chancellor Li is also stationed in the capital like me. How do you know that the situation in Jiannan is as Yang Fan said? If my judgment is wrong and the barbarians are really plotting a rebellion, they might have already colluded with Tubo and Nanjiao. If the imperial court's troops are delayed, Wang Xiajie's return route to the east will be cut off." Li Zhaoda said calmly, "The two of them have their reasons. It is difficult for me to distinguish right from wrong based on their memorials. However, if I look at the memorials from the officials of Jiannan, I believe that the truth will be clear." Wu Zetian was getting on in years and her energy was waning. She no longer cared about the affairs of the empire. Ever since she had two handsome men, Zhong Changzong and Zhong Yizhi, she indulged herself in pleasures and became even less concerned about the affairs of the empire. When Li Zhaoda mentioned the memorials from the officials of Jiannan, Wu Zetian had no recollection of it at all. She couldn't help but look at Shanghai Wanna. Shanghai Wanna said, "The memorials that Chancellor Li mentioned were sent to the capital a few days ago. The sage has already reviewed them. Wanna, take a look." Shangguan Wn searched for a while and found a few memorials to the throne. She handed them to Wu Zetian. The one at the top was from Zhong Zhenji, the provincial governor of Feng Province. In the memorial, Zhong Zhenji accused Huang Jingrong of extorting the local authorities, accepting bribes and slaughtering the innocent. In order to obtain benefits, he accused the barbarian leaders of treason and threatened them in the name of the imperial court, forcing them to contribute their wealth. The memorials also mentioned that Huang Jingrong had detained the leaders of the barbarians, and would only release them after receiving contributions. It also mentioned that the leaders of two small tribes had not made any contributions, and had been accused of being accomplices in the rebellion, and had been executed. In the end, Zhong Zhenji said in his memorial that the southwest barbarians were valiant and the common people worshipped martial arts. Huang Jingrong's actions had caused the tribes to be filled with resentment. If he did not issue an imperial edict to reprimand her and order her to repent, he feared that there would be unforeseen consequences. Seeing this, Wu Zetian suddenly had an impression. She had indeed seen such a memorial a few days ago, but she had not paid much attention to it at that time. Instead, she felt that Zhong Zhenji's words were overboard. She was the one who promoted Zhong Zhenji to the capital and made him the Renhuang of the Phoenix Pavilion. She didn't expect him to refuse her edicts. In a rage, Wu Zetian drove him out of the capital. Since then, she didn't have a good impression of him. In addition, the censor was responsible for supervising the officials. He stood on the opposite side of the officials and wasn't well liked. She didn't care about the censor's impeachment. The censor didn't care about the military and didn't govern the government. In her opinion, it wouldn't cause any harm. If the officials were to speak up for the censor, it would be really dangerous. especially since Zhong Jianji was a local official and Huang Jingrong was the censor from the capital. Their positions were very different. As an official, Zhong Jianji was concerned about the stability of the area under his jurisdiction and the interests of the local authorities. On the other hand, when the imperial court's officials left the capital, they were naturally in conflict with the local officials. With this in mind, Wu Zetian did not take Zhong Jianji's words to heart. She only thought that he was bluffing to chase Huang Jingrong away. He did not want Huang Jingrong to cause trouble in his territory for him to clean up after. Now that she looked at Zhong Jianji's memorial, Wu Zetian had a different opinion. Wu Zetian then looked at the other memorials. They were all memorials by Zhong Jianji to impeach Huang Jingrong. Although the words were much milder than Zhong Jianji's, the meaning was more or less the same. Moreover, Huang Jingrong was indeed a tyrant in Jiannan, and there were plenty of evidence that could be used against him. Most of these memorials were filled with examples, and the more Wu Zetian read, the angrier she became. She could not help but ask, "Who is the current Jiannan observer?" Li Zhaoda bowed and answered, "He is the supervising censor, Pei Huaigu." In the early days of the Tang dynasty, the imperial court would send out emissaries from time to supervise the various provinces and prefectures and counties. Their names were not fixed, such as the interviewing envoy, observing envoy, supervising envoy, inspecting envoy, or judici observing and disposing envoy. Now that Pei Huaigu is the observer of Jiannan, he is equivalent to the highest-ranking official in the province. Wu Zetian said, "Send an imperial edict to Pei Huaigu on a fast horse, ordering him to head to Yarou province to appease the barbarians. On the day the edict arrives, Huang Jingrong is to be stripped of his position as the imperial envoy." Li Zhaoda stood up and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." The reason why Wu Zetian did not give this task to Yang Fan was because she had her own considerations. Firstly, Pei Huaigu is the highest-ranking official in Jiannan. The rebellion in Jiannan is part of his responsibility and it is only natural for him to be in charge of it. Bypassing him and sending an official from the capital would require constant communication with the capital and the local officials. Moreover, the official from the capital is not familiar with the local situation and it is hard to avoid trouble. On the other hand, Yang Fan is the patrol envoy of Zhu Daoliu and he is not only in charge of Jiannan. How long would it take for the rebellion of Jiannan Path to be pacified through negotiations? What were the follow-up developments and the series of aftermath after the rebellion was pacified? All of these would require a lot of time. It was impossible for Yang Fan to stay in Yarou province to deal with this matter. This was especially so after what had happened. Wu Zetian hoped that through his supervision, she could understand the situation of the other imperial censors. Furthermore, Yang Fan and Huang Jingrong are on opposing sides. While Wu Zetian is 80% convinced of Yang Fan's words, Huang Jingrong's words are not without reason. The censor reported that Zhu Daoliu showed signs of rebellion and the imperial court sent people to investigate. Indeed, there was a rebellion there. Did this imperial envoy force the barbarians to rebel or did the barbarians have the intention to rebel? Wu Zetian had some misgivings about this. If she let Huang Jingrong's archenemy investigate him, she would not be able to find out anything even if there were any questions. With these considerations, Wu Zetian decided to send another high-ranking official to quell the rebellion in Yaoju. This was to ensure that she could find out the truth behind the barbarians' rebellion. Receiving the imperial edict, Li Zhaoda cupped his hands and left. Wu Zetian picked up Zhong Jianji's memorial and read it again. She said thoughtfully, "This man is capable. If he is loyal to me, he will be a useful person." WNR said, "Zhong Jianji is over 70 years old and has passed the age of ruling the country. He is mature and experienced in handling matters. During Huang Jingrong's trip to the southwest, he was able to foresee that something bad would happen. As expected, he is an experienced and sincere person who plots for the country. If the sage wants to use him, just use him. Currently, only Minister Li is the sage's right-hand man in the court." Wu Zetian was moved. She thought for a moment and said, "Put him aside for now. When the matter in Jiannan is over, we will change him to another place and observe him." WNR bowed and said, "Yes, WNR will remember it. Brother Yang is back." A few white man girls who were cooking in the camp shouted when they saw several horses galloping over. One of them was young Fan. Zun who was squatting and adding firewood to the stove, stood up and looked at the horses. Young Fan galloped over on his horse. His head was wrapped in a white bun, and he was wearing a white button-down shirt. He was wearing a pair of wide blue trousers with a belt that dragged his beard. He was dressed like a white barbarian man. This white man attire not only made him handsome, confident, and in high spirits, but also gave Zunna a sense of familiarity. As he came closer, Zunna could clearly see the scabbard that her father gave him on his waist, as well as a small pouch embroidered with a picture of bees picking flowers on the other side of his waist. The small pouch bounced up and down on young Fan's body as he galloped on the horse. A sweet smile immediately appeared on Zunna's face. Her dimples seemed to be filled with wine. That small pouch was sewn by her carefully. Originally, she was worried that young Fan would not accept it. Now that she saw that he really hung the pouch on his waist, her heart was naturally happy. Young Fan, Gao Qingshan, and the others stopped their horses. Zun immediately went forward and held the reins of young Fan's horse. There were several knights beside her, but her eyes were only looking at young Fan. She asked with concern, "Brother Yang, how is the matter? Did they agree?" Young Fan tilted his leg and jumped down from his horse. He smiled and said, "Do you think they like to fight? I have an imperial edict on me, they can't not believe it." After I explained the reason to them, they set up camp on the spot. They promised me that as long as you don't attack, they won't move a single soldier and will quietly wait for orders. Don't worry, Huang Jingrong's external help has been cut off. She is now a turtle in a jar. Young Fan smiled and patted the neck of his horse. He then asked Zun "Where are the two chieftains?" Hearing him mention Meng Zhezhu, the sweet smile on Zunna's face disappeared. She replied in a low voice, "The mountain has sent people to surrender. They are currently receiving the envoy sent by Wenhao." Oh! Young Fan's expression changed. He said, "I'll go take a look." Young Fan quickly rushed to Zun Qi's tent. Zunna looked at his back and wanted to say something but stopped. She hesitated and did not follow him in the end. Before Zun went to the White River stronghold, she knew that her father had betrothed her to Meng Zhezhu. At that time, she did not feel anything special. When a girl grew up, she would eventually have to marry someone. With her background and bloodline, the only path in the future was to marry to Nanzhao or Tubo to become a princess, or to become the wife of some influential person. Otherwise, she would become the wife of some chieftain or headman. Meng Zhezhu was actually a very good choice. His identity and status were very high. Wu Man was not like the royal families of Nanzhao and Tubo who had so many rules to restrict her. Moreover, Meng Zhezhu was not very old. If he married another influential person, it was very likely that the other party would already be in their 50s or 60s. Most importantly, Meng Zhezhu was famous in all the large tribes in Yaro Prefecture. He was a famous hero. Which girl did not love a hero? Zunna had also heard of his name. Therefore, Zunna did not have any objections to her father's decision. She was not particularly happy, but she was also not sad. But who would have thought that she would meet young Fan in the White River stronghold? In fact, she was very clear that she could not marry young Fan. She was a barbarian princess. It was impossible for her to become a concubine of a Han official. Her family would not agree, and young Fan had also never expressed his love for her. However, love did not know where it came from. It just happened. Zunna deceived herself and enjoyed the feeling of secretly liking a man. She did not want to think about the result, nor did she want to think about separation. However, there were some things that she could not avoid. Looking at young Fan's back, her heart was empty, and she felt a sense of loss. Chapter 535. When young Fan arrived near Xuanqi's tent, he saw a few people being escorted out of the camp by the barbarian soldiers. Young Fan glanced at them and confirmed from their clothes that they were people sent by the Wen tribe. He knew that the messengers had already left, so he was no longer in a hurry. He slowed down his pace and walked over slowly. The curtains of the tent were raised high. When young Fan walked in, he saw Xuanqi and Meng Zhezhu sitting behind a low table, discussing something in low voices. When they saw young Fan come in, the two of them hurriedly stood up and asked young Fan. They only relaxed when they learned that the imperial court's troops had already set up camp and were prepared to watch the battle between the four great tribes of Yarrow province. After young Fan finished explaining the situation of his mission, he asked, "I heard that when Hao and Yun Xian sent messengers. What do they want to talk about?" Xuanqi said, "They sent people to negotiate peace. They said that when Hao and Yun Xian are willing to compensate the black and white tribes with 500 mountain goats and 100 water buffaloes as compensation for their provocation and starting a war. At the same time, they will resign from their positions as the governor of Yarrow province and are willing to form an alliance of brothers with the black and white tribes." Young Fan raised an eyebrow and said with a mocking smile, "Other than the 500 mountain goats and 100 buffaloes, the rest are all empty promises. They have to resign from their positions whether they want to or not. Do they think they can continue working if they don't ask to resign? As for forming an alliance of brothers. Haha, is there anything else? What did they say about Huang Jingrong?" Meng Zhezhu sneered. "They actually want to protect Huang Jingrong. After all, they were the ones who organized this together. It doesn't matter if they suffer a small loss now. As long as they can protect Huang Jingrong, it's like they have a knife hanging over our heads. No one knows when it will cut down." Young Fan smiled. "Since Chieftain Zhezhu has already seen through this, I presume that he will not agree to their demands." Xuanqi said in a low voice, "That's right. We also put forward 2 demands. First, they have to be responsible for inviting the chieftains of Yarrow province to publicly apologize to the black and white tribe. Second, Huang Jingrong must die. Otherwise, there was no room for discussion. Either they hand over Huang Jingrong's head, or they hand her over." Meng Zhezhu stroked his chin and muttered, "They definitely won't kill him. I'm worried that they won't even hand him over. If they defend the mountain and stubbornly delay us until the imperial court comes out to rescue us, relying on the principle of protecting the imperial envoy, regardless of whether this imperial envoy is guilty or not, whether he deserves to die or not, they can still obtain the imperial court's good graces." Young Fan said, "Therefore, we can negotiate, but the momentum of attacking the mountain must not be slowed down because of this. Instead, it must be strengthened. We need to force them to give in before the imperial court intervenes. Chieftains, please send people to chase after their messengers. Tell them that the imperial court's reinforcements have already maintained a neutral stance. They no longer have any outside help. If they do not surrender, there is no other way." Kaori asked, "Are you certain that the imperial court will send people to mediate and not send more troops?" Young Fan said, "Is 70% sure enough?" Kaori was still thinking about it when Meng Zhezhu slammed the table and stood up. "If there is a 50% chance, then it's worth it. I will go to the front of the mountain to supervise the battle. I just need to beat them until they feel pain, beat them until they're blind and go to school. I won't admit defeat," Meng Zhezhu said. Then, like a bull, he rushed out with loud footsteps. The sounds of battle in front of the mountain shook the heavens, causing the windows of Wenhao's old residence to tremble. Wenhao was an official in Yarrow province, but it was impossible for his tribe to change their original way of life just because he became an official. They still lived in their own strongholds, farming, herding, and fishing. If things continued like this, after a few generations, Wenhao's family would become a real official's family. They would lose the influence they had over the tribes under their command, and those headmen who had been managing the villages for the Wen family for several generations would become the new masters of the villages. Feng Province's governor Luo Shu Dao was such an example. But the Wen clan had only been the governor of Yarrow province for a little over 20 years. During this time, they had been abolished several times, so their roots were still in the mountains and in the strongholds. They had not lost control of their tribe yet. This stronghold was the main stronghold of the Wen clan. It had a permanent population of 3,000 people, but now, 20 to 30,000 people had moved in. Because it was a relatively large stronghold, the terrain was not dangerous. It was impossible for a large tribe with thousands of people to live in a place that was too dangerous, because the living environment in such a place was too harsh. Under normal circumstances, a stronghold with a large population would have a stronger ability to protect itself, so there was no need to choose such a dangerous place. It was not common to be surrounded by tens of thousands of soldiers like this. No one would be prepared for danger in times of peace. In order to deal with this kind of large-scale war that only happened once every few hundred years, their entire clan would live in a remote place year after year, day after day. However, this point had now become the biggest weakness of the stronghold. If the terrain was not dangerous enough, they would not be able to take advantage of the terrain to build a sturdy defense. The enemy could attack from all directions. The lush forest around the stronghold had become the enemy's best cover and materials that could be used to attack the stronghold at any time. In such an environment, the warriors of the black barbarians and white barbarians, who were used to fighting in the jungle, were like fish in water. There was no intense scene of the usual offensive and defensive battles, where people were like ants surrounding each other. Even if there was a direct battle, it was only the Wen clansmen who controlled the narrow valley and fought with the white barbarians and black barbarians who attacked. As for the barbarian soldiers in the forest who launched sneak attacks, it was enough to make the entire stronghold feel like an enemy, but there was almost no way to deal with them. Attacks from the outside were fine, but food and drink for 30,000 people was a big problem. Which stronghold would store so much military rations? Moreover, they had hurriedly fled back from the attack on the White River stronghold. They had barely brought a few days' worth of rations with them. Now, they completely relied on the stronghold to provide them. There was no solution to the rations problem, and the morale of the army was extremely slack. Previously, he had already retreated once at Yaoju. Afterwards, he had borrowed the power of the court's reinforcements to fight his way back to Yaoju. This time, he had attacked the White River stronghold for a long time without success. In the end, he only heard that Yaoju had fallen and that Xuanqi had chased after him, so he fled back to his stronghold. His power was originally inferior to the white barbarians and also inferior to the black barbarians. This gave everyone a feeling that the black and white barbarians were undefeatable. The soldiers were trapped in the stronghold. They didn't know if the black and white barbarians had split up to attack the strongholds that belonged to them. The soldiers who had rushed over from the stronghold were worried about their families, so how could they fight in peace? After a few days of fierce attacks, there had been a large number of casualties in the stronghold. Many people in the stronghold were related to him, so they often came over to cry for their sons, husbands, nephews, and second cousins. This caused Wenhao's heart to be in turmoil. These problems aside, more importantly, the tens of thousands of soldiers in the stronghold were not all his soldiers. At least a third of them were Yun Xian's men. Yun Xian had been full of ambition at the beginning, and Wenhao had only made up his mind because he had been bewitched by Yun Xian. Now, Yun Xian was the first to feel regret. It was his idea to repeatedly urge Wenhao to send an envoy down the mountain to negotiate for peace. So annoying. So annoying. Wenhao sighed heavily and paced back and forth in the hall. His face was dark, and the servants had long been scared away by him. No one dared to look for trouble at this time. "Governor Wen, our envoy has returned." The leaves of a fruit tree that was dotted with green oranges swayed as Yun Xian rushed over. The surroundings of the hall were filled with ornamental flowers and fruit trees. Yun Xian had ignored the path and had actually come directly under the fruit tree. It was clear that he was in a hurry. Wenhao raised his head and saw one of his trusted stewards that he had sent down the mountain hurriedly walk over from the gravel path. Ever since Huang Jingrong had arrived at the stronghold, he had lost his appetite for food and was not used to living. What pained him the most was that the treasures he had collected along the way and the delicate beauties had all been thrown away in Yao State City. He did not know which bastard had taken advantage of them. Now that Wu Man and Bai Man had surrounded the stronghold and said that they wanted to take his life, Huang Jingrong was so scared that he could not sit still. He had heard early in the morning that Wenhao had sent people down the mountain to negotiate for peace, but there had been no reply. Huang Jingrong could not sit still and hurriedly came to find Wenhao to ask for news. Wenhao did not mistreat him and still treated him as an honored guest when he arrived at the stronghold. He stayed in the back residence of Wenhao's home. After going around 2 small paths and passing through a thicket of fruit trees, he was about to reach the hall when he suddenly heard Wenhao's exasperated shout from behind the trees in front of him. "What? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Huang Jingrong hurriedly lightened his footsteps and quietly crept over. He stood behind a wall of trees and listened attentively. When he heard the contents of Wenhao and Yun Xian's discussion, Huang Jingrong could not help but be frightened out of his wits. Yang Fan, that scourge, had already stopped the reinforcements from the 3 provinces from helping the stronghold. Yang Fan, the Yarrow State Governor Zhong Jianji, and many other officials of the imperial court had already written to the imperial court to impeach him. Zun Qi and Meng Zhezhu had already sent messengers to Luoyang to apologize to the Son of Heaven and explain the reason for their rebellion. Zun Qi and Meng Zhezhu had already proposed the terms of the peace talks. They had to hand over Huang Jingrong's head, otherwise there would be no room for discussion. Each and every incident was like a bolt of lightning striking Huang Jingrong's heart, striking him to the point that he lost his wits. He tightly grabbed onto a pillar in the hall like he was grabbing onto a life-saving straw. He stubbornly supported himself and did not allow his body to go limp. He placed his last shred of hope on Wenhao and Yun Xian. However, the following conversation made him even more frightened. Impossible. How could I do this? Inviting all the chieftains of Yarrow State to publicly apologize to Zun Qi and Meng Zhezhu is fine. It would only be a loss of prestige. Since the plan to replace them has failed, we brothers in hardship cannot become the largest chieftains of Yarrow State and cannot become the military governor and provincial governor. There is no harm in lowering our heads. However, how could we offer up Huang Jingrong's head? If we kill Huang Jingrong and hand over his head, we will be going back on our word and selling out our friends in order to survive. What we will lose is no longer face, but the hearts of the people. From now on, we can no longer hope for a tribe to be willing to ally with us. We will be alone in Yarrow State. Wenhao's face was ashen and twisted to a frightening degree. Brother Yun, you are a smart person. Could it be that you cannot see how sinister Zun Qi's move is? If we do this, we will no longer have a place in Yarrow State. Chapter 536. Yun Xian's voice had the desolation of a hero past his prime. Brother Wen, do we have a choice? He sat down dejectedly on the stone bench and said sadly, if Yang Fan is not dead, the imperial court will definitely know the truth. You do not need to deny it. Just look at Huang Jingrong's attitude of wanting to kill that Yang Fan. As long as this person is alive, he will definitely ruin his plans. What does it mean for the imperial court to know the truth? He raised his head to look at Wenhao and said in despair, this means that you and I have no one to rely on. No reinforcements will come, no one will stand up for us. What else can you and I do? Those with ambition did not necessarily have the corresponding courage and talent. Some people with ambition succeeded, but even more people with ambition had no talent, harming others and themselves in the end. Yun Xian was precisely such a person. At the beginning, when Hao had been hesitant about using the power of the imperial court to force the black and white man to rebel, it was Yun Xian who had persisted. Now that the situation was not good, he was the first to regret his cowardice. Wenhao said sadly, at the beginning, I did not want to respond, but you were stubborn. Now that we have lowered our heads, other than being deserted by our own people, what else can we do? Yun Xian heard his hesitation and his eyes lit up. How can there not be? If we admit defeat now, we can at least preserve our strength. That way, even if you and I do not have a chance to replace him, what about our sons? Grandchildren? In a few hundred years, who will remember what you and I have done today? What we are fighting for is not our momentary glory, but whose family will become the strongest power in Yarrow province in the future. If we do not agree to their conditions, once our elites are eaten up by them, do you think the other tribes will not follow suit and swallow us up? If Zun Qi and Meng Zhezhu are not good enough, they can go to Tubo or Nanzhao. What about us? They are a barrier outside of us. We cannot borrow the power of any one of them. We are finished. Wenhao heavily punched the stone table. Blood seeped out of his hand, but he did not seem to feel it at all. Right now, he was extremely regretful. Regret was like a venomous snake biting at his heart. Yun Xian jumped in fright at his actions. After a moment of hesitation, he said in a low voice, if you really do not agree to let us kill him, then how about we hand him over? Wenhao said in a deep voice, What's the difference between this and us killing him with our own hands? Yun Xian's eyelids drooped as he thought gloomily. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and said excitedly, "I've got it. I have a plan that will allow us to satisfy their demands without causing our reputations to be ruined." Wen Hao said, "What is it? Tell me." Yun Xian stood up excitedly and told Wen Hao his idea. Wen Hao's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he happily said, "This plan seems feasible." Huang Jingrong was standing behind the wall of trees, listening to the two of them discussing how to kill him. He was so angry that he felt like his liver was going to explode. He clenched his fists and wanted to jump out and scold them, but before he could take a step, he suddenly remembered that he had been abandoned by the two of them. This was not the time for him to show his power. If he jumped out, he was afraid that the two of them would kill him. Huang Jingrong rolled her eyes, gritted her teeth, and quietly retreated to the backyard. Normally, when attacking a city, other than working together from the inside and launching sneak attacks, there was nothing more than burning with fire, splashing with water, collapsing the city walls through the expansion and contraction of heat, digging deep holes in the ground to sneak into the city, or using scaling ladders and ramming logs. But in this mountain, all of these methods were useless. The main thing was to fight, charge, and countercharge. It was just that because the terrain was different, it was impossible to carry out a large-scale battle, so the scale of the battle was relatively small. But to these soldiers, such a battle was unprecedentedly intense. Arrows flew in all directions, bamboo javelins were tossed out as if they were worthless, and the rocks they casually grabbed could be used as weapons. Every single step forward was a path of blood opened up with their bodies of flesh and blood. There was no military discipline here, and there was no order to advance or retreat. No matter if it was attacking or retreating, the orders could not be made clear. The entire battle was spread out over the mountains and plains. Often, after an order was given here, it would take a long time before the soldiers scattered in the mountains, bushes, and forests understood the intentions of their commander through the reactions of others. Especially for the individual soldiers scattered in the jungle, their environment was even more dangerous. The battle between them was not extremely bloody and heroic, but it always kept people in a state of tension. You didn't know whether an arrow would suddenly be shot from the bushes, whether a bamboo spear would suddenly be thrown from a tree, whether a hole full of bamboo thorns would suddenly collapse, and you couldn't be sure whether a group of enemies would suddenly appear out of nowhere. This kind of battle, where one had to keep one's spirit at all times, was more torturous than the battle on the battlefield, where one could clearly distinguish between the enemy and one's own side, and it was easier for people to collapse. Many people became nervous because of this. Their comrades were killed by various insidious killing methods, and they were full of anger. Even if they suddenly encountered a small group of enemies, they would rather abandon their weapons and surrender to kill them all. On the rugged mountain path, there were countless corpses. Some had purple faces and bulging eyes because they had been hit by poisoned arrows. Some had been pierced by bamboo spears, but because of the support of the bamboo spears, their bodies were still bent over. Some had been hacked to death by swords, and some had their brains split open in a scuffle. The hands of the deceased were still tightly gripping stones stained with red and white substances. Even those who were used to seeing death were shocked when they saw this. Wen Hao had sent out another messenger. This battle could not continue. If they continued, the black and white barbarians would suffer heavy casualties, but the morale of the soldiers was low, and the mountain stronghold lacked food and reinforcements. The messenger waved a white flag and descended the mountain. Although the soldiers were already in a killing frenzy, they still maintained a shred of clarity when faced with the messenger who waved the white flag and did not attack them. Very quickly, a small leader discovered the situation and sent a few bodyguards to escort them down the mountain. However, the battle on the slope continued. When Xuanqi heard the messenger's words, he could not help but laugh. Ha 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 ha, Wen Hao and Yun Xian have really embarrassed the men of Yaoju. How could they think of such a method? Wen Hao's messenger's face alternated between red and white. This shameless idea had indeed come from his master, and he could not refute it. Meng Zhezhu tapped his fingers lightly on the table and said with a faint smile, "Wonderful, wonderful. First, let the two sides formally negotiate, then have us capture and kill Huang Jingrong. In this way, Huang Jingrong's death will at most be because they did not protect her well. However, the negotiations were already agreed upon by the 4 tribes, and it concerns the interests of the 4 tribes. The death of an outsider like Huang Jingrong will naturally not affect the negotiations. This is Wen Hao and Yun Xian's decision to look at the big picture. It seems like we are the ones who seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Xuanqi's face darkened and he shouted, wishful thinking, "We will not agree. Go back and tell Wen Hao that if he wants to surrender, then surrender. Don't be so wishy-washy. Huang Jingrong is the main culprit behind the war between the 4 tribes, and she must be handed over. Otherwise, we can only fight to the death." Wait. Yang Fan interrupted with a smile. In order to extort money from Yarrow Prefecture, Huang Jingrong kidnapped the leader of Xuanqi's tribe. In Yarrow Prefecture, in order to create trouble and gain favor from the imperial court, she also instigated the Wen and Yun tribes to provoke the 2 chieftains, inciting the war between the 4 tribes. It can be said that there are new and old grudges, personal hatred, and hatred for the tribes. Chieftain Xuanqi killing her out of righteousness is not shameful. If the war continues, we are naturally not afraid, but so many brave warriors have already sacrificed their lives. Although the plans of chieftains Wen and Yun are despicable, for the sake of the brave warriors of the tribes, why should the 2 chieftains be calculative? Justice is in the hearts of the people. Meng Zhezhu said, since Imperial Envoy Yang has said so, I think there is no harm in agreeing to them. The current Yang Fan was not the Yang Fan of the White River stronghold. Now, the initiative was in his hands, and the outcome of the chaos in Yarrow Prefecture rested on his shoulders. His attitude would determine whether Yarrow Prefecture's future would be war or peace. Meng Zhezhu and Xuanqi could not ignore his opinion. All right, since Imperial Envoy Yang has said so, Xuanqi glared at Wen Hao's messenger and said, "Why haven't you gone back and told your chieftain to prepare early?" Yes. The messenger was overjoyed. The battle was still going on in the mountains, and with every moment they were delayed, who knew how many more people would die? His 3 sons were also warriors among them. Once he received the reply, he did not want to wait a moment longer. He hurriedly bowed to Yang Fan and the others. Many thanks to the benevolent imperial envoy, many thanks to the magnanimous chieftain Xuanqi and chieftain Zhezhu. Yang Fan smiled but did not say anything. If they continued to fight, Wen Hao and Yun Xian would be crippled. Keeping these 2 ambitious people alive might not be a bad thing for the court, and it might also not be a bad thing for Xuanqi and Zhezhu. The black and white man had already formed an alliance. Not only did they have the friendship of war, but they also had the relationship of father-in-law and son-in-law. If the 3rd and 4th ranked tribes in Yarrow Prefecture were to fall, their territory and influence would definitely rise to another level. A person's ambition and desire would continuously grow along with their strength. At that time, it might be a bad thing for the court, the black and white man, or the white man. In the mountain stronghold, in the back garden of the Wen family's ancestral home, Huang Jingrong's face was green, and the muscles on his cheeks were tightly stretched. He looked at the 2 servants in front of him. These 2 were his attendants that he had brought with him from the capital. They were originally fierce and aggressive ruffians in the marketplace. Huang Jingrong said, "This official has already said what needs to be said. Right now, we are grasshoppers on the same rope. I can't jump off, and you can't jump off. If we live together. If we die together. This is the result. The method that this official has just mentioned is the only way for us to survive. Have you 2 thought it through? Are you going to do it or not?" Chapter 537. Just now, Wen Hao and Yun Xian had excitedly rushed over to find Huang Jingrong and told him that after many rounds of discussion, Xuanqi and Zhezhu had basically agreed to their terms of compensation. The 2 imperial envoys, Imperial Censor Huang and Yang Langzhong, would act as mediators and the 2 sides would formally hold negotiations. If the negotiations were successful, they would swear an oath of blood and form an alliance of brothers, never to violate each other again. Wen Hao and Yun Xian spoke as if there really was such a thing. Wen Hao was responsible for reporting the process and results of the contact between the 2 parties, while Yun Xian seemed to be dissatisfied with such a compromise. He would even grumble from time to time, making Wen Hao's words sound more believable. Unfortunately, Huang Jingrong had already eavesdropped on their discussion. She only sneered inwardly, but pretended to believe them. She even pretended to be dissatisfied and reprimanded them. After the two explained their difficulties in every possible way, she reluctantly agreed. After Wenhao and Yun Xian left Huang Jingrong's residence, they let out a long sigh of relief. They were really tired from acting like this. Huang Jingrong had been acting with them and seemed to be exhausted. After seeing the two of them off, he returned to his room and sat down. After pondering for a long time, he called his two bodyguards and hid in the back garden. Huang Jingrong had learned her lesson from Wenhao and Yun Xian. She purposely chose a small pagoda that looked down from a high vantage point. There were no trees in the surroundings to prevent eavesdropping on the walls. Huang Jingrong had already thought about it carefully. He could not openly break off relations with Wenhao and Yun Xian. Now that he was in Wenhao's stronghold, he was like a piece of meat on Wenhao's chopping board. If he openly broke off relations, he would definitely die. It was also impossible to escape. He had already heard that the Wu Man warriors were all over the jungle around the village. Even the soldiers in the village who were also good at jungle warfare would have a slim chance of survival if they went out, let alone a scholar like him who had only visited famous mountains and did not know what a real jungle was. However, he did not want to die. He did not want to sit and wait for death. He wanted to live, so he had to rely on Wenhao and Yun Xian to protect him. However, these two people had already decided to abandon him. What should he do? He could only think of a way to tie Wenhao and Yun Xian to his chariot and fight for him wholeheartedly. This was the only way to survive. Therefore, after Huang Jingrong called the two attendants in front of her, she frankly told them about the current dangerous situation. According to his story, he was certainly going to die, and his two followers were not going to be spared either. Although Huang Jingrong was trying to make the two of them work for him wholeheartedly, he wasn't lying. If the other party wanted to kill him, he wouldn't let his two followers return to the capital alive and tell them what they saw with their own eyes. When the two lackeys heard Huang Jingrong's words, their faces immediately paled, not a single trace of blood could be seen. When Qin Wuyang was 12 years old, he killed people in the downtown area. No one dared to disobey him. However, when he arrived at King Qin's main hall, his face was pale and his body was trembling. Fighting in the streets and alleys required the courage of a hot-blooded man and the anger of an ordinary man. It was incomparable to the courage and boldness that Huang Jingrong wanted them to do. This Huang's life is in your hands. If this matter succeeds, when you return to the capital, this official will guarantee you a prosperous future. If it doesn't work, I'll die here, and the two of you won't be able to live either. If you can think through the pros and cons, then there's nothing to be afraid of. Huang Jingrong smiled and said, I'm also afraid of death. That's why I'm fighting. What do you guys think? The two attendants looked at each other. One of them gritted his teeth and said, fine. Sticking our heads out is a knife, pulling our heads back is also a knife. If we go all out, we might still have a chance of survival. Let's do it. Huang Jingrong was overjoyed. She quickly stood up and held their hands. She asked warmly, what are your names? Although the two of them had been by Huang Jingrong's side ever since they left the capital, Huang Jingrong had never asked for their names. Usually, she would only greet them with, come in. Huang Jingrong could still vaguely remember their surnames, but she didn't know their names at all. The two of them respectively replied, my surname is Luo, my name is Luo Mengi, my surname is Li, my name is Li Shichun. Good. Huang Jingrong nodded heavily and said, if we die in the future, you and I will be ghosts in the same cave. If we live in the future, we will be brothers with different surnames. The two attendants who were born ruffians were so excited that their faces were red. Because of Huang Jingrong's respect and promise, they felt a little like a gentleman who would die for a bosom friend. They stopped fighting. Looking at the peaceful atmosphere in the stockade village, and feeling the reactions of the people around him, Wenhao felt that his choice was correct. On an open field in front of the mountain, a large shed was built using bamboo and wood. The bamboo craftsmen were clever and dexterous. In just half a day, they had built a large hut. The roof was covered with green weeds, and the bottom of the hut was very cool. Soon after, someone dragged over bamboo mats, felt blankets, a few tables, and a large bowl for blood sacrifice. Wine jars were piled up beside the hut. Not far away, a few pits were dug, and a few whole sheep were hung into them. The meat was not yet cooked, but the smell of the meat was already filling the air. This location was very good. If Wen Hao wanted to arrange a sneak attack, they would have to come down from that mountain path. From here, they could see it clearly. By the time they reached the foot of the mountain, the people in the hut would have already left on horses. Similarly, if Xuanqi wanted to ambush them, other than one side of the mountain, the other three sides could be seen at a glance. Before the troops arrived, Wen Hao and the others could retreat up the mountain. The commanders of both sides had not arrived yet, but they had each sent a head steward with more than 10 people. They were responsible for arranging the venue, and they were also responsible for checking whether the other side was secretly playing tricks. A bamboo pole was erected on the ground as a sundial. The shadow gradually overlapped with the pole, and then it tilted towards the east. When it was 3 steps away, a group of people appeared on the mountain. On the ground, there was also a group of galloping horses in this direction. Standing on the hillside, they could clearly see the group of galloping horses. When they saw that there were no more than 20 or 30 horses, Wen Hao and the others felt relieved and continued down the mountain. The hut was large enough, with a radius of 5 or 6 feet. It was propped up by bamboo poles as thick as the mouth of a bowl. There were 2 long tables under the hut. On the left side sat Xuanqi, Meng Zhezhu, and the 2 big-headed men of the black and white man. On the right side sat Wen Hao, Yun Xian, the 2 chieftains, and the big-headed men of the Wen and Yun tribes. Originally, Meng Zhezhu did not want to fall behind Bai Man in anything. He liked to compete with Bai Man the most. For example, when he went to Yarrow Prefecture to pay his respects to the imperial envoy, Meng Zhezhu, who was already halfway there, immediately returned home and went with someone else. But now it was different. He was the son-in-law of Xuanqi, and the 2 elders of the black and white man were no less respected than Zhong Yuan. With his father-in-law sitting at the head of the table, he couldn't even let out a fart. At the head of the 2 long tables were 2 short tables. Those were the seats for the 2 imperial envoys, Huang Jingrong and Yang Fan. The 2 of them were the imperial envoys of the Great Jew, but now they were wearing the clothes of the local natives. Huang Jingrong's clothes had been left in Yarrow Prefecture City. The clothes that she was originally wearing had long since become tattered after the escape. Yang Fan did not bring his official robes. He was alone and only brought the official seal and the imperial edict to prove his identity. The rest of his things were with Ma Qiao. When the people from both sides met, they all glared at each other, especially those big-headed people whose strongholds had been severely damaged in the battle. They all gnashed their teeth and looked as if they would draw their blades at the slightest disagreement. Even when Xuanqi and Zhezhu saw Wen Hao and Yun Xian, they looked as if they were enemies and their eyes reddened when they saw each other. On the other hand, when Yang Fan and Huang Jingrong were at White River Stronghold, Huang Jingrong had personally supervised the battle to take down the stronghold. Her goal was to kill Yang Fan. This time, Yang Fan had besieged Wen Hao's stronghold, and the first condition of the negotiation was to kill Huang Jingrong. The 2 of them had already reached a point where they would not rest until one of them was dead, but the 2 of them were smiling happily as if they had been good friends for many years. "Ah, Imperial Censor Huang, please take a seat." No, you and I are both imperial envoys. Yang Langzhong's position is above this Huang, so he should take a seat first. Ha ha ha, in terms of age, this Yang is a junior. If Imperial Censor Huang doesn't sit, how would this Yang dare to sit? Xuanqi, Meng Zhezhu, Wen Hao, Yun Xian, and the group of big-headed people couldn't help but roll their eyes when they saw these 2 people's hypocritical appearances. They silently cursed, "You've already shown your blades, but you're still putting on an act when you've met each other. Do you 2 imperial envoys need to be so disgusting? Alright, since Yang Langzhong is so courteous, then this Huang will be generous, hehe." Huang Jingrong cupped his hands at Yang Fan and sat down at the head of the table. However, Yang Fan didn't take a seat. He cupped his hands at Huang Jingrong and said, "Imperial Censor Huang, back then at White River Stronghold, in order to gain the trust of the soldiers, this Yang had once asked them to bring this imperial envoy's official seal to see you. This official seal, can you return it to this official now?" As Yang Fan spoke, he cast a glance at Ling Potian who was standing beside Wen Hao. Huang Jingrong seemed to have just remembered. Ah. He slapped his forehead and said, if Yang Langzhong didn't mention it, this Huang would have almost forgotten. Huang Jingrong took out a glistening yellow official seal from his sleeve and handed it over to Yang Fan. Yang Fan verified that there was no mistake and put it away in his sleeve. He bowed to Huang Jingrong again before sitting down beside him. Huang Jingrong naturally wouldn't argue with Yang Fan over a mere official seal. He had already seen how the leaders of both sides were at daggers drawn just now. He was even more certain of his plan. The chieftains and leaders of both sides were filled with hatred, suspicion, and mutual distrust. As long as a little spark was splashed, it would be able to ignite a raging fire. His idea was very feasible. If Huang Jingrong wanted to save his life now, his only chance was to create an assassination on the negotiation table, causing both sides to completely break off their relationship. Yang Fan was someone who had to be killed, but killing one Yang Fan might not necessarily change the situation. He still had to kill an important figure on the other side, only then could both sides become irreconcilable. As for who to kill, this person could be Kuan Chi or Meng Zhezhu. No matter which one it was, as long as this person died, Wen Hao and Yun Xian would have no other choice. Even if they wished they could hack him into pieces, they could only drag him back to the mountains and put up a stubborn resistance. There would be no more room for negotiation. Of course, in a surprise attack, he could also be killed on the spot, but this was already his only chance. Huang Jingrong knew that the precondition for both sides to negotiate was to take his head. He didn't know when Yang Fan's side would prepare to make a move, so he planned to strike first to gain the initiative. The moment both sides sat down, Huang Jingrong opened his mouth to speak. Chapter 538. Yang Fan did not plan on immediately killing Huang Jingrong. The killer could be one of Zun Qi's people, but the cause of his death had to be explained and approved by Wen Hao's side. In other words, Huang Jingrong's death had to be the result of both sides participating in the negotiations. It was not that Yang Fan was too careful, but that he had not gone through the imperial court. As an imperial envoy, Yang Fan had colluded with the local barbarians to kill another imperial envoy. Even if that imperial envoy had 10,000 reasons, once the details were known by the imperial court, it would be a taboo matter. Wen Hao and the others only asked for a truce. They could tacitly allow Yang Fan's side to kill Huang Jingrong and agree to all kinds of conditions, but they would inevitably have other thoughts in the future. So they had to be pulled in as accomplices so that they could not suddenly kill him. There was also no need to suddenly kill him. Even if they gave Huang Jingrong a pair of wings, would he be able to escape? But Yang Fan had never thought that Huang Jingrong would know the plans of both sides. He decided to make the first move to gain the upper hand. Huang Jingrong did not say anything. He raised the cup in his hand and looked around nervously. He was about to say something when the cup suddenly slipped out of his hand. Pa! It fell onto the table and wine splashed everywhere. Everyone looked at him in astonishment, not understanding why this imperial envoy would lose his composure like this. When the cup fell, the two guards standing behind Huang Jingrong moved at the same time. Luo Meng slashed at Yang Fan's head. Li Shichun threw a throwing knife straight at Meng Zhezhu's throat. Huang Jingrong did not need to say anything. He only needed chaos. As long as Yang Fan and the leader of the barbarians were dead, a vicious battle would immediately erupt between the people present. No one would be able to stop them. Even if both sides were intelligent and could immediately see that this was his plot, Zun Qi and the big-headed man of the barbarians could only use the blood of all the people on the other side to give the Meng clan an explanation. Wen Hao and Yun Xian had no other choice but to harden their hearts and fight to the death with the other side. At that time, he would be far more useful to Wen Hao and Yun Xian's side alive than dead. Even if these two people wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood, they would still treat him like an old ancestor. When Yang Fan saw Huang Jingrong accidentally drop the cup, a subtle feeling arose in his heart. Even though accidentally dropping the cup wasn't as effective as throwing the cup as a signal or a loud roar of attack, it was already enough for a Central Plains person like him. Since young, in all kinds of stories, the phrase tossing a cup as a signal was used too much and was too famous. Yang Fan became vigilant and immediately turned his head to look at the two imperial bodyguards behind Huang Jingrong. Huang Jingrong was a scholar, If there was any danger, it would definitely come from these two people behind him. There were 2 rows of long tables, and at the front were 2 horizontal tables. Yang Fan and Huang Jingrong's seats were next to their respective groups of people. Yang Fan sat on the left, and Huang Jingrong sat on the right. Luo Mengyi and Li Shichun stood behind Huang Jingrong. As soon as the cup in Huang Jingrong's hand dropped, the 2 of them moved at the same time. Luo Mengyi unsheathed her knife, and with a crack, a cold light swept towards Yang Fan's neck. Li Shichun stood on the far right, with Luo Mengyi beside him, and Huang Jingrong in front of him. His line of sight was obstructed, so it was inconvenient for him to attack Sun Qi, who was sitting on the highest seat on the left. Therefore, he chose to attack Meng Zhizhu. The throwing knife he threw was dipped in poison, and the edge of the knife glowed with a strange blue light. The blue throwing knife flew straight towards Meng Zhizhu, aiming for his throat. Yang Fan became vigilant and slightly tilted his head. Just as he caught a glimpse of a cold light coming down from the corner of his eye, he immediately leaned to the side and fell towards the light of the knife. Luo Mengyi's knife was determined to kill. He also knew that Yang Fan was skilled in martial arts, and he was worried that Yang Fan would dodge after sensing it, so when he slashed with the knife, he held back 30% of his strength. Whether Yang Fan leaned back or leaned to the left, he could adjust the angle of the knife in time and continue to slash. But no matter what, he never thought that Yang Fan would choose to face the knife and fall to the right. This was completely against human instincts. The knife brushed past Huang Jingrong's shoulder and slashed towards Yang Fan's neck. Yang Fan faced the knife on his own initiative, and with 2 movements, he missed the knife by a hair's breadth. Yang Fan's head fell into Huang Jingrong's arms, and the knife whistled past his shoulder. Luo Mengyi was shocked. He had held back 30% of his strength, so he could adjust the angle of the knife, but it was impossible for him to stop the direction of the knife in time and change the direction of the knife to attack in the opposite direction. Luo Mengyi hurriedly lowered his wrist, and the edge of the knife went down. He wanted to cut Yang Fan's leg. His knife was also dipped in poison, so it was enough to just scratch a little bit of Yang Fan's skin. At this time, he realized that Yang Fan did not fall into Huang Jingrong's arms, but rather, he rushed over. At the same time that Yang Fan fell, he exerted force with his feet. Underneath him was a smooth mat, but when he exerted force with his feet, the mat actually moved more than a foot to the left. His body used this force to rush over to Huang Jingrong's arms. Luo Mengyi's knife struck empty air. At the moment that Yang Fan's body rushed out, he was still observing his surroundings, and he saw the throwing knife that Li Shichun had thrown towards Meng Zhizhu. Meng Zhizhu had a body full of valor. In a head-on battle, even a dozen or so brave men would not be able to get close to him. However, he was not proficient in small and nimble movements. Compared to Yang Fan, his attainments in this area could be described as clumsy and slow. Seeing the shining flying knife shooting towards him, Meng Zhizhu wanted to dodge, but his body couldn't immediately react. From an outsider's point of view, he just stared dumbfoundedly at the flying knife shooting towards him, not even dodging. When Yang Fan saw the throwing knife shooting towards Meng Zhizhu, he was also shocked. If Meng Zhizhu was assassinated on the spot, the black man would not let it go. Whether it was out of morality or personal interests, the white man could only choose to advance and retreat together with the black man. The black man and the white man would definitely fight to the death with the Wen and Yun tribes. Perhaps Nanzhao and Tubo would also take the opportunity to invade Yarrow province, causing chaos in the southwest. All these thoughts happened in a flash. While Yang Fan's body was moving backward, he reached out and brushed the wine cup that Huang Jingrong had left on the table. The wine cup turned into a white light and whizzed forward. Unexpectedly, it arrived first even though it was launched later. With a ding sound, it hit the handle of the flying knife. Crash! Bang! The distance between Huang Jingrong and the short table in front of her was not big, so it could not accommodate Yang Fan's body. As Yang Fan rushed out, the entire short table flew outwards. At the same time, Huang Jingrong was pushed backwards and crashed into Luo Mengyi's body. Luo Mengyi was unable to stand steadily and took a step back. The wine cup hit the handle of the throwing knife and immediately shattered into several pieces. The throwing knife was hit by the wine cup and the tip of the knife changed direction. It spun like a wheel and flew from left to right. With a pu sound, it stabbed into the shoulder of one of Wen Xian's men. The man cried out in pain and pressed down on his shoulder. Yang Fan jumped past Huang Jingrong. Seeing that Li Shichun was standing there, Yang Fan conveniently grabbed Li Shishun's ankle and pulled him into his arms. Li Shichun fell out and hit a pillar that was as thick as the mouth of a bowl, causing the shed to shake. Although the shed was sturdy and was not knocked down by him, a lot of grass floated down from the roof. It was chaos under the hut. When Yang Fan stood up, the chieftains and headmen of both sides jumped up one after another. They kicked away the table, drew their sabers and cursed loudly as they were about to charge forward. The dozens of bodyguards waiting outside the tents also drew their sabers and charged into the tents when they saw the commotion under the tents. "Don't fight." Seeing that a melee was about to break out, Yang Fan leaped into the air and somersaulted in the air, steadily landing in the middle of the two sides who were at daggers drawn. He then shouted in a deep voice, "All of you stop. This matter has nothing to do with chieftains Wen and Yun." "That's right. That's right. It has nothing to do with us. It really has nothing to do with us." Wen Hao's face was pale with fear. In order to show that he had no intention of fighting, he quickly sheathed his sword and raised his hands to explain to Fumi and Meng Zhizhu, "Chieftains, we had no idea at all. We were sincerely trying to make peace and had no idea that he would make a move." Yun Xian raised his sword and charged at Huang Jingrong, shouting in a stern voice, "Bastard, what are you doing? Are you trying to consign my tribe to eternal damnation?" Huang Jingrong was knocked back by Yang Fan's body. Yang Fan's elbow had even struck his nose, causing his nose to bleed and stars to appear before his eyes in pain. He slowly crawled up from the ground and looked at the situation inside the tent. He knew that the situation was hopeless and couldn't help but curse in despair, "You coward. You and Wen Hao are both useless cowards. Why did this imperial envoy choose to cooperate with you in the first place? Even with the help of the imperial court's troops, you were still able to fall to this state and still want to betray this imperial envoy to beg for mercy. Shameless beyond compare. Useless beyond compare." Wen Hao was shocked. "How did you know?" He realized that he had made a slip of the tongue the moment the words left his mouth. He couldn't help but blush in embarrassment. Yun Xian flew into a rage out of humiliation and ordered his subordinates that had charged into the tent, Kill him for me." Wen Hao hurriedly explained to Zun Qi and Meng Zhizhu, "Chieftains, this is all Huang Jingrong's doing and has nothing to do with us. Since we have agreed to negotiate, how could we do such a treacherous thing? Chieftains, please don't misunderstand, we..." At this moment, someone suddenly cried out in alarm, "Bai Po! Bai Po, what happened to you?" Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the leader who was stabbed by the flying knife just now had a black face. His eyes were bulging with anger and he shouted with difficulty, the knife is poisoned." After saying that, he fell to the ground with a puff sound. A leader beside him quickly squatted down to check his breathing and shouted, "He's dead. Bai Po's leader is dead." Everyone looked at Tu Po, who had been poisoned to death, then turned their heads and looked at Huang Jingrong and the two guards behind him with a strange and hair-raising gaze. They raised the scabbards that were glinting with cold glints. "Kill him! Kill him!" No one knew who was the first to shout, but the shadows of swords and knives swarmed over. The black and white barbarian leaders, as well as the Wen and Yun tribes' leaders, all rushed forward. Scabbards rose and fell one after another. The clanking sounds of weapons colliding could be heard from the crowd, followed by screams of pain. Finally, there was only the sound of sharp blades piercing into flesh. By the time the blooded leaders had vented their anger and slowly retreated, the ground was already a mess of flesh and blood. It was impossible to see a complete person. Huang Jingrong and the other two had been chopped into meat paste under the rage of the crowd. When Meng Zhizhu saw that Huang Jingrong had died, the anger in his heart subsided a little. He looked at the poisoned leader again and thought about how the flying dagger had been shot at him. If it wasn't for Yang Fan throwing the wine cup, he would have been the one lying on the ground. He couldn't help but feel fear and gratitude. Yang Fan walked over and lowered his head to look at the shapeless pile of flesh and blood on the ground. His cheek twitched a few times. Yang Fan took a deep breath and slowly turned around. He looked at the two leaders who were still holding the blood-red blades in their hands and said in a deep voice, Huang Jingrong deliberately instigated a war among the tribes in Yaoju to satisfy his own selfish desires. His evil plot was exposed and he was killed by the indignant leaders of the tribes. I wonder if what I saw and heard is true. Wen Hao and Yun Xian looked at each other and nodded repeatedly. What the imperial envoy said is correct. This is what happened. Yang Fan smiled and said, since this is the case, tribe leader Wen and tribe leader Yun should report this matter to the Ming dynasty. Otherwise, you will not be able to bear the crime of killing an imperial envoy. However, you do not need to worry, I have seen everything that happened. I can be your witness. Wen Hao was like a yellow lotus that had been sucked into his mouth. He grinned and said bitterly, the imperial envoy is wise. I thank the imperial envoy for upholding justice for us. Yang Fan laughed it off and said, then tribe leader Wen, please start writing. While you are writing, we can clean up this place. I believe the peace talks will go smoothly. Chapter 539. Yang Fan and Zun walked side by side up the mountain path. The path was narrow and there were lush shrubs on both sides. Some vines and unknown wild fruits dotted the path. Of course, from time to time, there would be a chubby long worm. Just now, when Yang Fan parted a branch, a 4-foot-long snake hung down from the tree. It flicked its tongue in an attempt to scare away this intruding creature. Yang Fan had lived in Southeast Asia for many years. Snakes were creatures that had grown up, so he was not afraid of them. Zun seemed to be more daring than him. She stretched out her hand and grabbed the snake's vital point. After playing with it for a while, she threw the snake far away into the grass. This used to be the battlefield between the Earth barbarians and the Wen and Yun tribes. Every step was filled with traps and danger, but now, it was a smooth road. As far as the eye could see, it was full of vitality. Even the bloodstains on the gravel path had been washed away by yesterday's heavy rain. As the two walked side by side, Zun asked curiously, Brother Yang, why don't you go to Yaoju? I heard that enlistment is a great merit. Before that imperial censor pay arrived, you had already mediated the peace talks. Why give this great merit to him? I can't take this merit. Yang Fan smiled and played with the scabbard that Zun Qi had gifted him. With a light wave, a branch in front of him fell to the ground. It was indeed extremely sharp. Yang Fan explained, sometimes, more merit isn't always better, especially this kind of merit. If you take it, there will be endless troubles in the future. Although all the tribes had a part in Huang Jingrong's death and I'm not afraid of people spreading it, there are too many flaws in it. That imperial censor pay is an extremely shrewd and capable person. If I give him some merit, he will help me clean up my mess. What? Zun's face turned red and she felt somewhat embarrassed. She didn't quite understand what Yang Fan meant and didn't know what he meant by clean up his mess. Yang Fan explained, in other words, I want him to benefit from this matter. If I have any flaws, he will help me cover them. Oh, Zun pondered for a moment before she shook her head and sighed, the thoughts of you officials are harder to fathom than the fish swimming in muddy water. I can't understand it at all. Yang Fan smiled and said, why do I have to figure it out? You're not in the officialdom. It's your fortune to be able to live a simple life. However, I can only live such a simple life in a place like yours. If I lived like you in the officialdom, I would have died a long time ago. Then, why don't you come live with us? Zun plucked up her courage and asked. As soon as the words left her mouth, her face blushed like a peach blossom. Her big bright eyes glanced hopefully at Yang Fan, and then immediately moved away. But as soon as she moved away, she couldn't help but sneak another glance at him. That kind of shyness of a young girl was indescribably moving. Yang Fan didn't know how to answer her question and could only pretend to smile profoundly. He stopped walking and turned his head to look at the valley at the foot of the mountain. A trace of disappointment flashed across Zun's eyes. She gently sighed and faintly said, to you, this is a barren land. Of course, you won't come here. Your wife must be a young lady from a noble family. How could she endure the life here? Yang Fan coughed and pointed to the valley. Is that Gao Qingshan? Zun bitterly glanced at him and followed his gaze to the valley. There was an open field in the valley, and 5 horses were standing in 5 different directions. In the center of the 5 horses was a group of people. When the 2 of them looked up, they saw that the group of people were dispersing in all directions. Looking down from the mountain, they could vaguely see that there was still one person left. That person was sprawled on the ground with his arms and legs wide open. Someone jumped onto a horse and whipped the horse forward. The person in the big shape was suddenly pulled into the air. It only stopped for a moment before there was an explosion of blood. The person in the big shape was torn into pieces. The 5 horses each dragged a body and charged forward. Yang Fan and Zun were standing halfway up the mountain. They couldn't hear the screams at the foot of the mountain, but they could clearly feel the mournful scream. Zun shivered and unconsciously moved closer to Yang Fan. Yang Fan said in a low voice, "That person should be Xie Chuanfeng. He has been executed." Zun softly grunted. After a moment of silence, she hatefully said, "He is an animal. He not only harmed Miss Lianxin, but he also cut off one of her arms. He should be punished." Yang Fan narrowed his eyes and looked down the mountain. He saw that the 5 horses each dragged a body forward and didn't return. He couldn't help but be puzzled. "The people have been executed. Where are they going?" Zun said, "Dismembered by 5 horses. Then they threw his body far away so that he can never be reunited. His soul is incomplete. Even if he reincarnates, he can't be a human." Yang Fan was silent for a moment. He slowly raised his head and looked at a white cloud in the sky. The cloud was dazzlingly white under the sunlight. Looking at its shape, it looked like a barbarian girl wearing white clothes and a water basket. There was a sweet smile on her face and she was happily walking on the mountain path. The roar of drums cut through the silence of the sky. The reinforcements from Rongzhou, Yarou Prefecture, and Lingnan Path had already taken over Yarou Prefecture. Because of the defeat of Wenhao and Yunxian, their actions were boycotted by the tribes in Yarou Prefecture. They could no longer carry out their duties as governor and provincial governor. Although the imperial court hadn't issued an edict to dismiss them, their soldiers had already retreated to their own tribes and handed over Yarou Prefecture to the imperial court's reinforcements from the other 3 prefectures. Zun Qi, Zhe Zhu, Wenhao, Yunxian, and the other chieftains of Yarou Prefecture were dressed in their tribal costumes. They stood at the gates of Yarou Prefecture, waiting for the arrival of the imperial envoy. Pei Huaigu had only brought 800 horsemen from Jiannan Path. In a place like Yarou Prefecture with many mountains and rivers, the roads were rugged. Once a battle broke out, it would be a guerrilla warfare. Pei Huaigu had arranged such a formation to inform the various chieftains of Yarou Prefecture that he was here to appease them and not to fight. The 800 cavalrymen with helmets and armors reined in their horses. The 800 cavalrymen stood silently, their banners fluttering in the wind. The Jiannan Observer, Imperial Commissioner Pei Huaigu's carriage slowly moved out from the middle of the cavalrymen. The generals of the 3 divisions of Rong Province, Feng Province, and Lingnan Province, Zun Qi, Zhe Zhu, and the others rushed forward to welcome them. Pei Huaigu was in his 40s and was at the prime of his life. He had a good reputation as an official. He was upright and incorruptible. He was a daring and resourceful man who enjoyed great prestige in the right censorate. He had been appointed as an observer of Jiannan Path at the beginning of last year. Although the power of an observer was great, it was not a permanent position. Usually, he would only be appointed for 2 years before being transferred back to the capital. Pei Huaigu would be returning to the capital in half a year's time. He did not expect that a rebellion would occur in his administration. He wanted to resolve this matter during his term of office so that there would not be a stain on his career. When Pei Huaigu set off, he did not know that the civil war in Yarou Prefecture had ended. Unexpectedly, when he arrived at Yarou Prefecture, he found out that the warring barbarians had stopped fighting and swore an oath of blood. Pei Huaigu was naturally happy to hear this. However, this matter was not over yet. The ceasefire was only a ceasefire between the warring tribes. Wen Hao and Wen Xian were officials of the imperial court. If Zun Qi and Zhe Zhu fought with them, it would be considered a rebellion. Regardless of whether this matter was pacified or annihilated, there had to be a clear explanation. Only then could this chaotic war end with dignity. Pei Huaigu had some plans in mind. However, he soon received news that the imperial envoy, Huang Jingrong, had died in the chaos. Pei Huaigu felt that this was a thorny problem. He could ignore the reaction of the censorate, but the imperial envoy was an envoy of the emperor. If there was no reasonable explanation that could be accepted by the imperial court, the emperor's reputation would be in tatters. Also, he had already sensed that Huang Jingrong's death seemed to have the shadow of another imperial envoy, Yang Fan, working in the dark. Although he belonged to the right censorate, he had always been patrolling the area. He did not want to interfere with the struggle between the censorate and the left censorate. He did not want to interfere with the struggle between the left censorate and the Ministry of Justice. Yang Fan and Huang Jingrong were both involved with one or even multiple powers. How to handle this well was a thorny problem. The carriage had already stopped. Pei Huaigu thought about these thorny problems and sighed softly. He hid away the worry between his brows and bent down to get out of the carriage. The chieftains stood in front of the city gate and saw the curtain of the sedan lift. An official with hair as black as ink, handsome and dignified, walked out from within. Everyone knew that it was Imperial Envoy Pei. The generals and chieftains of Yaoju all came forward to pay their respects. Pei Huaigu looked at everyone solemnly and slowly got out of the carriage. He first cupped his hands to the crowd and then asked a general beside him, "Where is Imperial Envoy Yang from the Ministry of Justice?" The general cupped his hands and said, "Yang Langzhong has duties and is worried about the case of Zhu Daoliu's rebellion. However, the situation in Yarou Prefecture is complicated and he could not get away." Later, when he heard that Imperial Censor Pei had come to Yarou Prefecture to pacify the situation, he was very happy and said to me, "Imperial Censor Pei is talented and dares to do anything. He is a loyal official of the country. Since His Majesty has appointed Imperial Censor Pei to settle the matter in Yarou Prefecture can be farmed and the rivers will be peaceful." After that, he went to Qianzhong Path to patrol the people. Oh! Pei Huaigu was slightly surprised. Pacifying the rebellion in Yarou Prefecture was a great merit. This was not only a meritorious service, but also a great virtue, something that could be recorded in the annals of history. Ever since the founding of the Tang dynasty, there had been many imperial censors and many officials of the Ministry of Justice. But which one of them would leave a mark in the history books? As time passed, no matter how glorious they were in the beginning, they would be buried in the long river of history. But the rebellion in Yarou Prefecture would definitely be recorded in the history books. The name of the person who pacified the rebellion in Yarou Prefecture would also be recorded in the history books. This was a great opportunity to be recorded in history. With such a temptation, Yang Fan actually retreated. Pei Huaigu's deep gaze swept across everyone's faces and took in their different expressions. He stroked his beard and smiled. He thought to himself, "This Yang Fan really knows how to conduct himself. Since he gave me the merit, if I don't help him hide it, it would be unreasonable." Chapter 540. Zana stood at the peak of the mountain and looked around. She said to Yang Fan in high spirits, "Big brother Yang, do you think the mountains and rivers of Yaoju are beautiful?" Yang Fan looked into the distance. What entered his eyes was a stretch of green, a green that seemed to have no end like the ocean. This green was vivid, and from afar, it was like a surging wave, and they were the two people standing on the top of the wave. Amidst the undulating green waves, there would occasionally be a section of a tree that had grown for thousands of years abruptly popping out, like a mast exposed in the green waves. At the top of the mast, there was a cloud-like crown, like a sail. Looking at the mountains and the green, Yang Fan had the same feeling as when he first sailed into the ocean on a boat. Yang Fan took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He happily said, "Very beautiful. The mountains here are very different from the mountains in the north. The mountains in the north are majestic, like dragons. There are also trees that cover the mountains, but they are not green like this, and are a kind of pale blue, like the armor of a giant dragon. This place is also different from the mountains in the south. The mountains in the south are round and beautiful. Even if there is an occasional mountain peak that is as sharp as a sword standing there, it will be wrapped by the trees that cover the entire mountain and plains with a layer of gentle curves. It is just like a beautiful woman from the water village wearing a lotus leaf skirt that is full of life and exudes gentleness. Zana listened and couldn't help revealing a feeling of intoxication. She happily said, "Big brother Yang, what you said is really good. There is not a single word of nonsense, but just listening to it, I can imagine the magnificence and gentleness of the mountains. Then, what do you think of the mountains here?" "The mountains here." Yang Fan put his hands on his hips and looked around. He said, "The mountains here are like water, like layers of waves. Along the way, there are springs everywhere on the mountains, but those streams are all hidden in the green forest, not revealing the mountains and not revealing the water. These are the mountains of Yaroju. Just like the white-clothed girls carrying water baskets, they are not bright red or purple, they are not stunning at first sight, but the more you look at them, the more you look at them." Zana stared fixedly at him, her gaze somewhat infatuated. Your words are really pleasant to hear. In the past, there were court officials who came here and recited poems praising the mountains and rivers here, but I couldn't understand them. Your words have touched the bottom of my heart. You've said all the things that I wanted to say but couldn't say in one go. I've listened to it clearly and delightedly." She stood there charmingly, a few strands of black hair scattered over her bright forehead, adding a bit of charm to her. Coupled with her infatuated eyes, it was even more enchanting. It was a kind of spring scene of a beautiful young girl. How could this natural landscape compare to it? There was a breeze on the mountain, so she squinted her eyes. Her fine black hair swayed in front of her eyes, making her look even more charming. Yang Fan only took a single glance before his heart thumped. Such a young lady, such a flirtatious look, even he was somewhat unable to endure it. However, he could enjoy the natural scenery to his heart's content, but how could this young lady's flirtatious look be something that he could willfully enjoy? Because that kind of amorous feeling could only belong to a person, and she already had a husband. Zun Qi had betrothed her to Meng Zhezhu. This matter was also known to Yang Fan. He hurriedly turned around and looked at the undulating mountain peaks, muttering to himself, "I wonder when Zun Qi and Zhezhu will return. The Jiannan path has been turned into a mess by Huang Jingrong, and the other paths are probably in a mess as well. Just thinking about it makes one's heart uneasy." Zana faintly said, "Do you want to leave so badly?" Yang Fan dryly said, "This Yang has official business to attend to." Cough. Halfway through his sentence, Yang Fan did not have the courage to continue, and could only use a clear cough to replace his unfinished words. Zana looked at his side profile in infatuation. His sideburns were like a knife, his eyebrows were like ink, his nose was like a hanging gourd, and his eyes were clear and limpid, like the brightest stars in the night sky. She never knew that a man could be so good-looking. Just looking at him made her eyes and bones soften, unable to control herself. Love was like the tide, like the continuous waves of the mountain range, crashing against her heart in waves, and she was somewhat unable to control herself. The women of the White Savage tribe had always been generous and unrestrained when they fell in love with a man. They could stand on the hillside and sing a love song to the man they loved with a loud and clear voice. They didn't care if there were spectators all over the mountain. They could express their love to the man they loved face to face, and the shyness and reserve of a young girl would always give way to the man she loved in her heart. "Miss Sun, let's take a walk and go down the mountain." Yang Fan faintly felt a sense of danger, as if there was a ferocious beast spying on him in the dark, ready to pounce at any time and devour him into its stomach. He uneasily turned around, and just as he finished speaking, Zun, wrapped in a gust of fragrant wind, threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly. Yang Fan was stunned. He opened his hands and didn't dare to move. He felt the soft and fragrant body of the young girl pressing against him, and her hair was blown by the mountain wind, and strands of it touched his face. His throat suddenly tightened and his breathing became rapid. Yang Fan nervously looked around, swallowed his saliva and said, "Miss Sun, what are you doing?" Zana gently raised her head and stared at Yang Fan in a daze. Her blushing face was full of sacred expectation and devotion. I want to give myself to you. Brother Yang, you are about to leave. I am afraid that if I don't give myself to you now, I will regret it for the rest of my life." Zun delicate body was trembling, and her voice was also trembling. Even her voice was shaking like the last leaf hanging on a branch in the wind, But after saying this, she miraculously calmed down. I know. I can't marry you, I know. But I can be your woman, Zana said seriously, and the blush on her face became even deeper. Although her eyes were filled with shyness, she did not avoid it. She boldly looked at young Fan, her swan-like neck raised up, and her petal-like lips slightly opened, waiting for him to kiss her. It was as passionate as a volcano, and she was willing to be burned to ashes. Young Fan used force to push Zana's shoulder out a little, and made her look directly into his eyes. He said seriously, Zana, you are about to become someone's wife, and become a bumpkin, have you forgotten? Zana said, I have not forgotten. So, I will not pester you. After today, you are you, and I am me. When I marry him, I will wholeheartedly become his wife. But right now, I do not belong to him, I only belong to myself. I am willing to give my most precious thing to the man I like. Even God cannot interfere. Young Fan said, of course God will not interfere. Even if the Wu man and White man fall out with each other, and there are endless battles, when Hao and Yun Xian, those ambitious people, will have the opportunity to cause trouble again. Even if the Wu man and White man go to war with the imperial court again, until the imperial army comes and crushes the two races. But will you be able to bear the consequences? What? Zana blinked, and her eyes became clear. But she still did not understand why there would be such a terrifying consequence as young Fan had described. Young Fan said, because I am very selfish. If you become my woman, I will not allow you to lie in the arms of another man and bear his children. Do you think that after a night of pleasure, I will leave like a cat that has stolen a fish? No, if you become my woman, you can only be my woman. Zana's heart was about to explode from the joy of his domineering declaration. Her face was red as she repeatedly said, I am willing, I will go with you. Young Fan said, and then? If the bride mysteriously disappears, that is running away from the marriage, a great humiliation. The Wu man and White man will start fighting again, and when Hao and Yun Xian will fish in troubled waters. If Chieftain Zhezhu knows that you were taken away by me, he will go to war with the imperial court at all costs to wipe out this humiliation, because that is no longer a matter of him losing a woman, but the greatest humiliation of his entire race. What will happen in the end? You will regret the misfortune you have brought to your family and clansmen for the rest of your life, never to be happy again. Zana's face paled. Young Fan slowed his voice and said, since you know that this is your fate that cannot be changed, and you acknowledge that your father has chosen you as a husband, why don't you try to be a good wife for him from now on? Only in this way will you not regret it in the future. Zana was somewhat puzzled. Only in this way will I not regret it. Yes. Only in this way will you not regret it. Young Fan said sincerely, when he treats you well, when you bear children for him, when you truly fall in love with him, when you are willing to spend the rest of your life with him, when you completely give yourself to him, you will not regret it. A chance encounter, an experience of life and death together, it is indeed easy for a man and a woman to develop good feelings. If I am not me and you are not you, perhaps we really could be together. Unfortunately, I am fated to return to Luoyang, and you are fated to marry Zhezhu. All of this cannot be assumed, cannot be redone. Zana, you are a beautiful girl, lively and intelligent, with a natural charm. You are like a flawless piece of jade. I cannot stain this piece of jade because of my momentary desire. A true man should have a clear conscience towards the heavens and a clear conscience towards others. How can I make you regret it for the rest of your life for a moment of pleasure? Zana's tears flowed like a spring, large teardrops rolling down her flawless face. I was wrong. I was wrong from the very beginning. When I first saw you, I was worried that you would harm my sister-in-law. Actually, when I found out that you had only been a servant to her family, I knew that it was impossible. I was worried because I was attracted to you from the very beginning. You captivated me, so I thought that other girls would be the same. Young Fan, you are a heart-stealer, and a cruel heart-stealer at that. You don't even want to give me such a small hope. I hate you. Zana suddenly grabbed Young Fan's arm and bit down. Young Fan did not move, nor did he tense up the muscles in his arm. Zana raised her head. There was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Her flower-like lips revealed a poignant beauty. I hate you. I should have chopped you into pieces the moment I laid eyes on your head. Zana held back her tears as she spoke. She pushed Yang Fan away and ran down the mountain, choking with sobs. Yang Fan raised his hand slightly, then dropped it down powerlessly. Perhaps this was the best ending between them. A young girl's feelings were always a dream. Let the dream end in a dream. Chapter 541. There were no absolutes in this world. Some things could be hypothesized and redone. For example, Imperial Envoy Huang Jingrong had died once again. The new Imperial Envoy, Pei Huaigu, had just arrived at Yaoju. He had not even stepped through the gates of the military governor's office when he was chased into Yaoju by a fast horse that traveled 800 li from the capital. Wu Zetian gave him another secret edict. Pei Huaigu received this secret edict and read it. He immediately let out a long sigh of relief and wanted to laugh out loud. With this imperial edict in hand, all his worries were solved. He could clean up the mess left by the war in Yaoju. Wu Zetian ordered Pei Huaigu to investigate the truth as soon as possible. If it was true that Huang Jingrong was extorting bribes and used the rebels to implicate the barbarians, she could be beheaded on the spot to quell the public's anger. She also asked him to calm the situation in Yaoju as soon as possible. Pei Huaigu put away the imperial edict and immediately dismissed the officials and chieftains who were welcoming the imperial envoy. Only Zun Qi, Zhe Zhu, Wen Hao, and Yun Xian were left behind to discuss important matters. He was originally worried that these barbarian leaders would not understand his hint. He did not expect that even though they were barbarians, the leaders were not ordinary people. The four of them were intelligent and resourceful, especially Zhe Zhu and Yun Xian. Pei Huaigu had only said half of what he was hinting at, but the two of them had already understood. Thus, the story of Huang Jingrong using the tiger's might to extort money and goods from Yaoju to force the barbarians to rebel was gradually perfected by the two parties involved. Then, news came out of Yaoju. The news that Huang Jingrong was dead was actually a rumor. Huang Jingrong was still alive but was detained by Zun Qi and chieftain Zhe Zhu. Imperial censor Pei was astute and experienced. He enforced the law in an impartial manner. Less than 2 days after he arrived in Yaoju, he had already investigated Huang Jingrong's bribery and forced the barbarians to rebel against him. He also found out that Huang Jingrong had received more than a dozen loads of all kinds of treasures, as well as several dozen beauties from various races. The people of Yaoju all saw with their own eyes the baskets of jewels being carried by Imperial Envoy Pei's entourage out of the mansion that Huang Jingrong had originally lived in. There were also the dozens of young girls of various races who had been rushed to the prefectural city by their parents and older brothers to take them back. Cries rang out in front of the military manor. Everyone praised Imperial Envoy Pei's righteous name and cursed Huang Jingrong for being greedy and shameless. Striking while the iron was hot, Imperial Censor Pei decided to execute Huang Jingrong in accordance with the law of the land. However, Huang Jingrong had already been chopped into minced meat. Even if he wanted to kill her, he wouldn't be able to. Xuanqi had once ordered people to dig out Huang Jingrong's minced meat from the pit and ordered people to use a knife to cut off Huang Jingrong's head for him to see. Xuanqi pinched his nose and looked at it for a long time. He felt that even if he found the best corpse, it would not be able to disguise the knife and sword marks on Huang Jingrong's head. He could only find another corpse that looked similar to Huang Jingrong's and ordered Imperial Censor Pei to execute it. Pei Huaigu pretended to arrange the execution ground and kept the people watching far away. He ordered people to carry the corpse up to the execution platform. The corpse did not move at all. It was said that Imperial Censor Pei, out of consideration for his colleague, ordered people to pour strong alcohol on the corpse in advance so that he would not suffer any more fear or pain before his death. This action gave Imperial Censor Pei the reputation of being merciful. After Huang Jingrong was beheaded, the head was hung on a pole 6 feet high and exposed to the scorching sun for 3 days. When the head had completely rotted, Pei Huaigu used his own money to buy a thin coffin to store the corpse. The coffin was placed in a monastery in Yarou Prefecture and waited for the Huang family to collect the corpse. He really did not let anything slip. Under Imperial Censor Pei's kind advice, the leaders of the barbarian tribes in Yarou province were fortunate enough to erect a stone tablet for the empress. They requested Imperial Censor Yarrow to carve an inscription praising the Empress's wisdom, benevolence, magnanimity, and magnanimity. Imperial Censor Pei naturally wrote all of this into a memorial and ordered it to be sent to the capital on horseback. After Imperial Censor Pei arrived at Yarrow Prefecture, he was fair in rewards and punishments. He helped the people settle down and swiftly executed Huang Jingrong to appease the anger of the barbarian tribes. After a series of hard work, he successfully resolved the chaos in Yarrow Prefecture. The battle in Yarrow Prefecture was quelled. The two chiefs of the White Man and Crow Man tribes led more than 200,000 people to return to the imperial court. While Pei Huaigu was enthusiastically helping Yang Fan clean up his mess and gaining political capital for himself, Xuanqi ordered people to rush to the headquarters of Wenhao's tribe and told Yang Fan everything that had happened. This way of dealing with the situation was obviously less loopholes than shifting the blame to Wenhao and Yun Xian. Thus, the memorial that Wenhao had personally written in Yang Fan's sleeve on how to execute Huang Jingrong was naturally useless. Yang Fan casually tore apart Wenhao's personal memorial. When Yang Fan decided to give the credit of quelling the chaos in Yarrow Prefecture to Pei Huaigu, he knew that Pei Huaigu would do his best to resolve this matter. However, he did not expect that it would be resolved so smoothly. And all of this was because of the imperial edict that Wu Zetian had sent over 800 li on horseback. Why did Wu Zetian's attitude change so much? Why was she so eager to quell the chaos in Yarrow Prefecture? She had previously used delaying tactics to prevent Yang Fan from interfering with the investigation of the imperial censor. She had a conniving attitude towards the imperial censor, but now she was acting out of character. This change was really thought-provoking. What had happened? Unfortunately, the messenger that Xuanqi sent only knew what Xuanqi had told him. That was, Huang Jingrong's death had been resolved and that Wenhao's memorial should not be reported to the imperial court. He did not know anything else. Yang Fan could not figure out the reason behind this and could only wait patiently for Xuanqi and Zhezhu to return. The Qianzhong path was west of the Jiannan path and south of the Lingnan path. The traffic there was more difficult than the two paths. The barbarian province of Qianzhong was governed by Bajiang County. The imperial court appointed the local Song family as the governor of the barbarian province and the magistrate of Bajiang County, which were hereditary. Every barbarian province governor and Bajiang County magistrate were chosen by the Song clan themselves. After reporting to the imperial court, they would be appointed by the imperial court. Due to the special geographical situation of the south, a change of dynasty would rarely bring about great changes to an aristocratic family. Therefore, these southern aristocratic families were deeply rooted in the local area. They were free and unfettered, and their family power was 100 times more stable than that of an emperor. No matter how glorious those great empires were in the past, having 300 years of luck was already considered a long time for them. However, these local great clans that dominated a region usually had their luck measured in thousands of years. Before the establishment of the Tang dynasty, the Song family of Bajiang had actually ruled this place for many years. Their family lived through the Han, Jin, Southern and Northern dynasties until the establishment of the Sui dynasty. After the establishment of the Tang dynasty, Qianzhong Road was established and the Song family of Bajiang was appointed as the hereditary provincial governor and hereditary county magistrate. Since then, the Song family had been ruling this place until the early years of the Qing dynasty. This generation's barbarian province governor was called Song Chumeng, and the Bajiang county magistrate was called Song Wanyo. They were a pair of uncle and nephew. This pair of uncle and nephew had been very distressed recently. Originally, they were free and unfettered in their autonomous area, far away from the emperor. Who knew that the imperial court would suddenly send an imperial envoy called Liu Guangye. This imperial envoy Liu was a person of the imperial censorate. After arriving at the barbarian province, he only went out for a casual stroll and said that the exiled people were plotting a rebellion. He asked Song Chumeng to send troops to assist him in suppressing the rebellion. Song Chumeng had no choice but to send troops to assist Liu Guangye in capturing the exiled people. Under Liu Guangye's orders, more than 940 exiled people had been killed. Almost all of the exiled people in the barbarian province had been slaughtered. This matter caused the dissatisfaction of many of the tribal leaders in the barbarian province. Because these exiled people had been exiled to the barbarian province for many years, many of their families had already married with the locals. These southern aristocratic clans had a particularly strong sense of home. Those who were taken in as their own people could not tolerate being bullied and humiliated like this. Now that these exiled people were being hunted down by the imperial court, and the imperial envoy was using the Song clan's troops, they all protested to the Song clan, expressing their strong dissatisfaction. The interests and political relationships between the local aristocratic clans were complicated. Due to thousands of years of intermarriage, the relationship between them was even more difficult to clearly distinguish. Song Chumeng and nephew didn't dare to offend the imperial envoy, but they also had to suffer the strong pressure from the various aristocratic clans under their rule and even from within their own clans. They were caught in the middle and were truly in a dilemma. However, that Liu Guangye seemed to be addicted to killing. He wouldn't stop until he killed every single exiled person in the barbarian province. Song Chumeng had already sent him generous gifts more than once, only hoping to send this god of plagues away. However, Liu Guangye turned a deaf ear to her. Every day, he would lead the soldiers and chase after the exiled people everywhere for fun. Early this morning, Liu Guangye left the city with the soldiers. Song Chumeng and nephew didn't know which stronghold this imperial envoy was going to harm today. They were gathered together, frowning and sighing. Suddenly, someone hurriedly came to report that a group of imperial envoys had rushed to the outskirts of the barbarian province and asked the provincial governor and county magistrate to go and welcome them. When Song Chumeng and Song Wanyo heard this, they immediately complained incessantly. Liu Guangye hadn't left yet, and now another group of imperial envoys had arrived. Could it be that these imperial envoys were going to slaughter the barbarian province until rivers of blood flowed? The two of them didn't have time to think too much. They could only put on their clothes and brace themselves to rush out of the city to welcome them. The group of imperial envoys that had suddenly rushed over was Yang Fan's deputy envoy, Sun Yuxuan, and Hu Yuanli. The one leading the troops was Ma Qiao, who commanded a brigade of the Dragon Martial Guards. They had rushed all the way from Chang'an. When they passed by Yelang, they just so happened to meet the imperial court's messenger who was chasing after them. Yang Fan was moving alone, so it was not easy to find his whereabouts. On the other hand, Sun Yuxuan and Ma Qiao's group had a large number of people. Along the way, they had to rely on the local authorities to feed their people and horses, so it was very easy to find them. Moreover, the messenger didn't know that Yang Fan was traveling alone, so he followed the trail and caught up to Sun Yuxuan and the others. The messenger delivered a secret edict. Ma Qiao and the others used the excuse that Yang Fan had just left Yelang City to visit incognito and wanted to receive the secret edict on his behalf. When the messenger left the capital, he was instructed to deliver the secret edict as soon as possible. Moreover, he was also tasked with delivering messages elsewhere, so he didn't dare to delay and handed the secret edict to the imperial deputy envoy. Currently, the most well-informed places in the empire of the Tang dynasty were the various hostels. Along the way, Ma Qiao and the others had heard too much news, such as the rebellion of the Zun and Meng clans in Jiannan province, and the rebellion of the Feng clan in Panju province in Lingnan province. They knew that such frequent rebellions must have been caused by the ruthless officials of the imperial censorate who were extorting the local people. Especially the rebellion of the black and white barbarians in Jiannan province. Yang Fan should be there at this moment. In the midst of the chaos, they didn't know if he was safe or not. The group was deeply worried, but they had already made an agreement with Yang Fan to meet at the barbarian province. If they rushed directly to Yaroju, they might miss Yang Fan due to the lack of information between them. With no other choice, they could only travel day and night towards the barbarian province. However, the hundreds of them were all cavalrymen. It was fine when they were in Guangzhou, but once they entered Shu, it became difficult for the cavalrymen to move even an inch, especially on the dangerous mountain roads that could save them a lot of time. It was the same even after they entered Qian province. They had to travel through many twists and turns, and more than a dozen horses died of illness before they finally arrived today.